Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101, Julil's Wilderness. What's happened? Let's talk a little bit later. Woojin left Sunggu and headed towards Julil. Was it you? Were you the one going around and causing dungeon breaks? Woojin's heart ran cold. When he returned after attaching 6 shadows to the terrorists of interest, Holy Maiden Melody informed him of the situation in Korea. Daegu had an unexpected dungeon break. He was quickly getting ready to head back to Korea when he had heard of the broad-scale dungeon breaks in Seoul. When all the news channels were talking about the situation, Woojin decided to catch a ride on a missile. With General David's aggressive support, he was allowed to use a ICBM with its warhead removed. He used Dulce's ability to cobble together several fighter jets and attach it to the ICBM. He had made a rocket taxi. He didn't need such things like a landing gear. The spirit armor had protected Woojin. This was the reason why Woojin was able to step onto the soil of Seoul within couple hours of the Sadong Station's dungeon break. The existing rules of the dungeon break had been turned on its head, and one of Tronet's commander Julil was in front of Woojin's eyes. In Woojin's memory, this guy wasn't that strong. They had frequently clashed with each other, but he hadn't been too much of a threat. I don't believe it. Julil's body shook. That damn Rashmode. Rashmode's chance for using his summon magic had come, so he had materialized on Earth through the summons. However, Rashmode had come back after only a brief time had passed. He hadn't even been able to see the open sky. Julil kept asking what had happened to him, but Rashmode refused to say anything. Julil would have never guessed the reason was the immortal. Why the hell are you here? This is my home. How could such a situation occur? Julil had observed this place for a long time. He watched how the humans of Earth fought, and he observed how much destructive power the modern weapons held. He also had a good idea of the quality of Earth's roused. He had decided to slowly turn this place into his base, but the immortal had suddenly appeared in front of him. How did you cause the break? What bullshit are you spouting? It feels weird to be given bullshit by a dog. Julil's body shook. Julil was the leader of the proud Grey Wolf tribe, yet he was being treated like a dog. It was the most insulting words that could have been said to him. Moreover, the immortal have insulted him countless of times before. He was an asshole of the highest order. Did you cause the break? I guess not. Oh ho! You also became initialized? He was saying the same thing as Rashmode. Ku ha ha ha. You really are a human from Earth. Julil was in a good mood as he laughed and light started gathering around his horn. The immortal had been initialized, so he hadn't recovered his full power yet. Wasn't this the opportunity to take his revenge? The favor of Tronet is with me. Ku ha ha ha. What nonsense! Woojin frowned as he saw Julil prepare his lightning magic. Initialization. That damned word. That word grated on his nerves. Woojin's class had become advanced, but he did experience a level down. He was recovering quickly, but it bothered him that Tronet's commanders noticed it. I think you are under a delusion. Woojin took out his warrior's weapon. His steel staff turned into its axe form. Woojin ran towards Julil. In a blink of an eye, Woojin used sprint to arrive in front of Julil. If a high schooler became a middle schooler, would that middle schooler lose to an elementary student? Woojin swung his axe and aimed for Julil's head. Quang! Julil came face to face with him. He thrust his horn out and clashed with Woojin. Pa ji 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 jeek. I knew your arrogance would bring trouble down on your own head. Julil laughed. The immortal had been the most insolent being on the continent. He was oblivious to his weakened self and he was acting out. This time Julil would get rid of him once and for all. Qua quang, pa zi jeek. A dump truck-sized wolf ran forward. It looked foolhardy for a human to fight the wolf. However, the fight was unexpectedly even. As the fight dragged on, Julil felt himself being steadily pushed back and felt a sense of desperation inside because of it. Had the immortal always been fighting this good? The bastard was taunting him since he wasn't using any magic. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't using his immortal army, which was considered to be his main source of power. So that's how it is. That bastard has lost his immortal army. Why did this bastard suddenly disappear from planet Alphen? What happened afterwards? The immortal's territory was Alendal. It was a place where the immortal army lived. After he disappeared, the kingdom didn't have a king and there weren't any knights to take the reins. The immortal army wasn't an army at all at that point. The undead monsters just roamed around Alendal now. The immortal had lost all of his underlings. It wasn't appropriate to call him the king of the dead anymore. Ooh ah, ah, ah. The grey wolves charged forward at Jolil's roar. Kururururu. The grey wolves showed their teeth as they growled. Woojin smirked when he saw them. The monsters that had been wandering around were all converging to this location. Woojin intentionally backed away. Ooh ah, ah, ah. Jolil thought Kang Woojin was trying to retreat since he was at a disadvantage. He let out a much louder howl and gathered the monsters in the vicinity. There were more than grey wolves here. He was Tronet's commander who possessed 2 thrones. Various monsters, who had submitted to Jolil's authority, gathered at his call. They gathered near where Woojin had fallen and created a crater. A tidal wave of monsters crowded around. Woojin turned to confirm the Hammer Guild headquarters' lower entrance was closing. While Jolil was gathering his underlings, Sungu had received a telepathic message from Woojin. Park Saengo and the Hammer Guild roused had all retreated by then. Cuckoo! How does it feel to have the tables turned on you? Jolil would have never thought he would have the opportunity to attack the immortal with numerical superiority, yet it was really happening. The bastard would get exhausted and eventually fall as a cold corpse. He didn't have to do anything. No, he would use his teeth to rip his throat out at the final moment. Had the immortal always felt what he was feeling right now? Why's the dog barking? Dog. I am a member of the proud grey wolf race. A wolf is also a dog. I'm right. Kill him. The monsters reacted to Jolil's ferocious will. The human-faced bats, grey wolves, and other various monsters which had come out of the dungeon headed towards Woojin. Woojin laughed when he saw this. Thank you for gathering all of them for me. The city was too complex, so it was the worst place to track down and hunt prey. Even if a single monster managed to run away into the sewer systems, it would take an additional several days to capture it. Thus, he couldn't help but feel thankful when all the monsters gathered for him. Come out! Pot! At Woojin's call, the black smoke coalesced. All the Death Knights were summoned at once. Take them all down. It's an order from the king. Kaiba and the other Death Knights summoned their phantom steeds. Then they simultaneously casted their summoning circles. There was a rip in space as a black crack opened, and the skeleton soldiers under their command jumped out. Keek. The skeleton soldiers made bizarre sounds as they appeared, sweeping across the charging monsters. In a flash, the undead army had swarmed the monsters, and Jolil was taken aback. Why, you were hiding them. They say dogs are supposed to be smart, yet why are you so dumb? Woojin leisurely walked towards Jolil using a bloody path opened by the Death Knights. It was humiliating. It was too humiliating that he couldn't speak. He wanted to rip the tricky immortal apart. Stop moaning like a little bitch and attack me. Woojin approached him as he turned his weapon into a hammer. Jolil quickly set off his thunderbolts. Podsijik. The electrical attack spread into the surrounding, but the spirit armor blocked it all. Jolil disappeared from Woojin's sight for a brief moment. When his vision cleared, Woojin readied himself to receive another attack. What? Woojin expected him strike out with consecutive attacks, but Jolil was running away. Wait and see, immortal. He let out the tired words of assurance predicting his next victory, then he ran away into the subway station. It was questionable as to how such a large body could fit into the entrance. Geez! Woojin thought about Juliel's nature, since he had countless of run-ins with him. He really did bark a lot like a dog. They had fought a couple dozens of times, but Woojin could count with his fingers how many times he had managed to kill Juliel. Whenever the bastard was a bit at a disadvantage on planet Alphen, he would turn tail and run. Tidy up this place. We will uphold your order. The Death Knights renewed their efforts and the corpses of the monsters kept mounting one by one. He wanted to chase after Juliel immediately, but he had to kill all the monsters first while they were bunched up. If they dispersed once again, it would be troublesome to find them. Hyung Nim. I'll help. When Juliel disappeared, Sungu and the other roused ran out again. Tururururu. 5 helicopters with machine guns attached to them showed up, and tanks were soon seen on the roads. The soldiers showed up and made a wide perimeter. The tanks shot with their cannons into regions where there were unusually large clusters of monsters. Quang. The soldiers and the roused in the surrounding joined forces and the eradication of the monsters took a short amount of time. We won. The happiness felt from the victory only lasted for a brief moment. Hug. Mother. Ajin. What will I do without my Ajin? The civilians, who lost their family or friends, let out a wail. At a glance, most of the monsters in the surrounding had been eradicated. Still, there were still some monsters who hadn't submitted to Juliel's authority left. These monsters were still causing trouble nearby. It would be a while before complete eradication could be achieved. There were a lot of monster corpses on the street, but there were also a lot of human corpses too. This was the calamity caused by the unannounced dungeon breaks. The people gathered at the Hammer Guild's building, which doubled as an evacuation shelter, started to let out an outcry. Please let me out. No. It's still dangerous. Please go back in. My daughter is lying there. At the very least, shouldn't you let me recover my daughter's corpse? The monsters weren't entirely eradicated, so why were these people making such a ruckus? The Hammer Guild employees were sweating in agony as they tried to assuage the angry civilians. When the shadow of death tightened the noose around their necks, they had run away since their lives were precious to them. However, now that they were assured they would live, sadness became infectious amongst the people. It hit them like a violent storm. However, when Woojin suddenly appeared, the people stopped their outcry as if it had been a lie. When Woojin stepped closer to them, the people started retreating backwards, and a path was automatically formed. When Minchin discovered Woojin, he pushed by the people to come towards him. President. I guess you are still alive. What about my family? Your mother and sister are all safe. He had been worried when he heard Sadang Station had broke, yet it seemed they were lucky enough to have evacuated. Woojin patted Minchin's shoulder. All right. I'll leave everything here to you. What? You don't want to go meet them? There were too many people crowded here, but Woojin's family was amongst the evacuees. Kang Woojin shrugged his shoulder. You said they are alive. Yes. But... It's all right then. I'll be back after I chase down that bastard. Yes, sir. Woojin quickly left the evacuation shelter and Minchin stared blankly at Woojin's figure move away. How could his public and private face be so thoroughly guarded? No. This felt different. His family's life had been on the line and he was overly calm. Minchin shook his head to dislodge that thought. He went back into the throng of people to find Woojin's family, as well as Alendal's guild members. Asterisk. Woojin sent the Death Knights and skeleton soldiers to the summon room and he went into the dungeon by himself. Juliel had quickly run away into this dungeon. The dungeon's secret was that it could be used as a dimensional door. How could a dungeon have an outbreak before the requisite 30 days? The break itself was linked to the balance of the dimensions. If one could freely move between the dimensions, dungeon breaks would be happening all the time. Millions of people would die. Woojin descended the subway station Juliel had run away into. He decided to chase first, and ask questions later. When he entered the dungeon, he heard an announcement that was a bit different from the usual one. It is in an unassigned state. It is impossible to choose the battle and intelligence mode. You have to choose one of these modes. Visit, infiltration, and clear. Geez. Woojin's brows became furrowed. This dungeon itself was Juliel's dimensional domain. It was a bit different from the usual announcement he heard when going through a gate, but he had experienced this once with Rash mode. However, at that time he hadn't been given a choice except the clear mode. I guess I have no choice. In a situation like this, that choice was probably the wisest. Chapter 102 Juliel's Wilderness, 2. Chapter 102 Juliel's Wilderness, 2. Chapter 102, Juliel's Wilderness, 2. Woojin opened his point store to see if there were any items regarding this event. The point store had skill books, but it also sold numerous regular books as well. Stewardship of the Dimensional Domain. I guess this is it. It was manual on how to govern a dimensional domain, and the price was 2,000 achievement points. However, it wasn't the price that was a problem. The problem was there was a lock on it, so he wouldn't be able to read it at all. Woojin looked at his stat menu to check his grade menu. Woojin hadn't paid much attention to it since it had stayed the same. There weren't any numbers or marks. It was empty. Whatever. It wasn't going to work right now. It wasn't as if he would get more answer from worrying about it. It would have been better if he had a guide, but it wasn't as if not having a guide would deter him from going forward. Woojin chose the clear option. This is a bit different. He knew what to expect since he had entered Rash mode's dungeon before. He had thought the clear mode was akin to breaking into another house to plunder it. He never expected the rewards to be quite good. Is this Tronet's doing? The rules that bastard operated under was more of a mystery than it was understood. One thing that was for sure was that Woojin had been adrift on a boundless expanse of water, but now he felt as if he had found a compass. Kang Woojin's eyes twinkled. When he passed through the newly formed red portal, he appeared in an open field. Chilly winds blew across the plains as grey wolves wandered around. In the distance, a large purple pillar of light drew Woojin's eyes. Juliel was over there. He felt a hunch telling him so. Kururu. The grey wolves in the surroundings saw Woojin and swarmed towards him. There weren't any features on the terrain. It was basically an open plain. The wolves were adept at fighting in a group, so this was the perfect environment for the wolves to bite and kill intruders. Unfortunately, this particular intruder also liked wide open plains for battle. Open a path for me. Pot. At Woojin's command, the black smoke around him coalesced into Death Knights as they were summoned. They summoned their phantom steeds, then charged towards the wolves prowling around Woojin. The Death Knights could summon any number of skeleton soldiers they needed, so the Death Knights summoned a portion of their troops. Woojin's only job was to replace a broken skeleton soldier or add more skeleton soldiers under their command when the Death Knights leveled up. Let's go! Woojin summoned Xing Xing and he mounted. Bibi was summoned, taking her place on top of Xing Xing's head. Dulcie was in the form of a golem's heart, circling around Woojin's head. The immortal army galloped across the wilderness. Asterisk. A pillar of purple light was extending into the sky. The space above was pitch black, so it was questionable to call it a sky. Moreover, one couldn't see the end to the pillar of light. It kept traveling upwards endlessly. The light was being emitted from an underground building. It was hard to call it a building. It was basically a cave. Woojin smirked when he stood in front of the entrance to the cave. So he ran away to this place. The entrance to the cave was large enough, so only Juliel could go in and out of it. It was too small for all the immortal army to enter into it. Woojin got off his phantom steed and the Death Knights followed behind him. The cave wasn't that deep. Soon, they appeared at a space that was the size of a soccer stadium. The unique feature of this place was that the ceiling was open and a large purple gem was sending a purple light into the sky. Julil was resting his long body in front of it. I thought you were going to run away. Did you give up? I gave up. How unexpected. I have no reason to fight an arduous battle. It wouldn't turn out well. Julil let out a sigh. I made a mistake in rashly making a gate to earth. Woojin's eyes shone at the word gate. He remembered the words of the Holy Maiden. Her plan had been to obtain a dimensional domain. She was going to send an expedition to Alphen after opening a gate. I'll be visiting you often from now on to play with you guys. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You really don't know anything. When Woojin tilted head in puzzlement, Julil shook his head. If you clear the dungeon, the gate disappears. There is no reason for me to face you again. When the gate he opened to Earth disappeared from his domain, he would have no business that'll bring him back to Earth unless he wanted to open the gate again. He would never take the opportunity to face the terrifying immortal again. Should he consider it fortunate that Kang Woojin had chosen the clear mode? Even if he died here, it would allow Julil to be reborn once again. Let us say our farewell. Are you going to meekly allow me to kill you? That won't be happening. Julil raised his body. Did Julil's body look bigger on Earth or was he mistaken? You've made a mistake. SSSF. The plants growing haphazardly around the plains let out a green energy. It was absorbed into Julil's body. After receiving the blessing of the wilderness, Julil's body started to become smaller. He was getting smaller and smaller. He wasn't actually getting smaller. He was being compressed. Heat started to pour out of Julil's body. Hoo! After he let out a ragged breath, Julil stood on his 2 feet. Werewolf. I just borrowed their outer appearance. Hoo! Woojin tilted his head. A crazy dog. Hoo! I want to tear you into dozen pieces. You don't have the ability to do so. Hoo! That's right. If you die here even once, it would be the end for you. Stop barking like a dog. 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 This bastard kept treating him like a dog. A red light lit inside Julil's eyes. I'll kill you. Julil let out a cold laugh. He saw the cat next to Woojin run towards him. Is it his pet? The cat had a cute and mesmerizing eyes. However, Julil was in a foul mood, since the owner of the pet was the immortal. Niang! Julil kicked the cat that had been running at him. Shwag! Julil pushed off one leg and, in a flash, charged towards Woojin. Julil's front paws had turned into hands, but the hands had sharp and thick nails. The nails were akin to swords. Kang! Kaiba's axe blocked Julil's claws. Annoying pests. Kang! Kwang! Kaiba blocked Julil's claws on consecutive blows, but he was sent sliding backwards by a kick from Julil. It was an overwhelming strength. Gururu! Kaiba let out a low growl. It seemed his pride was hurt, since he was losing in terms of strength. Julil didn't care about the familiars. He kept aiming for Woojin. His smaller body meant he had gained explosive agility, and he hadn't lost any of his strength. It was amazing. You shall not pass. Kwang! Ramzan's hammer blocked Julil's attack. The hammer absorbed the impact, and the damage was turned around against Julil. Boong! Boong! No matter how fearsome a power was, it was useless if one couldn't hit one's target. Julil nimbly dodged all of Ramzan's attack. He aimed his sharp and long nails for Ramzan's skull. Ramzan quickly lowered his head to avoid the blow, but half of his helm was sheared off. You dare! The enraged Ramzan hugged Julil, and the Death Knight from the side brought down a great sword towards Julil's neck. Gong! It was hard to believe this was the hide of an animal. Accompanying the sound, the sword bounced off Julil. He twisted to his body to escape. He left the Death Knights behind, and he ran towards Woojin. I'll kill him! He didn't have the time to tussle with the immortal's familiars. This was how one dealt with a necromancer. Their familiars would be summoned once again no matter how many times one killed them. However, once the necromancer was killed, the familiars went back to being a ragtag group of monsters. You shall not pass. The necromancer and his familiars seemed well aware of this fact, so they were on constant guard around the immortal. Julio used the most minimal movement to arrive in front of his opponent. I don't have much time left. The blessing of the wilderness had a short duration. It was regrettable, but in turn, it gave Julio an explosive amount of power. The immortal had stepped into his domain through his own volition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him. If only I could engage him in a fight. If he could shed the annoying familiars, he would be able to kill the immortal with one blow. He just need to get there first. Julio had thought through this more than couple dozen of times through the years. This was the way to confront a necromancer. He would always lose in a fight for numeric superiority. He needed enough power to overwhelm the necromancer's familiars. The domain's innate effect and the blessing of the wilderness would give him that power. Die! Julio approached Woojin from the front and extended his claws. If he had enough time, he would have killed all the familiars. Then, he would have slowly savored the death of the immortal. However, the blessing of the wilderness that was compressing his body was on a time limit, and the end was imminent. At most, he had 10 seconds. However, 1 second would be enough to kill this bastard. Kang! Woojin raised his steel staff to block Julio's claws. Woojin jumped backward as if he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, he had enough reaction speed to be able to block the attack. 8 seconds. Quack! Gong! Before Julio's claws could break open the head of the astonished immortal, a Death Knight ran in to take the blow instead. Quadzijik! Both the weapon and claws burrowed into the Death Knight. The Death Knight's armor was crumpled as he was severed in half. 6 seconds. He was in a hurry, but he still had some time left. The immortal's flustered expression said it all. He would be able to kill this bastard. Schwak! Kong! The bastard's steel staff turned into a great sword, and he blocked Julio's attack. However, there was too much of a difference in terms of strength, so the great sword was knocked into the air. If Woojin had held onto it, it would have ripped his hands open. 3 seconds. He won. Julio's claws pierced the weaponless Kang Woojin's heart. Julio had killed him. The immortal. I did it. The commanders of the higher thrones hadn't been able to do it, yet he had done it. He only possessed 2 lower thrones. Kang Woojin's moment of failure. He couldn't help but laugh. Idiot! How? Even if a dog is smart, it is still a dog. Julio's surroundings seemed to fluctuate dizzily as it spun in circles. His body was slanted upward towards the ceiling and he was looking up at Woojin. How? My little devil has a bit of a bad habit. Julio's gaze headed towards the cat. Pot. The cat's appearance changed to that of a little demon. Ah! He remembered now. She was the illusion witch. It was a hallucination. You danced pretty well. Julio looked around, and the Death Knights were still standing where he had first seen them. They were looking down at him with blank expressions. Julio had gotten excited and leaped around by himself. He didn't even have to look at the stinging wound on his neck to know what had happened. Julio fell over as the spear pierced into him. He could feel his chest tightening. I'll see you next time. Cuckoo. I will never have a reason to see you again. He'll have to spend a long time in the darkness and the nothingness of death, but he would eventually be revived once again. Julio won't ever open a gate to earth again. You never know. Woojin pushed the spear in deeper and completely severed Julio's breath. A grey light surrounded his corpse, after which he dispersed into the air. Whew! That was dangerous. Heh. Did I do well? You did. That guy always falls for the same trick every time ahong. Woojin smirked as he petted Bibi's head. Julio's movement was a threat, since he had received the blessing of the wilderness. If he wasn't under the influence of the hallucination and Julil targeted him in earnest, Woojin would have been in danger. He had warrior as his dual class, but he had put all of his bonus points into control and magic. Even though he had used the reinforcement stones to increase his stats, he only had a superior body compared to a human roused. His strength and stamina wasn't high enough to face off against Tronet's commanders. Woojin touched the purple gem, making the pillar of light at the middle of Julil's nest. Shoo 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 shoo. When he took out the gem, the pillar of light was withdrawn into the gem being held by Woojin's hand. Woojin grinned. He had all three pieces needed to obtain a dimensional domain. Chapter 103, Dimensional Domain. Chapter 103, Dimensional Domain. Chapter 103, Dimensional Domain. Woojin took out the dimensional fragments from his inventory. He gained one at Pyongyang and one which was given from Melody. He had just found one more right now, totaling to 3. Wing. The fist-sized gems rose into the air as it resonated. The vibrating gems swirled around and combined to create a single gem. Then, it started to slowly descend. As Woojin snatched it out of the air, the bright light disappeared. A purple light vibrated inside the gem as it rippled. The light was swaying as if it was about to flow out of the gem. It was reminiscent of a light trapped inside a glass bottle. Woojin looked at the gem's info. You can possess a piece of torn dimension. I guess it's not here. If he wanted a piece of a torn dimension as his dimensional domain, he had to find the right dungeon. If a dungeon was compatible with him, it would react to him on its own volition. There was no reaction from this dungeon. Maybe it was because this wilderness had been owned by Julil. Woojin put the dimensional proof inside his inventory, then he swept his gaze around the surrounding. He wanted to see if Julil's wilderness had trophies like Rashmod's lab. BB. Let's look for it. All right. BB moved at a trot as she looked all over the wilderness. Woojin also activated his search magic, and he carefully looked over Julil's nest. There was signs of the earth being disturbed near the corner of the cave. The color of the earth was different as if it was used to cover up something. Woojin could feel powerful mana emanating from below. Woojin started digging and found a pile of bones buried underneath. What the hell? Bones of various monsters were there. They all looked the same as if the bones were all part of a specific anatomy. The bones were the size of a decent-sized club, and Woojin could tell this was Julil's preferred snacks. Amongst all of the bones, he picked up the large bones emanating the most mana. The dragon's ribs were massive, and the tricolored gorilla's rib was the size of a club. Woojin put away these items that was seeped with mana, then he headed towards BB. I guess this is it. Woojin looked at what BB had found and shook his head from side to side. There isn't anything useful here. At a glance, he could only see remains of monsters. Basically, it was the monsters' leftover food. There were some miscellaneous items found, but overall, there weren't anything of note. I think that's dog hair. Yeah. Let's head out now. Understood, Master. May I go around in this form? Woojin looked at BB. She was a devil, but her outer appearance was that of a 10-year-old girl. Until you regain your true form, just stay in your cat form. Heh. All right. BB turned into her cat form, then she disappeared into the summon room. The Death Knights also returned to the summon room. Woojin picked up the return stone that was next to the dimensional fragment and exited the dungeon. Hyung Nim. Sungu was in front of the dungeon, waiting longingly for Woojin. The dungeon breaks are happening continuously. If things continue as is right now, I'm afraid something will happen to Seoul. Where's it happening? The breaks are keep happening along the 4th line. I heard the news on the radio just a moment ago, and the Yongsan station is breaking right now. Organize the surrounding. Yes, Hyung Nim. Please be careful. The roads were a mess, and it was blocked with destroyed cars. He won't be able to get anywhere on a car. Woojin summoned his phantom steed, Xing Xing. Heeing. The phantom steed jumped between the cars as it ran down the road. The monsters were rampaging everywhere and there weren't enough roused and soldiers to hunt them. It was a common sight to see civilian being chased down by monsters. Go kill them. We obey your order. Woojin rode down the road on his phantom steed, sending out his death knights every time he saw monsters. It's been only 5 years since the dungeon shock, so why is everything still like this? It had only been 5 years ago. Half the population of Seoul had been killed. They advertised the success of dungeon businesses and the fact that Seoul was safe instead of preparing for future dungeon breaks. The first one could be considered an accident, but when it happened for the second time, everyone was at fault. At the very least, they shouldn't have built the residential areas near the dungeons. Chet. Go kill those guys over there. If people start attacking you guys, just go back into the summon room. As the monarch commands. Each of the Death Knights spread out to hunt down the monsters. Their outer appearance wasn't that much different from undead monsters, so the roused might attack them by mistake. This was why they were ordered to immediately return to the summon room. When Woojin arrived at the Yongsan station, it was in a complete pandemonium. There were monsters of various shapes and sizes lining the streets. It seemed as if several entrances nearby had broken out. It would have been great if I had Jinus. Amongst his immortal army, Jinus was the best in terms of firepower. He couldn't help but feel the loss when he was confronted with a situation like this. Fortunately, he was leveling fast that it seemed his days of meeting Jinus wasn't far off. Go, Dulcie! Weeing. It hadn't been long since the dungeon break had happened, so the place was crawling with monsters. Dulcie flew toward this place. Chulkuk, Chulkuk! The nearby vehicles gathered in a single location to make a large steel golem. It didn't have firepower like the missiles and machine guns, but the steel golem itself was enough to crush the monsters. If Woojin joined in, the monster hunting would become faster but it would end up being endless. One doesn't pail the rising water. Instead, one had to block the leak. I don't know who it is, but once I catch him. Woojin had no idea how someone was causing a break. However, he'll be able to find out the reason and method when he caught the culprit. Woojin rode Xing Xing towards the north. Shit! Monsters were pouring out from a dungeon break that happened right now. Woojin summoned his bone spears to make a wall of bones near the entrance. He imprisoned the monsters. Kururuk! Kwang, Kwang! The wall of bones would be broken soon by the rampaging monsters, but it would give a little bit more time for the people to evacuate. There was an evacuation announcement earlier, so there weren't a lot of civilians who hadn't run away. Is that the next one? Woojin looked at the Seoul station. He had to find out why the already cleared dungeons were breaking. Woojin once again summoned the Death Knights who had returned to the summon room after they finished their missions. He sent them towards the monsters that were about to escape the bone prison. Woojin tried to predict the next break, so he headed towards the Seoul station. Why is this happening? He wanted to know why the dungeon breaks were happening. This couldn't be a natural phenomena. Other places were fine yet Seoul, Korea was in a mess. Moreover, the break was happening in order instead of breaking at the same time. Someone is artificially creating the dungeon breaks. It had been 5 years since the dungeon shock. This was the first instance where cleared dungeons went into a break. So what had changed in all that time? Rash mode. Then Juliel. Tronet's commander. They started showing themselves. Even if they were mere first or second thrones, the fact that they had showed up in this place was important. Soon the third throne would show up, and the mono-level on Earth would increase at a much faster rate. The vassals of the upper echelon thrones would be showing up. Someone is controlling this. He needed to know what method was being used so he could prevent this in advance. The lack of knowledge frustrated him. If this was caused from a different dimension, the dungeon break wouldn't have happened consecutively down the road. If a commander had a hobby of looking at the map of the subway line, this might be plausible. This led him to believe that the switch for the dungeon breaks were being flipped from Earth. Someone was moving down the subway line. Woojin waited for a long time. However, none of the entrances to the Seoul station broke, so he put more energy into his senses. Does it need more time? If one looked at the pattern of the break, the next target was the Seoul station. However, it wasn't occurring yet. Did the act of causing a dungeon break take a lot of time? Woojin waited an extra 30 minutes but the dungeon break didn't occur. I'm sure. The only thing that had changed was that Woojin had arrived at Seoul station ahead of time. Woojin was now sure that the dungeon break was caused by someone, and this culprit had seen Woojin. It had caused this unknown person to stop. If this person realized Woojin was waiting for him here, he might take a roundabout route to head towards another dungeon. Woojin fine-tuned his senses as he expanded it. The Death Knights and the Roused who had taken care of the monster wave from before were heading toward Woojin. Mr. Kang Woojin. I'm the Vice President of KH Guild, Li Myungjin. I've heard a lot about you. I'm the President of Joe's Guild, Otaigaihu. It is an honor to meet someone I've only seen through the TV. My name is Kim Choljin. I'm with the Root Guild. It is a great honor to meet. The battle had just ended. The monsters couldn't run away after being penned in. The Death Knights and the Roused subjugated the monsters, but after clearing the monsters, the Roused discovered Woojin and scuttled over to give their greetings. Several of them were looking at him with envy, and the rest looked at him as if he was a celebrity. Their eyes were filled with wonder and curiosity. They were well acquainted with Woojin, but Woojin didn't know any of them. He wasn't some celebrity that need to worry about his fans' feelings. Why don't we go catch more monsters? Other Roused should have mobilized towards the other side. The Capital Defense Command's special Roused team, and the Roused from various guilds were quickly brought into the regions with the dungeon breaks. Seda Station was the first break, so the casualties were the heaviest there. The other locations were somewhat able to predict which stations would break, so a lot of the civilians in the north of the Han River was evacuated. This resulted in very few casualties. Moreover, the Roused were called to the region to join the hunt, so everything was resolved quickly. Do you think I can take a selfie with you? If you want to use it as your portrait when you are dead, I'll let you take it. Every Roused shut their mouth at Woojin's brutal words. Woojin looked around his surrounding as he frowned. There was a female mage in her 20s possessing a small wand with a crystal embedded on it. Woojin looked at her. When their eyes met, her eyes turned wide like a bunny from surprise. She acted as if she was suddenly on camera. She looked at the surrounding people to check Woojin was looking at her. Woojin frowned as he took steps towards the woman. Why? When Woojin walked straight towards her, the flustered woman took a step back. It would be best if you stay still. The woman felt like she couldn't breathe at Woojin's words. It felt as if she was going to be sucked into Woojin's eyes. His eyes was like that of a tyrannical wild beast. Her feet never froze like this even when she had faced an ogre. Woojin approached the woman and punched the woman in the face. Kwajik. She hadn't really expected to be hit, so the woman fell backwards. She was sprawled on the floor. The surrounding bystanders were shocked. They knew he was buck wild, but not to this degree. Everyone looked at each other to see if they should stop this or not. While they were hesitating, a strange sight was seen by their eyes. The outline of the woman was blinking and swaying. Woojin used the end of his staff to brush back the woman's hair. The edges of a hood appeared as it got caught on the end of the staff, and it was pulled backwards. When the hood was taken off, the transparent cloak came into view, and the woman was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a red-nosed Li Songho was revealed. Ku! How did you know? Li Songho let out a bloody laugh. He had spent a fortune to buy the Cloak of Illusions. I have an expert on my side. Woojin laughed as he summoned his steel staff. Chapter 104 Dimensional Domain, 2. Chapter 104 Dimensional Domain, 2. Chapter 104, Dimensional Domain, 2. Cuckoo. You hit me, just because I disguised myself a little bit. I have to give it to you. You have a really rotten personality. Lee Song-ho shrugged his shoulders and looked around his surrounding. Woojin smirked. No, he swung his staff as he laughed. Puh! Lee Song-ho jumped back in surprise. Woojin's staff followed after him. In the end, it hit Lee Song-ho's side. Fuck! What an ignorant son of a bitch! Regardless of being Eo's vassal, he just really wanted to kill this son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, Kang Woojin. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? Since you've sinned greatly, you have to die. Woojin's steel staff transformed into its spear form. Lee Song-ho swallowed his saliva when he saw Woojin's serious eyes. He really means it. It seemed Woojin had really decided to kill him. Lee Song-ho looked around his surrounding. Numerous roused were distancing themselves, as they had no idea what was going on. They were eyeing the two of them. Ha! Fuck! What kind of mortal sins did I commit? You are attempting a murder. Woojin smirked. It was pointless to argue with someone who would be dead soon. He was holding a conversation with a corpse. Schwag! Gong! Lee Song-ho blocked the spear that had been thrust towards him by Woojin. This sight made Woojin's eyebrows arch a little bit. Lee Song-ho was a human with this much reaction speed? Fuck! That ignorant son of a bitch! Lee Song-ho was taken aback by the fact that Woojin didn't care if there was an audience watching. However, he was confident. He had the power given to him when he had become a vassal of Eo. This bolstered Lee Song-ho's confidence. Lee Song-ho pointed to his surrounding with bloodshot eyes. Even if I have sinned, don't I get a trial? Who the hell are you to kill me? Woojin just grinned when he saw Lee Song-ho's tantrum. Woojin could feel Lee Song-ho's evil and dirty soul tremble. Woojin took a step forward. Lee Song-ho retreated a step. It was real. He was going to stab him for real. This crazy son of a bitch was really trying to stab him. Does he suspect something? What was his reasons? Does Woojin know that he was the culprit causing the dungeon breaks? Every time he moved to a different location he had used the illusion cloak to change his appearance. Lee Song-ho's worries were a mile long, but Kang Woojin's worries were extremely short. Poo. Ho. Crazy son of a bitch. He really was a crazy bastard. The blade of the spear passed between his ribs to embed deeply into his lungs. Lee Song-ho looked at Kang Woojin with bloodshot eyes. His reaction speed couldn't be compared to before as he received power from Eo as his vassal. No matter how much his reaction speed increased, he couldn't dodge Woojin's attack. Fuck! Ignorant son of a bitch! It felt as if the confidence that had been filled to the brim inside his chest had dropped to the floor. How far has this bastard progressed? Is this guy really human? It was a fair question. No one on Earth had seen the illusion cloak in action, so how could Kang Woojin have known he was the one going around causing the dungeon breaks? How did you find out? How did he know? He went to the Middle East to gather information, and he had come back. Woojin twisted his spear. It caused the wound to widen further, blood started to pour out. Kuu. Lee Song-ho's concentration was faltering, so the thought of using his telekinesis didn't even occur to him. Moreover, he wasn't confident that the attack would work on Woojin. Fuck! The world is so unfair. Cuckoo! No matter how great you are, you won't be able to stop it. Even if it isn't me, someone else will cause more breaks. What? Cuckoo! You won't be able to stop the destruction of this world. Those beings are gods. The gods are trying to descend onto this plane. Woojin furrowed his forehead. Cuckoo! Lee Song-ho laughed. He laughed as he coughed up blood. In the end, everyone would die. He was just going to die a little bit earlier. He was fortunate enough to see Kang Woojin's flustered expression. How did you cause the break? Kukuk, Gururu. After throwing up blood, Li Songho's eyes flipped backwards. Woojin took out a soul that had been stored inside the soul armor, and he healed Li Songho. Li Songho opened his eyes wide when his body was suddenly overflowing with energy, and his fading consciousness snapped back into place. Pooh! Kuahak! When Woojin withdrew the spear, blood fountained into the air. However, he once again sent a soul to quickly heal Li Songho again. Woojin grabbed the back of Li Songho's neck. Kuuu! Why are you saving me? Why? If he was going to be killed, why was Woojin keep trying to save him? It didn't matter if Li Songho made a fuss or not. Woojin dragged him to the nearest dungeon. One of the roused, who had been watching, approached them. I'm not sure what is going on, but do you need some help? I need none. Woojin dragged Li Songho towards the dungeon. He didn't mind killing Li Songho. The bastard sinned enough to deserve death. However, it wasn't necessary to show everyone the sight of him interrogating Li Songho. When Woojin entered the dungeon, he roughly tossed Li Songho. Kudang Tong! What the hell are you trying to do? Did you cause the dungeon break? Weren't you trying to kill me because you knew I did it? I didn't know. Then why the hell were you trying to kill me? Li Songho felt aggrieved. Woojin had been hellbent on killing him, therefore he had assumed that Woojin knew he caused the dungeon breaks. You are the one who tried to kill me first. I didn't die, and now I am taking my revenge. You are the one who put out a request for a hit in the Middle East. Li Songho became mute. He had used a broker in the Middle East who was known for his sure-handedness in handling business. It seemed the broker had left some kind of trail, and Kang Woojin was well aware of everything. If it was going to turn out like this, why the hell did he have to use a burner cell phone to contact him? Even though I will kill you eventually, I want you to squeal on how you found out about how to cause the dungeon breaks. Li Songho let out a bloody laugh. Is that all this bastard wanted? Do you think I will tell you? Woojin's bloody smile deepened. Try enduring this. Woojin raised his steel staff. Asterisk. Bibi looked ridiculous wearing the black robe. She was wearing adult clothes that didn't fit her. Her sleeves were too long and the hem of the robe was dragging on the floor. However, she smiled brightly as if she couldn't be more happier about it. Heh heh. I never thought I would see this clothes on earth. You like it? Of course. It's my clothes. Bibi used to always wear this cape as if it was her uniform. The illusion cape that Li Songho had a lot of difficulty in acquiring was taken by Woojin and given to Bibi. I already know all the relevant information. Just wake him. Heh heh. All right. Li Songho was on the floor moaning as his eyes rolled back. Bibi used her power on him. Hoo, hey. Li Songho awoke in surprise, acting as if he had seen a ghost. He backed away from Woojin. His eyes were full of fear as he looked at Woojin. It was only a dream, but he had dreamt about Woojin beating him for 1 year. The fear he felt. Please just kill me now. Woojin approached him with his axe in hand. Li Songho lay down on the floor flat on his stomach. Please let me leave. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I already know it all. What? Woojin brought down his axe on Li Shangho's neck. The head was separated from the body. The head was rolling when it was surrounded by a grey light. Choo choo chut. Woojin clicked his tongues as he saw the body disappear as if it had combusted. I guess they can bring humans from Earth to their side now. He became Eo's vassal? Woojin also learned how he had caused the dungeon breaks. When he became Eo's vassal, he wasn't attacked by the monsters. He used the return stone to break down the barrier, basically unlatching the door to let the monsters out. Still, we can be a tad bit more relieved now. It'll still continue to happen. The monsters were able to touch the return stone only after 30 days had passed. Li Songho had been able to possess the return stone from the simple fact that he was a human from Earth. He had died and disappeared, since he was on Tronet's side now. He would be revived, but he wouldn't be a human of Earth anymore. He would only be Eo's vassal, who was one of Tronet's 72 commanders. From the perspective of Earth, he was now an outsider. From now on, Woojin would have to kill anyone who fell for Tronet's scheme to become his vassal. Let's start heading out. All right. She folded her long sleeves, then pulled up the hem of the cloak to tie it around her waist. She looked like she was swaddled in a blanket, but this was the most jovial state he had seen her be recently. Woojin went to the lower floors of the subway station to gain the return stone. He took care of all the monsters that came at him, but he couldn't find the return stone even when he reached the lowest floor. Is this a high-rank dungeon? It would be a little bit more tedious, but there weren't any dungeons Woojin couldn't clear now. He ascended to the entrance where the barrier was present and a red portal had already formed. Woojin passed through the portal. Wheeing. After the momentary buzzing and dizziness passed, he saw the appearance of the high-rank dungeon. It was a wasteland with occasional reeds growing. He didn't see any monsters. There were several mountains piercing high into the sky like blades. Amongst them, the one with the highest peak was letting out a green light into the sky. It seemed the return stone was there. It was too far off to walk to it. Woojin summoned Xing Xing and got on. Tu-du-duk. Woojin sped across the wasteland that was scattered with shriveled trees here and there. What's the basic monsters here? He had entered without looking up this dungeon, so he had no information on this dungeon. Woojin's curiosity was satiated not too long after he started galloping across the wasteland. Kiak! Accompanying a bizarre cry, monsters appeared from the sky. He was wondering why the field didn't hold any monsters. It seemed the monsters had their nests at the pointy, knife-like mountains instead of the field. Several dozen forms appeared in the sky, and they were flying towards him. They were a good distance away, but their forms were already bigger than a hawk. Their identities were wyverns. So this is a Biryong's nest. Several dozen Biryongs appeared in this dungeon. This was probably a 6-star dungeon. It was a chance to raise his EXP by a significant amount. Shushug. Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon as he rode Xing Xing. He transformed it into a bow. When he pulled the string, a magical arrow was formed and loaded. Asterisk. He arrived at the top of the mountain. It seemed this wasn't a reset dungeon. The wyvern boss monster nor the other types of monsters appeared. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing he could do. Still, he had gone up a level, and he found out this was a pretty good dungeon. He would have to come here several more times in the future. There was an abandoned old castle on top of the mountain. Master! Isn't it a little bit creepy here? It feels as if a ghost is going to pop out a hong. Ooh! Bibi's body shook, and she looked around the surrounding with big round eyes. Woojin smirked. It was a thread of conversation that wasn't befitting a tiny devil and a necromancer. It was obvious Woojin would be dreaming nightmares about ghosts tonight. Over there. Go check for artifacts, just in case. All right. Let's go, Dulce Jing. Wheeing. Bibi and Dulce roamed everywhere around the old castle. Woojin started walking as he moved towards the green light. He walked past the uprooted garden and a building that looked to be a stable. Then he stepped into the castle. The door to the entrance had been destroyed, and he could see the spider web filled inside of the castle. An unknown person's portrait had been burned, and only the upper edges of the picture frame was survived. There was a small stage in the middle of the large hall, and there was the remnant of a broken throne there. Chet! Who the hell builds a castle on top of a mountain? The dungeons were based on places that exists. It was a ripped-away piece of dimension. This castle had an owner before Tronet had invaded it. Woojin picked up the return stone that had been placed on top of the throne. Wheeing. At that moment, the return stone in his hand shook, and it let forth a light. He hadn't taken it out from the inventory, yet the dimensional proof had popped out by itself. It rose into the air and mingled with the return stone as if it was playing tag. Then, the dimensional proof started to circle around the return stone akin to the moon circling around Earth. Woojin rubbed his chin as he read the information which had popped up in front of his eyes. Was this what it meant to come in contact with a dungeon that suited him? Woojin rubbed his chin as he worried over the decision. Chapter 105 Dimensional Domain, 3. Chapter 105 Dimensional Domain, 3. Chapter 105, Dimensional Domain, 3. What the heck is the synchronization probability? Woojin was rubbing his chin when he saw and read the explanation located at the bottom of the window. It was written that he would be able to gain territory equal to his synchronization probability. That's not too bad. Woojin pressed the domain declaration button on his information window. Did he even need to think about it? Of course, it was Allendal. After the 30 days stabilization period of the domain is up, you will receive challenges from adventurers. If you fail in your defense, you will lose your dungeon entrance. Part of the domain's possessions may be looted. Woojin rubbed his chin. He now understood the meaning of all the modes that was listed before he entered Julil's dungeon. Several things suddenly made sense to him. It also explained the principle behind the structure of the dungeons. The dungeon itself is the entrance. When someone clears it, one loses that entrance. Dungeons were the gateway for the dimensional domain, and one's real form could materialize there. This was why they stuck to every dungeon like tentacles of an octopus. Also, if one lost all of one's dungeons, the dimensional domain would be destroyed. The 1 3-star lower-ranked dungeons he cleared was the entrance itself. The 4 6-star high-ranked dungeons and the red portal was a medium used to move to the dimensional domain. So starting from the 7-star dungeons, Tronet's commanders. He had no way of knowing if a 7-star dungeon had been linked to Earth yet. Nothing would come from worrying about it in the present, so Woojin looked at the throne in front of him. I don't have a return stone. He had only cleared dungeons owned by other beings, so he didn't know how to exit his domain. At a glance, the throne was letting out a serious amount of magical energy, so he sat on it. Kooong! The castle shook as there was a large vibration. Suddenly, it felt as if he was having an out-of-body experience. It felt as if his soul was being pulled out. Hoob! Woojin's sight cleared. His surrounding had moved and he was viewing his dimensional domain in its entirety. It was like a large island with its edges sheared off. I guess the amount that was lost depends on the synchronization probability. He knew the precise number even though he hadn't measured it. He had lost 28% of his domain. The dimensional domain had become more compact, and that wasn't the only thing that had been lost. Several menus automatically popped up in front of Woojin. Woojin opened the information windows in order. Lord, Kang Woojin. Ranking, 1317. Energy, 38%, 115,340/300,000. Vassals, 0. Domain population, 0. Troops, Wyvern, Steel Rhino. Possessed dungeon, 1. Energy, 100%, 10,000/10,000. Troops, Giant Spiders, Venomous Insect. You can appoint a guardian, and you can accept immigrants, who are wandering around the dimensions. You can change the terrain of the domain, and you can also decorate the castle. You can go to war and battle with a different domain. You can acquire a new dungeon in exchange for a single dimensional fragment. You can manage the domain from here. The forces needed to protect the domain and dungeons has to be assigned. Always be aware to make sure you aren't short of troops in the domain. You can purchase troops from the store, and you can also accept immigrants. The dungeon is the first obstacle in repelling the pesky visitors. Dungeon energy is consumed when you have to replace the exterminated troops. Once the available dungeon energy is consumed, the troops will not be replenished. You have to recharge the energy beforehand. You can purchase the troop cards in the store. Domain Troops, Wyvern 37, Steel Rhino 241, Fuko Monkey 471. Dungeon Troops, Giant Spider 42, Venomous Insect 132. You can purchase everything you can imagine. Woo! Woojin carefully read the windows and shook his head from side to side. Until this moment, he hadn't fully grasped the principle behind the dungeons. Now he felt like he understood it. The dungeon itself was merely a gateway for the lords. If the lower rank dungeons were the empty spaces, the high rank dungeons were the gateway. If an adventurer succeeds in clearing the dungeon, he would be able to earn the return stone? So that's how it is. Once the return stone is protected for 30 days, one could go on the offensive. The troops of the domain could be sent out. It was the dungeon break. It unlocked the locked door of the dungeon. Woojin used the dungeon search function inside the dungeon management window. It resulted in over several dozen domains being listed, and there was a record of hundreds to thousands of dungeons listed. One needed a dimensional fragment to buy them. Amongst them, there were also dungeons from planet Alphen listed there. If he wanted to go to Alphen, he would have to buy one of them. This. Woojin frowned. This is quite frustrating. He couldn't help but feel as if he's been had by Tronet's hoax. So he set up the board like this from the background. The break was caused to earn the dungeon energy, and the monsters went out to hunt. Who? He was so mad that it felt as if steam was rising out of him. Moreover, Tronet's commanders. This explained why all the commanders didn't join forces under a single command to invade Alphen. They were fighting between themselves. Dimensional battle. Alphen was just a new hunting ground for them. They needed a hunting ground to gather enough energy to try for the higher thrones. Earth was in a similar situation. Motherfuckers! Unbidden curse words flew out. Woojin grinned his teeth as he wondered if Tronet had a material body. I'll fuck you up. The problem wasn't about protecting Earth. No, that was an impossible task. It wasn't about putting up a security grill. He had to catch and beat all the thieves. He didn't care if they were sovereigns or whatever. He'll beat all the bastards who opened a gateway to Earth. Woojin opened the domain store to buy the troop cards of the monster he would deploy. It was the skeleton warriors and the skeleton magicians. He wanted to purchase the card for the higher rank undeads, but it wasn't available for purchase. There was a limit on the rank of monsters he could deploy inside the dungeon. Troops assigned, 0/300. Reset energy, Skeleton Soldier 3, Skeleton Magician 4, Giant Spider 3, Venomous Insect 2. Woojin decided to deploy 100 skeleton warriors, and 10 skeleton magicians. When the adventurers enter the dungeon, 110 skeletons would be summoned and the skeletons would be able to stop them. If all the skeletons were destroyed, he would have basically wasted 340 dungeon energy. Afterwards it would form the red portal that will allow the adventurers entry into his dimensional domain. On the other hand, if one was successful in beating the adventurers, one would earn dungeon energy that was equivalent to the quality of the adventurers. There were two ways to think about this. Instead of wasting energy beforehand, one could keep the dungeon empty. It might be more economical to kill them all when they cross into the dimensional domain. On the other hand, one could place strong forces in the dungeon to prevent anyone from ever getting to the dimensional domain. The energy would be used to make the dungeon an antlion's pit. Woojin was still new at this and he has never had to deal with an intruder yet. Woojin wanted to do an experiment and decided to assign the 110 troops. The defense of the domain. Woojin decided to purchase the wyverns. He bought troop cards to set up the dungeon defense. As the words indicated, he was basically buying the troops for his domain. This was akin to bringing in mercenaries by consuming the energy. The interesting part was that human also existed on the sales catalog. Woojin's eyes narrowed when he saw the domain information. It cost 300 energy to purchase a single wyvern. He had to use 3,000 to buy 10 wyverns. The problem was the total number of troops he could deploy decreased with such a move. Geez. There was a close relationship between the dungeon energy and the troops deployed in the domain. Depending on the amount of dungeon energy, the number of troops that could be deployed could be increased. As the energy increased, one would be able to assign more forces to the domain. It was ironic since the purchase of troops consumed the dungeon energy. This is why they are trying so hard to hunt. If one used all the energy, the number of forces one could dispatch decreased. Moreover, if one used cheap and weak troops, one would become a target for dimensional battle. As preposterous as it might sound, the adventurers might be able to rob the domain too. What? There is a 30-day protection period. A protection period was given to the newly made lord. After thinking about it for a brief moment, he decided on how he will dispatch his defense force. Then he made a conscious decision not to think about the domain. His vision moved and the sight of Woojin sitting on the lord's throne came into view. Who? He took in a deep breath when he felt the slight dizziness. It was similar to the alien sensation he felt when he used soul swap with Gabi. Woojin thought about the stewardship of the dimensional domain manual book he hadn't been able to open because of the lock. Let's see. Level, 75. Name, Kang Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced, Warrior. Rank, Lord. Achievement, 713,219. Magic, 1320/1320 Stamina, 240/240. His rank had been unassigned before, but now it had changed into Lord. So I could probably read it now. Woojin opened his inventory to take out the book. Tsuong. Space crumpled within itself and 3 enormous doors appeared behind Woojin's throne. The blank wall suddenly held a red, black, and white door. What the hell? He was confused by the sudden appearance of the doors. At that moment, the sound of an announcement rang out. You've taken seat on the twisted space. Your inventory and dimensional storage will be integrated. Woojin frowned after he opened up his inventory. He had diligently expanded his sub-dimension by purchasing the expansion bags from the achievement store. His sub-dimension space of 100 columns expanded into an almost unlimited space. It seemed the sub-dimension itself had morphed into the domain storage room. He wasn't necessarily thrilled with this development. What if someone plunder and steal everything? If his dimensional domain was attacked, and if he lost in the dimensional battle, he was sure his items would be plundered. Woojin shrugged his shoulders. It was the end anyways if he died. He didn't plan on letting anyone have his domain, so it just meant his inventory space had become almost unending. It wasn't a bad development. The inventory still worked like before. He was able to put in and take out items easily. He took out the manual book called Stewardship of the Dimensional Domain. The lock had finally been opened and it was possible for him to read it. He sat on a chair, and he carefully read the manual. After 30 minutes, he closed the book. Those sons of bitches. Tronet. Woojin didn't know who he was, but he would most definitely kill him if they ever meet someday. Tronet had put this in place quite well. Then there was Tronet's commanders. He now understood what the 72 steps was. They weren't lords. They were on the level of being sovereigns. If one possessed one throne, then one was on the first step. One could possess up to 72 thrones, then one could reach the 72nd step. They were fighting for the higher thrones to become the Great Lord. They were playing an unending competition. Moreover, Woojin had to become a sovereign to be able to possess lords as vassal. He would be able to own up to the number of thrones he possessed. Well, I'll play with you guys. Since the game board is already in place, Woojin would have real fun using it. If he wanted to flip the board in the end, he needed to know more about it. Before Woojin put away the book into his inventory, he approached the doors that had formed behind him. When he opened the red door, a large storage room was revealed. All of his items were arranged neatly inside. He tried tossing the book into the room. The record of the book being stored was shown on his inventory window. Woojin nodded his head. I can put in and take out items through this door. It didn't matter if he directly brought the item into the storage room or he used the inventory window like he did before. Both methods were using the same storage space now. It's locked. Woojin walked towards the white door which was immediately behind the throne. He had no idea if this door also had a rank lock. The manual didn't talk about the 3-door at all. Woojin stood in front of the black door on the right. This one is open. Since there wasn't a lock, Woojin opened the door. When the black door opened, he saw a large space with marble floors, and he saw a lot of skeletons lined up in place. This place. In the distance, he saw a place that looked like a stable filled with phantom steeds. Next to it, the Death Knights were sparring with each other. Across the large space, there was a tower rising high into the sky, but the light was off as if the owner wasn't back yet. There was a shack near the door with a candle lit inside. Wing! Where are you going, Dalai Jing? The door to the hut opened and Dulcie popped out. Bibi was chasing after him but stopped when she saw Woojin. Bibi blinked her round eyes as she looked at Woojin. Ugh! Master has entered the summon room. Bibi let out a yell of surprise. The skeletons and the Death Knights who had been training all turned their gazes towards the doorway. Chapter 106, Duty. Chapter 106 Duty. Chapter 106, Duty. Master died. The Death Knights stirred at Bibi's words. The death of our monarch means the death of us. The witch is spouting bullshit. Bibi titled her head in confusion at their words, then she looked at Woojin. Woojin laughed as he approached Bibi, giving her a light tap on the head with his knuckles. Give me a tour. Aiku. How did you get in here? Bibi grumbled as she moved in quick, short steps with Woojin in tow. From here to there is my land. Hee. Isn't my hut pretty? Woojin looked across the fence to see the land beyond it. The garden was full of weird plants from the demon world and there was a cozy hut built there. The place was decorated with cute items, and Bibi proudly showed off each of them. Ahem. Wait here. Bibi waved her hand through empty air, and a picnic table appeared in the yard. Then bread and meat formed on top of it. How'd you do that? I just did it. It seemed Bibi was used to doing this. I can decorate the place more to my liking as master gets stronger. Hee. Please work a little bit harder. The summon room was a space of nothingness. It allowed each occupant to change the room to their preferences. He looked at the tower without an owner in the distance. It must be Jin's tower. Was the mountain in the distance occupied by Ryong? The large open space was strewn about with skeletons. The skeletons were training with the Death Knights. It was a very ungainly sight. His Death Knights had very distinct personalities. There were buildings sparsely located in the surroundings like the smithy and a pub. There was also a stable for the phantom steed. Various buildings were lining the place. Lord! Would you like to prove yourself as a warrior against me? It seemed the Death Knights were bored of fighting each other. Several of them came to challenge Woojin to a sparring match. We can do that later. Follow me for now. Woojin led the familiars out of the summon room. When did a door form here? In the past, it used to be an altar. Each of them commented on the door as they passed through it to reach the dimensional domain. He is friendly. You can register him as an immigrant. Every time his familiars stepped onto the land, an announcement was heard. Woojin smiled. It was as he thought. He was able to register his familiars as immigrants, and it was possible to use them as a fighting force here. I guess I don't really need to use the energy. He couldn't do anything about the monsters respawning after every visitor, but he would be able to defend his dimensional domain with just his familiars. Of course, he had to prepare for when his familiars were summoned to Earth. He created a substantial amount of defenders for the domain. Woojin registered all of them as immigrants. Moreover, he made Bibi and Kaiba the vassals of his domain. At the lord level, there was only 2 positions one could fill as vassals. There was the commander in charge of the defense, and the butler that was in charge of what goes on inside the castle. He. Do I have to wear clothes befitting a butler? Bibi was surrounded by black smoke, after which she was changed into a black maid outfit with white frills. She looked adorable, but it wasn't a suitable attire. That isn't the uniform for a butler. Master doesn't like this kind of stuff. Stop trying to mess with me. You will protect this place from now on. Yahoo! I can decorate it however I want. Well, do it in moderation. Heh. This is going to be fun. Bibi would take care of everything within the framework of authority given as the butler. When Kaiba was named the commander in charge of defense, the 10 wyvern were assigned to him. This was a big reason why he had made them his vassals. Woojin said it so the butler had the authority to use 10,000 energy. The commander of the defense would be able to use 30,000 energy. If you guys are in trouble, then use it. The monarch's orders are like our life. Bibi pouted. Pi. You are already dead. Master. Do you think I could use a little bit of the energy to decorate the castle? Well, use it in moderation. However, if you are in danger, don't skimp on using it. Yahoo! It seemed decoration was a hobby of hers even inside the summon room. Bibi felt as if she would fly away when she had become the butler of the large dimensional domain. Should she make it look like her birthplace, the demon world? Or should she make it like what she had seen on Earth? Woojin left Bibi to her thoughts as he sat on the throne. Call me if there is something amiss. Since his domain had a 30-day protection period, he was worried more about the mess in Seoul. He had eliminated the cause of the dungeon breaks, but the monsters were still rampaging there. He was pretty well informed after reading the Dimensional Domain Manual. This domain was tied into Woojin's wants. When he received a challenge for a dimensional battle, he would be able to use the portal wherever he was to get to his dimensional domain. Woojin created a portal that led to the Seoul station's first exit dungeon. Zah! A portal formed in the hall, and Woojin passed through it. There was a momentary dizziness before he appeared inside the subway station. He was at the entrance where the portal usually formed. When Woojin walked up the stairs, the roused from before were still gathered there waiting for him. Where's President Lee Sung-ho? Both of them went in, but only one had come out. The answer was obvious, but one of them decided to ask the question. Wasn't this guy from some mid-sized guild? I killed him. How could he speak such words in such a blunt manner? The gathered roused felt a chill down their backs. The bastard tried to assassinate me. Do you need any more explanation than that? Of course, they wanted a more detailed explanation. From their perspective, Woojin was the one persecuting the other man without any reasons. However, no one here had the courage to question him about that fact. Woojin looked at Lee Myungjin, who had introduced himself as the vice president of the KH Guild. Did you say you are from Baekhyung's guild family? Yes. I'm the vice president, Lee Myungjin. Mind if I ask you a favor? Please speak. Lee Myungjin had heard about Kang Woojin from President Baekhyungdo. He was told to never go against Kang Woojin. Moreover, he had been told until his ears hurt that he should do his best to help Kang Woojin if the occasion arose. Protect this place until my guys get here. Don't let anyone in. Understood. However, the dungeon reset happened not too long ago. From the outside, it had looked as if a dungeon reset had happened. Woojin spoke as if nothing significant had happened. This is my dungeon now. Woojin patted Lee Myungjin's shoulder. Tell Baekhyung that I want to meet up with him sometime in the future. Yes. Lee Myungjin's face became a shade brighter as he watched Kang Woojin ride his summoned phantom steed away. All right. Let's quickly organize the surrounding. Let's restrict access to this place until the Alendal Guild gets here. No one would try to raid this dungeon during such a chaotic situation, but one could never be too sure. This was why he put KH Guild members on strict watch around the dungeon. Li Myungjin sent a brief summary of the situation through a text message. DDI ring. Good. Li Myungjin smiled at the short but meaningful reply. If he took into consideration of Baekjongdo's personality, this was the highest of compliments. Baekjongdo's actions were highly influenced by his mood, so Li Myungjin felt a sense of satisfaction when he thought about the rewards he would receive. Asterisk. When Woojin arrived at Seda, most of the monsters had been killed. The streets were filled with soldiers and weapons. The soldiers were recovering the corpses of monsters and were in the process of organizing the roads. There were teams formed with roused possessing detection and pursuit type abilities. They were busily going around Seoul to hunt down the leftover monsters. A single mudfish caused this disaster. He shook his head at the city that had been burnt to the ground in a short amount of time. Woojin walked towards the Hammer Guild's headquarters. It was still being used by the people who took shelter there. They were still sheltering there since it might still be dangerous to be out in the city. Moreover, the city was in the midst of getting rid of the monster corpses and recovering from damage. Woojin was trying to find his family in the crowd when an employee from the Titan Guild came to find him. Then he guided Woojin to the upper floors occupied by the Titan Guild. Your family is over this way. It was a guest reception room located on the higher floors. When Woojin entered after opening the door, the first thing to greet him was a barking sound. Kung kung. It was the large dog Bakui that he had gifted Suo. The dog had grown a lot during his absence. Woojin glared at the barking dog and Bakui retreated as he whined. You are here. Yes, mother. Even after going through such a bedlam, his mother was giving off an air of calmness. After you stopped by, some people brought us to this place. His mother's voice didn't have any strength behind it. What about Suo? She's asleep. Woojin turned the corner at the conference room's pillar and saw Suo soundly asleep in a bed. He carefully backed out so Suo wouldn't wake up. His mother called for him. Sit here for a moment. It seemed she wasn't in a good mood today, so Woojin obediently sat across her. Li Sujiang bit her lips several times, but her indecision didn't last long. Woojin. Yes. I'm proud of you. I thought you were dead but you came back after 5 years. Just the fact that you are alive has granted my wish. Tears welled in Li Sujiang's eyes. She didn't wipe away the tears that was flowing down her face and she looked at Woojin with eyes full of affection. You disappeared, then your father also disappeared. Seoul was in a mess. She didn't look to be in a good mood as she talked about the great calamity from 5 years ago. She must have reminisced about the dungeon shock. Moreover, she had also thought about the past years when she had struggled alone to feed the young Suo. Now I have received unexpected filial affection, and I was able to get on TV because of my son. The media probably hounded Li Sujiang for interviews, yet she was thankful. Her son was an amazing person. Yes, he was. Li Sujiang grabbed her son's hands. Your mother doesn't need any special treatment from you. The people who had evacuated here were crowded into a room without any amenities, yet her family was in a spacious room with a bed. She didn't know what to think about this. Moreover, she was worried she was causing harm to her son. Don't worry about your mother. Save Seoul instead of your mother. How could he do that? Woojin had lasted until now because of his family. People are saying you are a hero. He wasn't a hero. He was a predator that ate carnivores. Why was his mother acting like this today? Did you see the news? He pretty much had a reporter within his reach everywhere he went. He wanted the people of the world to see him. He wanted to arouse the people's attention. If they were afraid, Woojin wanted it to be like that. If they were defiant against him, Woojin again wanted it to be like that. It would separate his allies from his enemies. However, what would his mother have felt when she saw her son commit indiscriminate slaughter? He saw worry, sympathy, anxiety, and the uncertainty in her eyes. She was trying to suppress those feelings. She wanted to tell him to just drop everything. He could feel her hold herself back. Woojin grinned as he grabbed both of Li Sujiang's hands and shook it. Don't worry about me. Li Sujiang's chest hurt more as she saw her son's laughing figure. It was said that heroes were given by the heavens. Why did her son have to walk such an arduous road? She wanted to argue, and she wanted to wish for everything to return to normal. Since she couldn't do that, her heart was breaking. The only thing she could do was to silently cheer for him. The only way she could help him was to make sure his family didn't become a burden to him. Her son had grown too much to envelop him in her bosom. He had become so big that he was able to take the world under his arms to protect it. I'm all right. Okay. Okay. Li Sujiang laughed as she tried to hide her tears. You should go. You are busy. Yes. Woojin stood up gave her a hug. Then, he exited towards the reception room. Chalka. He stood outside the closed door as the sound of his mother crying tickled his ears. I'm sorry, mother. The destruction of Earth has already started. Neither a hero nor a god could stop this. A calamity that would make the dungeon shock look cute was coming. Chapter 107 Duty, 2. Chapter 107 Duty, 2. Chapter 107, Duty, 2. President's Room of Hammer Guild. 4 people were looking at each other as they sat. It was Hammer Guild's President Park Saen-go and Vice President Park Jin-woo. These 2 rank A roused represented Korea. Hong Sung-gu and Young Min-chan was sitting in front of them. One was a former employee turned vice president of the Allendale Guild. The other man was an inconsequential roused they hadn't paid much attention to, yet he had already become a rank A roused. Park Sung-ho felt restless as he looked at Hong Sung-gu. What a waste! If he had been able to absorb them all into the Hammer Guild, then he would have 3 rank A roused and an AA rank roused on top of that. No, it was a misnomer to call him a rank AA anymore. The awkward silence settled around the office until the intercom rang. When Park Saen-go pressed the button, the secretary's voice flowed out. Mr. Kang Woojin has gotten on the elevator. He'll be arriving soon. Understood. Park Saen-go lifted his finger off the intercom button, then looked at Min-chan. Does Mr. Kang Woojin know something about this situation? Young Min-chan let Park Saen-go's gaze flow off of him. I'm not sure. You should ask him when he gets here. How would Min-chan know? There was just the story Woojin said was true. Woojin also warned him once that the world's laws and morality would fall. He wondered if the current dungeon breaks were a precursor to those events. Geek. The sound of the door was unusually loud inside the quiet office as Woojin appeared. What's going on? Why is everyone acting so downcast? At Woojin's words, Sung-gu was the very first one to stand up. Hyung Nim. Min-chan looked at Woojin with an expression filled with respect. Park Saen-go and Park Jin-woo half-heartedly got up. Park Saen-go approached Woojin as he put up his hand to shake. It seems I have to greet you in these uncertain times. I guess so. Woojin naturally spoke in an informal form of speech, and Park Saen-go's face immediately hardened. However, Park Jin-woo still extended his hand. It's good to meet you. I'm Park Jin-woo. I'm Kang Woojin. Woojin sat in the empty seat after exchanging handshakes. Why don't we all sit? Woojin sat down very comfortably as if this was his office. It made Park Saen-go's temper boil, but he tried very hard to control his expression. You have something to say to me? At Woojin's direct question, Park Saen-go put away his personal feelings and brought up the main subject. This wasn't a good time to talk about proper decorum a Korean person should have, and Woojin wasn't someone who would be receptive to such a speech. Do you know the cause behind this event? Lee Sung-ho caused the breaks. Lee Sung-ho became the vassal of Tronet's commander Eo. When Lee Song-ho became his vassal, he was able to cause the dungeon breaks. The person who asked the question, Park Saen-go, and the other people in the room couldn't find any words to answer Woojin. They just sat there blinking their eyes. They thought he would have a vague idea on what was going on, but he knew it in such detail? Who's this Tronet's EO? No, what is this Tronet? They are the masters who own the dungeons. He's one of the bastards trying to make Earth their hunting ground. This was too fantastic of a story, so Park Saen-go swallowed his saliva. How do you know this so well? Woojin took a peek at Park Saen-go. Is your occupation being a reporter? I'm the Hammer Guild's master. I'm joking. It's a joke. Woojin smirked as he answered the question. I came back after I went to a world where those bastards usurped the place. They couldn't comprehend or understand the words he spoke. It was too unbelievable. If the origin of the problem is Lee Song-ho, don't we need to catch him? I already killed him. Hey! Woojin looked at the surprised faces as he reclined his shoulders backwards. His body sank into the sofa. Is this how you treat guests here? Don't you have any coffee? Why was he looking for coffee in a time like this? Park Song-ho calmed his surging temper, then paged his secretary to bring some coffee. He looked over Kang Woojin with shaking eyes. I could never make head or tail of him, but up to what point could he trust this story? Moreover, where should he start his preparations? He secretly glanced at Young Minchin and Hong Sung-gu. They looked surprised, but the vibe he got was that they seemed to trust everything Woojin said. Since Woojin knew the cause of the current situation, he should have a plan to combat it. What do you planning on doing from now on? Woojin smirked as he drank the coffee brought to him by the secretary. What am I going to do? The same thing. He still didn't have a good idea on what he had to do. He wasn't sure if Tronet's lords would come in droves soon or if they would take some more time. However, he was sure about one thing. The war was imminent. I'll stop the dungeons, grow the roused, and cultivate my power. I'll be getting ready for a war. The roused had been growing under the guise of the dungeon business. It was evident as each country of Earth had several dozen to several hundred established guilds. Earth was getting incrementally stronger. They had gotten stronger under the goal of profit under the guilds, but now he would have to gather them. If it was the previous Woojin, they wouldn't have even listened to his opinions, but it was different now. There was an entire world of differences between the obscure roused Kang Woojin and the current Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin looked at Young Minchin, who had always reliably taken care of his business. Let's all gather in one place to start our preparation. Park Saen-go, who was listening from the side, quickly put his brain to work. How could the Hammer Guild benefit from this situation? What could he do so he could exert his influence? We are planning on assembling all the Korean guilds in a month. What do you think about doing it there? I guess I can do that. Park Saen-go let out a yell of utter delight inside. This was his opportunity. It would have been best if the Hammer Guild had Kang Woojin within their fold. However, Kang Woojin was too big to bring under the Hammer Guild. If a plan doesn't work as intended, one always had to have a plan B in life. His insolence pierced the sky, but it seemed Woojin was in the dark about assessing the damages of such actions. Well, since it had turned out like this. Now that events have turned out like this, we have to at least be in second place. He gave up on the title of being the best, and he focused on what really mattered. If his guild couldn't be the best guild in Korea, then wouldn't it be best if his guild was the second best? Moreover, the best guild in Korea, Allendal, was the center of world's attention. He could cede the spot of number one to them. Well, I'll see you guys then. The Korean guilds were all gathering in one place in a month anyway. Won't they, at the very least, have to unite all the roused in Korea? There will be some that will join a common cause, and there were those who always acted as contrarians. However, it would be enough if they could call attention to the seriousness of the danger to everyone. It wasn't necessary for everyone to be on the same team in a war. Everyone has to fight for themselves. In the end, this was a fight for survival. Everyone would fight for their own survival. Woojin would fight for what he wanted to protect. However, he wouldn't mind it if there were less people he had to watch over. A prime example was Park Sa-en-go. He's rolling his eyes at me. This man was still moving with profit as his main motivation. Profit was useless in the face of the desire to survive. It would make it easier for Woojin if there were more bastards like them. Relatively speaking, he would have to worry less. We are leaving. Yes, President. When the Allendale family stood up, Park Sa-en-go saw them out himself. The restriction hadn't been lifted, so the civilians all stayed inside headquarters, which was the evacuation shelter. However, the people of Allendale left the building. The streets were still occupied by soldiers, so the atmosphere was still troubled. I'll come and pick up my mother and Dongseng when everything is cleaned up a little bit more. Please don't worry about them. We'll safely protect them. They had suppressed most of the monsters, but there was a chance a monster could be hiding. It was better to stay at the Hammer Guild than to go home. I guess having such a large organization isn't too bad. He thought it wouldn't be too bad to have a lot of employees and numerous roused under him. Allendale only had 3 roused, so their number was too few to divvy up the work. This wouldn't work if he wanted to protect his family and the people who were important to him while fighting the enemies. He had lost too many precious people on Alphen because of this exact issue. What happened to the rest of our guild? Director Kim is evacuating with the other employees. The others are here at this evacuation shelter. They were at Allendale Guild when the incident broke out and they were lucky to have been able to escape. Sunggu's family and the guild employees' families all evacuated to the Hammer Guild's headquarters. Everyone's over here. As of now, we aren't able to contact the chief secretary and the secretary employees. Ms. Seoul is safe. She was with me until we parted not too long ago. He had come out with her from the dungeon. Jackson was protecting Seoul, so nothing should have happened to her. The problem was Lee Seung-hoon and the secretary employees. He couldn't contact them. Minchin took out his hand phone and verified that the network was still down. He put it back into his pocket. The communication network hasn't recovered yet. The city was severely thrashed by the dungeon breaks. It was standard procedure to recover the communication system, but the recovery was very slow. They had successfully stopped the dungeon breaks in Seoul to achieve a momentary peace, but maybe the damage was too extensive. Let's go to the office. Yes, President. Just to be safe, the civilians were restricted from exiting the evacuation shelter. Since there were 2 people with roused licenses in their party, the soldiers overlooked Minchin, who was a civilian. To be precise, he wasn't a civilian but a guild official. Chet. It's a mess. It was as if the chaos of the situation had been left behind. The office was a mess. The employees had fallen into panic, but they were able to quickly escape thanks to the experienced Minchin. He was someone who had worked in the dungeon business since the dungeon shock. His bones were thick and resilient. Woojin righted the fallen chairs as he looked around the office. As he was coming up, he noticed that his storage room had been emptied by someone. It was hard to tell whether people or monsters did this. Let's move. What? He needed a stronghold. It should be a place where he could protect people from the overflowing monsters. He needed a place where he could hold off his enemies effectively with a small force. A fort like the Hammer Guild's headquarters building. Look for one near the Seoul station. Tell me when you pick a suitable building. If you can buy it, then buy it. If not, we'll just take it. He wanted to be used to Woojin's way of thinking, but he still couldn't follow the president's train of thoughts. However, he was sure of one thing now. If Woojin said he would do something, then he would do it. It was his job to take care of business as smoothly as possible. I'll look into it. Actually, I'm really worried about Mr. Seung-hoon and the employees of the secretary office. They'll be back if they are alive. He had said such an obvious statement so Minchin couldn't think of any words to say. While Minchin was looking at Woojin with a flustered face, a chime rang from inside his pocket. Ah! It seems the communication system is back up. Minchin hurriedly took out his hand phone. He thought it was a call from a secretary employee, but it was an entirely different phone number. It's the Ministry of National Defense. What do they want with me again? Seunggu, who was next to Woojin, answered the question. Young Nim. You came here by riding a missile. Ah. That. Well, just tell them the US shot it. Just say that. Minchin let out a light sigh, then answered the phone. This is Allendale's Vice President Jung Minchin. He spoke with a serious expression on his face. After ending the call, he looked at Woojin as he spoke. They already asked about it to the Pentagon. They said the distance was too far for you to have reached here. That's why I rigged a couple fighter jets onto it. Dulcie had made it so basically a couple fighter jets were stuck onto the missile. Woojin added his magic to increase the output of the engines, and he had come to Seoul in a brief amount of time. The Pentagon said you borrowed the missile and fighter jets. They confirmed you rode it here. Woojin frowned. So what? You might have to go visit them once this time. Where? You mean the Ministry of Defense? It isn't as if there is anything more to explain. No. The Chonggwadi, Blue House, is calling for you. You really have to go visit them this time. Woojin shrugged his shoulder. I guess I will. Tell them I'll go after a week. It would be enough time for the files with the evidence to arrive. Minchin had barely ended the phone call when a phone rang again. Ddiridri ding ding. The sound was heard from a distance away inside the president's room. It's my hand phone. When he left for the Middle East, Woojin had left his hand phone behind. I'll go bring it. Seunggu quickly ran to get Woojin's hand phone. Young Nim. It's Jiwon Nuna. Woojin frowned when he thought about Jiwon. He thought about the child with the clear soul turning into an evil spirit in front of him in Afghanistan. Hello. When Woojin pressed the answer button, a small voice leaked out of the speaker. Who okay? Woojin Help me. Woojin face froze into a cold mask. Where are you at right now? I'm at. Chapter 108 Duty, 3. Chapter 108 Duty, 3. Chapter 108, Duty, 3. It was a hospital not too far away from the Sadang station. The roads weren't fixed yet, so it was probably faster to run there than to ride a car. When Woojin opened the door to enter the hospital, the inside of the hospital was filled with people. It was so packed, there wasn't a place for his feet. There were several times more injured people than casualties. The elevator was pretty much paralyzed by the number of people trying to use it. He bypassed them and ascended using the emergency stairway. He walked past the corridor filled with patients, then headed towards the isolation ward. You can't come in here. Woojin had suddenly entered the ward, and the nurses were surprised by his appearance. They tried to stop him. It's all right. I'll just go in for a brief amount of time. No. You might become infected. I'm aroused, so I'll be fine. Being aroused didn't mean his body was invulnerable. She was busy, so why was he being so obstinate? Woojin pushed forward his roused card. When the nurse saw it, her eyes became round. Kang Woojin. Rank A was printed on the card, but this was merely the rank that was registered with the Roused Association. Kang Woojin of Korea was known to the world as a rank AA Roused. There were those who considered his rank to be as high as rank S. Still, you might get infected. I'm fine. Now that she knew who this person was, his words didn't sound like a tantrum anymore. The nurse was struggling with her decision when she decided to make a call. It wasn't within her power to make this decision. Yes, Director. The roused Kang Woojin is here, and he wants to go into the isolation ward. After a long talk, the nurse ended the call and spoke to Woojin. We won't mind if you enter there, but you'll have to be checked when you come back out. That is a must. Understood. Who are you here to visit? I'm looking for Dujiwon and Dujimin. They are in room 3. Professor Lee Sumin should be evaluating and speaking to them right now. Woojin opened several doors and arrived at a small corridor. He saw 4 hospital rooms. There was transparent windows that allowed one to look into the rooms. At a glance, Woojin could tell there were more people inside than the rooms could accommodate. Woojin's appearance surprised Professor Lee Sumin and the 2 residents. Are you Mr. Kang Woojin? I'm Lee Sumin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Open the door to the 3rd room. Woojin gave a half-hearted handshake and pointed towards the locked door. Instead of an isolation ward, it looked like a detention room. Lee Sumin and the doctors shook their heads from side to side. We can't allow you to come in contact with them. You'll have to talk to them from here. We are still identifying the symptoms of these patients. One of the residents brought him a mic. Its purpose was to allow him to hold a conversation through the speaker installed inside the 3rd room. Woojin let out a short sigh. Ha! He didn't know what they were doing. This was incarceration instead of isolation. They weren't actually treating the patients, they were just observing the patients. They were wasting time without making anything better. Open it. It is an unknown virus. After the quarantine, we have to observe the progress of the disease. Woojin stared intently at Lee Sumin. Open it. We aren't even sure of the route of infection yet. Woojin smirked. The fact that the professor was grasping at straws was laughable. Woojin's arm wrapped around Lee Sumin's shoulders. Woojin's thick hands grabbed Lee Sumin's shoulder. Ooh! The pain caused Lee Sumin to let out a moan. The residents let out a shout. What are you doing? Let go of him. He's going to get injured. The residents didn't dare charge forward. They could only talk to Woojin in a rush of words. Woojin grabbed the doorknob with his other hand. If you are a doctor, you should watch this. Kwajik. Woojin opened the door easily, without a change in expression. He carried Lee Sumin into the room. When the door opened, Lee Sumin used his free hand to cover his mouth with his sleeve. Huoop. Woojin smirked when he saw Lee Sumin panic. Woojin ah. Jiwon called for Woojin who had just entered the hospital room. Woojin greeted her discreetly with his eyes, then spoke into Lee Sumin's ear. It isn't an airborne disease. Put down your hand before I crush your chin. Hey! Lee Sumin quickly lowered his hand. At a glance, there were 14 people gathered inside the room. No one here is diseased. However, the people who had direct contact with the infected. Nothing will happen. You can let them out of the isolation ward. Woojin led everyone out to the corridor. The residents had already run away, they were nowhere in sight. Lee Sumin couldn't do anything right now. It were as if he was stuck between the jaws of a lion. He hated the situation he was in. Woojin grabbed the door of the first room. There were 5 people moaning and they seemed to be in a critical state. They are poisoned by the ghoul's corpse poison. I guess ghouls haven't shown up on Earth before, so this should be the first time you guys have seen this type of poison. You can only get it if you touch them. Don't worry about it. Don't open it. You are a fucking doctor, yet you value your life so much. It is unsightly to see you shake like this from fear. A doctor's life is more precious. I have to live, so I can save numerous lives of patients. Bullshit. Woojin put strength into the arm he had over the doctor. The soldiers going out to a battlefield, do they not put their own lives on the line? One went out to battle with one's life on mortgage. Woojin never avoided death. Not even once. No, he always lived with death close by his side. I wanted to live, but it isn't as if I disliked the idea of dying. He didn't want to become a monster. He didn't want to become like Tronet's commanders. That was why he persevered as he thought about his family. He tried hard to consciously think of himself as a human. What bullshit was he spouting again? Lee Sumin frowned in worry. Woojin sent his stored souls into the moaning patients, after which they were immediately healed. When the patients became relaxed, the sight made Lee Sumin's eyes open wide. My God! All large hospitals possessed roused with healing-type abilities, while others selected highly qualified professionals. All the patients here were quarantined, because neither the current medical science or any of the roused abilities could discern the root cause of the sick patients. Woojin had cured them so easily that Lee Sumin was dumbfounded. It wasn't as if he didn't know who Kang Woojin was. He was a rank AA necromancer. He was a necromancer, who controlled corpses, yet he was using healing magic right now. Wasn't that a bit strange? Woojin looked into the transparent window of room 2. Do you know what those three have? I have no idea. It isn't poison or a disease. It's a curse. Kang Woojin said it with so much confidence that Lee Sumin wondered if he should believe those words or not. However, since he was amazed by Kang Woojin's confidence, Lee Sumin couldn't help but ask the question. Can you treat them? It's too late to treat them. There is no way to reverse the curse now. Ah! It basically meant that the golden time had passed. Woojin looked at the people who were shaking like they had a chill. It seemed they had gone into a frenzy. They had to be tied to the bed. Unfortunately, Jimin was one of them. Jimin's eyes were rolling back and forth. When he caught sight of Woojin from across the transparent window, tears began to fall from his eyes. If he hadn't been cursed in the first place, he might have been able to do something. However, Jimin already had it, so there were no cure. Then those people. They'll shake like that for a day, then curse will activate. The doctor's face fell into despair at Woojin's declaration. Jiwon heard him from the back and asked with a shaking voice. So what will happen to him? He'll become a servant of the night nobles. What is that? He'll become a monster. He would become a mindless servant of a vampire. He'll be a monster who only longed for blood. Jiwon crumpled to the floor as strength left her legs. Hoo! Jimina! Jiwon sobbed her heart out. Woojin looked down at Jiwon. He couldn't comfort her right now. Woojin's arm, which had been around the doctor, was released. He grabbed the door to the second room and opened it. Quadog. He easily broke off the door and walked into the room. 3 sets of eyes landed on Woojin. They were tied to the bed. Hyung. Jimin's round eyes looked at Woojin. Do you want to live? Yes. I want to live. Jimin nodded vigorously with his pale face. You were bitten. Yes. My shoulder. Woojin ripped open Jimin's clothes and saw the clear bite mark on his shoulder. The mark had already turned from red to purple. Chet. Hoo. What's going to happen to me, Hyung? Do you know what a bloodsucker is? Yes, Hyung. How could he not know? A vampire-like being had bitten him. You are going to be like that. Then I'll never be able to see the light of day anymore. Woojin smirked. Jimin was looking at the situation too optimistically. No. You will be able to see the sun. Instead, you will die tomorrow, and only your body will live to become a bloodsucker. You will cease to exist starting from tomorrow. The being you described are the true vampire race. You will just become their servant, a bloodsucker. Basically, you'll be a monster. Who okay? Hi Huyung. If his body wasn't tied down, he would have run to Woojin wanting to cry. He grabbed onto Woojin's pants leg. Woojin looked down at Jimin with a serious face. Do you want to live as a vampire? As you said before, you won't be able to see the sun ever again. Hug. Yes. I still have a lot of things I want to do. I've only studied up until now. Please save me, Hyung. All right. I'll save you. The two patients who had heard Woojin's answer yelled out. Please save me. Please, I beg of you. Ajashi. Please save me too. Woojin shook his head as he looked at them. I can't save you. What? Why can you save him but not us? Aren't you Kang Woojin? Can a public figure act this way? Please save us too. Woojin didn't respond to their outcries. He silently released the binding mechanism holding down Jimin. Hey, fucker! Save us too! If you leave, I'll blab to everyone. I'll tell them Kang Woojin isn't a hero. I'll tell everyone you are a fake. Woojin smirked as he brought Professor Lee Sumin into the room by his arm. He had been vacantly standing in the corridor. Professor Lee Sumin was brought into the second room in a moment of confusion. He looked at the two patients who were struggling at death's doorstep. Who said I'm a hero? If you want to beg for your life, you shouldn't do it to me. You should do it to the doctor. Woojin patted Professor Lee Sumin's shoulder, and he exited the room with Jimin. What do you want me to do? Please tell us the method we have to use to dispel this curse. Lee Sumin followed Woojin out and asked Woojin in a sincere manner. It was a problem of whether he knew how to treat it or not. Of course, he would save his patients if he knew how. I need to take out the heart of the vampire who bit them. If I can perform the ceremony of blood, Jimin will succeed its power. The method was grotesque for this unknown curse. I can perform the ceremony for only one person. Unfortunately, it seems all three of them were bitten by the same batard. I'm going to save my Dongseng. Jimin was touched by the words, my Dongseng, so he started to tear up. Woojin spoke to the doctor who had fallen into a state of panic. They'll become bloodsuckers after one night. You'll regret it if you tie them up that loosely. What should we do? You take care of it. Either you can try to save two monsters or administer euthanasia to save countless people inside this hospital. The professor had no words. How could this man speak so irresponsibly? Lee Sumin looked with pleading eyes, but Woojin looked back with indifferent eyes. Woojin didn't have any other methods. He had a choice and he made it. If he was to tell the absolute truth, he wasn't saving Jimin. He was just making human Jimin into a vampire Jimin. I'm not a doctor. You are. You deal with it. Woojin put out his hand towards Jiwon who was still sitting on the floor. Let's go. Where? I have to go save Jimin. Thank you. Thank you, Woojin. If I don't find the culprit within the day, he'll die anyways. Didn't he just say Jimin was his Dongseng? When he spoke about Jimin's death in such a calm manner, Jimin's heart sank. Woojin exited the isolation ward with Jiwon and Jimin. Lee Sumin flopped down to the floor. What should I do? The room was still chaotic. The two patients tied down on the beds were letting out swear words and curses like crazy people. Professor! Are you okay? The residents who ran away had returned to help the professor back to his feet. They had run away at the sight of danger, yet when Kang Woojin disappeared, they immediately showed up again. He was disgusted by their behavior, but it wasn't a good time to talk about the loyalty a pupil should have towards his teacher. Go acquire some information on the curse of a vampire. Lee Sumin hadn't incarcerated these people. They had been showing symptoms of unknown cause, so he had been approaching these cases with caution. Since they were still alive, shouldn't he do his best to save them? Request data from the Roused Association, and even the Roused organizations around the world. If he didn't know the cause, then he could plead ignorance. Now that he knew the cause, he had to do his best to find the cure. He didn't want to shame the profession of a doctor with his actions. The hospital was his battlefield. Chapter 109, Vampire Hunt. Chapter 109 Vampire Hunt. Chapter 109, Vampire Hunt. Inside a dark alleyway. A man was embracing a woman wearing a miniskirt. A moan leaked out of the woman's lips, sounding as if her strength was being leached away. After a lengthy time, the man and woman separated from each other. The woman fell to the floor and the man wiped the blood from his mouth with laughter. Coo coo coo! Is this place a paradise? Humans with fresh blood were overflowing in this place. He'd never seen a dimension with this many humans. He had already sampled the blood of 24 people today. In the past, he had to survive by drinking the blood of animals and monsters. If those bloods were like grass porridge, human blood was like a sweet cookie. He coveted more blood, but it was time for him to move. Kook. I have a lot of time. He was the loyal vassal of Raylar. His great lord was of the 7th step and he possessed 7 thrones. His name was Vaemert, and he was Raylar's best scout. He was sent to Earth so he could find the most suitable dungeon his master could link to. I'll enjoy it slowly. He had a lot of time. He would look around the human world, then slowly gather information. He would have to find a place to sleep when the morning sun ascends. As he was about to transform into a bat, his expression suddenly hardened. Woo! I finally found you. Vaemert slowly turned his head after hearing the sound that came from behind him. There were 2 men standing there. One was a pale young teen and the other one was a well-built man with a dangerous atmosphere hanging around him. His instinctive wariness made Vaemert take a step back. Where are you going? Who are you? You don't really need to know. When Woojin smiled, Vaemert felt an unknown sense of threat to himself, so he quickly turned around. He jumped high into the sky to run away quickly, but the hand on his ankle pulled him backwards. He couldn't fly away. Quang! As soon as Woojin grabbed Vaemert's lower leg, he slammed the vampire to the floor. Woojin didn't stop there. He kept lifting Vaemert up as he repeatedly slammed the vampire on the floor. In a flash, Vaemert's face was ruined. Ooh! Woojin stepped on the neck of the moaning Vaemert. Kururuk! As if he was having a hard time breath, Vaemert let out a gurgling noise. After pressing down firmly with his foot, he called towards Jimin who was still standing at the entrance of the alleyway. Come here. He had heard a lot about it. He read numerous articles, and he had even watched the vids. However, it was something else to confirm it with one's own eyes. The person called Kang Woojin was amazing. The vampire who had bitten him could do nothing as Woojin dominated the vampire. Jimin thought Woojin was amazing, but he also felt fear within his heart. Woojin took out a short sword from his inventory, raised it towards Jimin, who was walking stiffly toward him with a fearful expression. Grab it! When Jimin awkwardly grabbed the short sword, Woojin pointed below. Stab his heart! What? Jimin was surprised, but Woojin spoke with an indifferent face. Hurry up and stab it! Jimin's hands holding the short sword was shaking. You don't want to live? Ah! No, I want to. He wanted to live, but he was also afraid. Jimin sniffled. So how do I stab? You. Woojin put his hand around Jimin's hand, which was holding onto the short sword. Then, he immediately lowered it towards Vaemert's heart. When the tip of the sword touched the vampire's clothes, Woojin let go. As if he was trying to catch the sword from falling, Jimin crouched in an awkward position. Woojin spoke as he looked at Jimin. Stab. Hyuuyung. If he was going to help, he should have helped all the way. It was like a bungee jump. He didn't have the courage, so he wanted someone to forcefully push him off the platform. He could act as if he was reluctant, but he wouldn't resist when he was pushed. Currently, Jimin didn't have any courage. You have to do it yourself. Hoo! Woojin's voice was indifferent. Tears and snot leaked out of Jimin, and Woojin could only sigh when he saw this. When the sun comes up, you'll die and this bastard will also die. However, this bastard will probably be resurrected in his domain. The vassal could be revived after receiving the master's favor. Woojin had read the dimensional domain manual, so he was aware of this fact. Choose. You can die or you can absorb this bastard to live as a vampire. It's your choice. Woojin wasn't saving him. He was just providing Jimin with a choice. He could decide for himself if he wanted to live or not. Woojin silently observed Jimin's action. Hoo! Hook! Jimin cried. After throwing up blood, Vaemert was looking up at him with a devastated expression. The vampire Vaemert wasn't human. Several dozen thoughts flitted through Jimin's head, and it made him hesitate on making a decision. The day is passing away. Hoo! Hoo! Jimin wiped his tears with his sleeves. He wanted to live. He had to live. He didn't even have to make an excuse about his sister who was crying for him right now. He wanted to live. If he wanted to live, then he had to kill. The light in his eyes darkened. This bastard had tried to kill him by sucking out his blood. Ooh ah! Jimin used his strength to stab down with the short sword. Tutu. The vampire's skin was thicker than he thought, and the short sword was having a hard time penetrating the skin. Woojin shook his head from side to side. You. How can a guy be so weak? Hurry up and stab him. The sun will really rise for real soon. Yes, Hyung. Pa-pa, po-o-o. The first strike was the hardest, but once he hardened his heart, he was able to strike down with more force. I did it. Jimin's happiness lasted only for a moment. Blood fountained forth from the pierced heart, and it dirted Woojin and Jimin body. The scattered blood defied the law of gravity. It coalesced into grains of blood in midair, then flowed into Jimin's mouth. Succession of blood. The servant inherits the master's blood and one would wake up as a true vampire. Ooh ah! The blood was being sucked into his mouth endlessly. Jimin struggled as if he was about to pass out. When he drank all the blood, he crumpled to the floor. Oop! Just the thought of it made Jimin's stomach turn, so he covered his mouth with both hands. He dry heaved several times, after which tears began to fall. Hoo! Hook! You are a man, so why do you keep crying? Hoo okay? Hyung. What? The blood. It's so delicious. Hook! It was sweet and delicious. It was better than any drink he ever had before. The strange sensation and ecstasy made Jimin cry. It felt as if he had shed his human self. It made him very sad. Geez. I thought. Let's go after we wrap this up. Vaemert's body had turned into grey light, so they didn't need to take care of it. Woojin retrieved his warrior's weapon, changing it into a spear. Jimin's eyes turned round when he saw Woojin approach the woman wearing a miniskirt. Hyung. What are you going to do? Hey? We have to take care of her and go. Per. A person. It'll be daybreak soon. Anyways, she'll turn into a mindless blood-sucking monster, so we have to take care of her. Woojin spoke so dispassionately when he talked about taking someone's life. Jimin wondered if he really knew who this person was. He felt a sense of incompatibility. What? Do you want to part with your own heart? Then, you'll be able to save her. Woojin smirked when he saw the silent Jimin. Are you really valuing a life of a woman who only has 30 minutes left to her life? What if she turns into a blood-sucking monster and kills a person? Don't you value that person's life? That's... He didn't have to even ask that question. The calculation was obvious, but how could he be so calm and cold about it? You want to do it? No. You'll have to get used to it. What did he mean? He'll watch Woojin kill a lot of people? Or was he talking about this crazy world that had changed so much? Poo. Woojin pierced the heart of the fallen woman with the pale face. Jimin closed his eyes tightly. Woojin smiled when he saw this. He was still soft and innocent. Jimin was like himself 5 years ago, who had stepped onto Alphen for the first time. Calm your thoughts. Slow down. Yes, Hyung. Well, he didn't have to be in a hurry. Jimin will become tenacious like him or he'll continue to be soft and die. The choice was on him. If he wanted to live on, he had to own up to his own decisions. Go in before the sun comes up. Where? You can probably go there now. Woojin looked at Jimin's level. Jimin had been level 5, so he had been a civilian instead of aroused. However, the ceremony of blood increased his level by 10, so he was above the first circle now. He wasn't a human now. He was aroused. The prerequisite to enter a dungeon was met in his case. Jing. Woojin opened a portal that connected to his dimensional domain, Alendal. I'll send word ahead. Go in and find BB. Yes, Hyung. Go pull yourself together. I'll be there soon. Yes, Hyung. I'm sorry. Jimin was embarrassed. He knew Woojin hadn't done anything wrong. He just felt a fear at an instinctual level. Wasn't this all done to save him? Woojin saved his inconsequential life. Jimin wouldn't judge Woojin's morals. Woojin smirked as he pushed Jimin in the back. Just go in. You'll burn to death if you see sunlight. Heek. Yes. When Jimin passed through the portal, Woojin closed it immediately. The bright sunlight washed over Woojin after couple minutes. He let out a bitter laugh. Asterisk. Dagu's dungeon break happened contrary to the existing rules regarding dungeons. When the Seoul's consecutive dungeon breaks occurred not too long afterwards, the world fell into a state of shock. The existing rule of a dungeon break happening after 30 days of a failed clear was debunked. It wasn't a problem that worried only Korea. Any country in possession of dungeons were on a state of high alert and were busy coming up with a solution. Still, they had a great sample case they could study. The unexpected dungeon breaks had devastated Seoul. If the world was shocked, Seoul was in a state of panic. A widespread exodus occurred. No one wanted to live next to a dungeon that might break at any time. Everyone was busy evacuating. The government tried to stop the chaos by saying they could suppress a daily dungeon break, but not many people believed those words. The government tried to recover the public support that was broken, so they pressured the Alendal Guild to combat the dungeon break that could happen at any time. Every media company packaged Alendal Guild Master Kang Woojin as a hero who would help Korea pass through this turbulent times. They expected him to protect Korea. This caused the people to focus their expectations on Kang Woojin. However, he was nowhere to be seen, as if he had gone underground. Moreover, Guild Alendal's actions were questionable. The price of the real estate had gone to shit. While everyone was leaving Seoul, Guild Alendal bought the land around the Seoul station, and they were getting ready to move. After 2 days, Seoul's roads were repaired. After 4 days, a little bit of calm returned to the people. On the 4th day, the people wanted a countermeasure for the dungeon breaks. The citizens occupied a square and held a demonstration. The crowd had a chance to turn violent, so the government was worried about the demonstrators. The only thing that could allay the anger and uncertainty of the people was Kang Woojin, so the government kept trying to push Kang Woojin forward. However, when they searched Guild Alendal, he wasn't there. It seemed he was clearing a dungeon, so they had no way of finding him. On the 5th day, the Congress and the Chongguadi decided to suspend the plan of Sejong relocation project. The news was leaked to the media and the size of the protests grew larger. The demonstration was turning tumultuous. On that day, the Holy Maiden stepped onto Korean soil, arriving at the Incheon airport. Look over there. Melody got off the plane. She passed through the airport security with 7 holy knights guarding her. Wow! Jackpot! Her beautiful appearance had the magic of pulling the gaze of the passers-by towards her. Isn't that Melody? Hole! You know that person? You know. The Holy Maiden. I think I saw her on YouTube. Really? There were some who knew her and some who didn't. Still, she received attention from everyone. She started walking calmly, and she stopped in front of a man at the entrance, who was holding up a placard. It's been a while, Minchin. Young Minchin was surprised by her fluent Korean. Minchin smiled as he slowly bowed to greet her. You've come a long way. President is waiting for you. Young Minchin had come to the airport to greet her. He guided Melody and the Holy Knights to Allendale Guild's new location. Please come this way. I'll hold that for you. It's all right. She declined his offer with a smile on her mouth. She clutched the small bag as if something important was in it. The immortal had asked for this document, and it was within this bag. Chapter 110, Second Allendale. Chapter 110 Second Allendale. Chapter 110, Second Allendale. Woojin ordered Minchin to finalize the negotiation for the real estate near the Seoul station, then ordered a move to that location. He immediately tried to head towards his dimensional domain. The return portal's recharge isn't complete. Would you like to recharge it using energy? What the heck? Woojin had no choice but to hitch a ride to the Seoul station. It wasn't far away, so he didn't feel the need to waste his energy. You are here, President. The Allendale's Guild employees had already been dispatched to the first exit and were guarding the entrance. They had followed Woojin's instruction. They hadn't taken any appointments and had sealed up the exit. There was only a single door where only Woojin could go in and out. Work hard. Yes, President. The founding member of Allendale knew Woojin from before, but the new employees only knew him as the world-famous Kang Woojin. The president was a high-rank roused who was up on the high perch above them. What? I can hunt in my own dungeon. Woojin laughed at this nonsensical situation. If he was short on levels, he could hunt down the monsters RESP through his domain's energy. However, it was wasteful, so he didn't particularly feel like doing that. When he picked domain return, a red portal formed in front of his eyes. Zing! When Woojin passed through the portal, he was in front of the Lord's castle. Master! Anything unusual? As soon as Woojin appeared, she hugged him. Woojin stroked Bibi's head. Hat. There were some drifters, but the wyverns hunted them down. The wyverns ate them, so I just let it be. Hey! Woojin sat on his throne to answer his own question. At a glance, the status of his land came into view. Creatures that looked like wild buffaloes were roaming around various locations inside the domain. There weren't a lot of them. There were only 20 of them. Does this happen often? Yes. 10 of them showed up one time. There are times when 2 or 3 of them show up. Is that so? Where's Jimin? Ah, the noob vampire. Yes. It seemed he was a bit afraid, so I gifted him a house. You did well. Hat. When Woojin stroked Bibi's head, Bibi smiled with a proud expression on her face. When he exited the hall with the throne, a well-maintained garden appeared. Hey! When he had left, this place had been an open lot. Now there were several landscaping trees and colorful flowers that filled most of the space. Woojin was startled. Hat. It's pretty. He had left her in charge of the castle maintenance and she had changed the garden into a flower field. You don't like it? Should I change it? No. It's not too bad. Where's the house you gave to Jimin? Hat. Follow me this way. Bibi started running with her short stride. Woojin slowly followed after her and looked around to see the Lord's castle, which had changed a lot. The building where the throne and hall was had high walls around it now. Moreover, there were 3 towers added there. The inner structure was still the same, but it was decorated to Bibi's taste. It was very colorful. There were several new buildings inside the castle's vacant lot. Smoke was coming out from a house with a chimney. Bibi spoke proudly. It's a bakery. I'm practicing right now, but I'll be able to make you delicious breads soon. Was it okay to waste energy on such things? Woojin looked at the building next to the bakery. Gong, gong, gang. At a glance, it looked like a smithy and Ramzan was occupying that place. Ahio! Mr. Ramzan asked for it, so I built him one. As if Bibi didn't like the loud sound of the hammer strikes, she shook her head from side to side. There were several more buildings and he could see numerous death knights in them. Like Ramzan, some death knights had unique occupations before they were reborn. The large dimensional domain was less restrictive than the summon room. The possibility of what the death knights could do was numerous. There were some knights in the smithy like Ramzan, but most of them were gathered in a fairly large building. What's that over there? It's a pub. They are able to drink alcohol. The alcohol is made from magic. However, we used up all the energy, so we couldn't buy any. So what are they all doing over there? They are playing cards. It's very boring. Woojin realized his familiars normally lived with each other in the summon room, maintaining a semblance of society. The fact that they had lived like that was quite interesting to Woojin. No, his familiars had practically lived in their summoned state on Alphen. Summoned room was a place where they waited as they recovered from their destruction. That's the vampire's house. All right. You can return now. Hat. All right. Please recharge the energy I can use, Master. I'll do it later. Bibi had already used up the 10,000 energy he had assigned to her authority as the butler. She had used it all in the span of a day. If he gave her any more, she would use all the dimensional domain's energy. Hat. I'll buy that one and this one. Bibi was moving further away as she mumbled to herself. She opened the door to a simple two-story hut. Geek. It seemed the door needed some more oil. The loud squeal rang out instead of a doorbell, and Woojin could see the interior of the house. The large house had a kitchen with only a single dining table and stool inside. Jimin was nowhere to be seen, so Woojin ascended the stairway. The second floor had a small bed and an end table. Jimin was curled up on top of the bed. Jimin. Hi. Jimin raised his head at Woojin's call. Jimin's face was pale as it could be. Hoo. Hook. What's wrong? Blood. I want to drink blood. When Jimin saw Woojin, his instinctual craving grew. Woojin's tan skin and his muscular neckline looked very tasty. His canines had grown sharp and it felt as if he could bite through anything. Ha! You can't hold it back. This place. Even Woojin had never been a vampire. He couldn't 100% understand what Jimin was going through, but Woojin could tell Jimin was in pain by his face. It's all bones here. They are all skeletons. This is quite serious. He was half out of his mind as he mumbled. Jimin's gaze fixed onto Woojin's neck. His eyes had already turned to red, and he didn't look like a human. Ewu. Woojin took out a short sword, and he approached Jimin. When he saw the sharp sword, Jimin's will to live overpowered his craving for blood. His eyes was shaking with fear. He started to back away when he pitifully called out towards Woojin. Hi, Hyung. Open your mouth. What? Quack. Woojin slashed across his palm. He pulled back Jimin's hair, and he wetted the back of Jimin's throat. Ah! Jimin let out a sluggish sigh, and he desperately drank Woojin's blood, which was dripping down. He looked like a man who had suddenly found water after wandering the desert for a week. Jimin's tongue moved busily as he drank the falling blood. The red light slowly seeped away from his pupils, turning back to black. Jimin's eyes misted up and tears started to fall down. Hook. Woojin healed the wound on his hand as he looked at Jimin who cried with his head buried inside his blanket. Woojin quickly recovered after he used a soul. Jimin sobbed. There was a smudge of blood around his lips and he cried piteously. Woojin just silently looked down at Jimin. Hyung. Am I a monster now? Jimin wanted to die. No, he wanted to live. His fickle heart kept changing back and forth dozens of times each moment. Even he was disgusted by his own reflection. Woojin felt sorry for Jimin, who was crying out. It really felt like he was seeing his old self. He had fallen into despair like this after killing for the first time. Huang. Tears and snot had all poured out. When Jimin calmed down a little bit, Woojin asked a question. Your sister is worried about you. When do you want to go home? May I stay here for a while? He didn't have any confidence. He didn't have the confidence to see his sister. He didn't have the courage to return home, since he had become a monster. You do as you like. I'll speak to your sister. Thank you, Hyung. All right. You should rest. If you need anything, contact me through BB. After tabbing BB as the butler, Woojin could speak with her on any given moment. Then you should rest a little bit. Yes, Hyung. Jimin looked like he needed some more time. Woojin left Jimin and exited the house. He somehow felt a little bit depressed, but that feeling didn't last long. Woojin tried to gather information about his domain, so he brought up the domain window. It was similar to his stat window. The mini-map of the domain had the locations marked where the domain's forces and residents were located at. The wyvern's nest was located on top of the pointy mountain, and at a location far from the Lord's castle, he saw Kaiba all by himself. What is he doing there by himself? Woojin let his will flow out and called for a wyvern. Kayak. After a brief moment, the large wyvern appeared with a loud screech. Hudung, hudung. Its fierce wing beats caused a dust storm as it landed. It looked quite small compared to Yang, but Yang was abnormally large. The wyvern's body was as large as a fighter jet. Let's see. Woojin opened the dimensional store and bought a saddle used by the wyvern riders. After attaching it to the wyvern's back, Woojin got on. Let's look around the domain once. He could see the mini-map through the status window, and he could view each corner of his domain when he was on his throne. However, it felt different seeing it for himself. Hung. After several beats of the wing, they were already in the air. The wyvern climbed the sky and flew towards Kaiba. Shwa! The wyvern sliced through the sky in a much more stable and safe manner compared to Yang. The wyvern quickly passed by the dry plains. Occasionally, there were thin and twisted trees. He also saw patches of green grass growing from time to time. Then he saw the large Death Knight Kaiba detachedly standing there in the wasteland. When Woojin landed and walked next to him, Kaiba got on one knee towards Woojin. My king! What are you doing here by yourself? Kaiba wordlessly stood up, and he went back to standing like before. Woojin stood side by side with Kaiba. What exists across there? I have no idea. Woojin tilted his head in confusion as he looked at his borders. There were some fog stretched out, but he couldn't tell what was across there. The mini-map indicated this was the end of this place. I'm curious about it. Was this why you were here? Did you find something out? The wild buffaloes wandered in from across there, and they invaded the domain. Kaiba immediately killed the buffaloes that had come out of the fog. As the domain's defense commander, he considered them to be invaders. Afterwards, he had killed 8 more buffaloes which had shown up. However, when the wyverns started eating the buffaloes that appeared, Kaiba left them alone. The buffaloes that had wandered into this land was the ones currently wandering around the domain. I'm surprised. You overlooked those mere cows. Kaiba had been the great king of the orcs. He had spent his whole life pillaging and going to war. He had also devoted his life to protecting his tribes, so he was more attached to protecting one's territory. This place is your Majesty's second Alendal. It isn't your Majesty's fault. Woojin became silent at Kaiba's words. A bitter laugh passed by his face. Woojin recalled his past. The land of the dead, Alendal. He was the ruler of that place. He was Allendal's monarch. I serve you in my death, but now your majesty looks over those who are still alive. Kaiba respectfully got on his knees. Can I really do it? He had already tasted defeat once. The king had been the only one alive in Allendal. It had turned into the land of the dead. The people filled with pain. He could still recall the eyes that looked at him with resentment. The souls that had turned into evil spirits also. Kaiba didn't have an answer. He would follow Woojin no matter which road he took. He wanted to walk towards a direction his masters desired. Who? Woojin let go of his frustrated feelings. He let out large breath, and he heard the sound of an alarm. Let's go check it out. Woojin silently crouched on top of the wyvern's back. Kaiba summoned his own phantom wolf. Chapter 111 Second Allendal, 2. Chapter 111 Second Allendal, 2. Chapter 111, Second Allendal, 2. Woojin looked at his mini-map and saw an orange-colored dot not too far away from the domain's border. What is it? Is it a person? He got close enough to see the presence of bipedal creatures. Woojin got closer and realized they weren't humans. They were one of the beast race. They were of the Hoenn race. Hodong. The wyvern landed as it created a gust, and Kaiba's phantom wolf appeared not too long after. Guru Rook. What is your business with Allendal? Kaiba grabbed his axe, asking in a threatening manner. One of the Hoenn with a large body stepped forward. Please let us meet the owner of this domain, O undead warrior. Woojin jumped off the wyvern's saddle and stepped forward. I'm the owner here. I beg of you. Let my family and I stay briefly in your domain. Woojin looked over the party. They were a 8-membered Hoenn family. There were 5 males and 3 females. The man speaking from the front seemed to be the head of the family. All right. I'll allow it. However, I have a condition. Their faces brightened when Woojin assented, but their faces quickly hardened. Their shadowed faces indicated that they had gone through a lot of hardship. What's the condition? I would like to hear your life story. It wasn't a difficult request. If that's the request, I'll agree to it 100 times over. Woojin turned to look at Kaiba. Bring them to the Lord's castle. He left them to follow after Kaiba. Woojin returned first on the wyvern. Woojin landed on the castle's empty lot. As if she had been waiting for him, Bibi came out to greet him. Master! Interlopers are here in our domain. Since she had the occupation of managing the Lord's castle as the butler, she was already aware of the situation. I know. Get ready to greet the guests. Heh. Then you'll have to recharge some of my energy. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Hung. Chet. Bibi's cheeks puffed out and she kicked at the floor. Woojin smirked as he opened the dimensional store. He searched for a suitable house for the family of the Hoenn race. 300p. 150p. The building was cheaper than he thought, so Woojin was lost for words. What the hell did Bibi use 10,000 energy on? When Woojin purchased the house, the mini-map grew larger like a 3D image board. When Woojin chose an appropriate location, the building suddenly rose up from below. This is quite fun. It felt like a strategy simulation game he used to play in the past. The building was built and the items were manufactured. Woojin dragged the refugee resettlement set into the house, whereupon various items poured out. There were beds, furnitures, cooking utensils, and even food ingredients. It was enough items to live comfortably for several days. When everything was put in place, the mini-map disappeared. Chet. Master now knows the joy of shopping. Her lips protruded by a foot. He ignored her mumbling and went to greet the family of the Hoenn race, who was entering through the open castle gate. You'll be staying here. The family of the Hoenn race looked at the house pointed out by Woojin and their eyes widened in surprise. You didn't have to show us such a generous treatment. They've wandered around various dimensional domains, but they've never been treated this well. They had only expected permission to be able to stay in this domain. My name is Susuna. I would like to repay your kindness by giving you this. The man of the Hoenn race, who was named Susuna, pushed forward a small bloodstone. When Woojin took it, a message indicating the stone could replenish 50p of energy popped up. So this is how I can raise the dungeon energy. Woojin returned the bloodstone. I just want to hear the story of your adventures. I have no objections to that. Susuna was touched by Woojin's kindness. His attitude indicated he would answer any question asked by Woojin. Let's head in first before I listen to you. Woojin entered the hut. Susuna and his family followed after him. The sight of the comfortable house made everyone from the Hoenn race have an expression of joy. Woojin waved at the little ones from the Hoenn race. There is a second floor, so you can go look at it. Yes. They nodded their head as if they were embarrassed. Then, the small Hoenn children ran up the stairway. If it hadn't been for the tiger ears on their head, they would have looked like humans. They were very cute. Sit. Yes. Susuna was overwhelmed, but he obediently sat in front of Woojin. Susuna's wife felt awkward within the house. She saw several utensils in the kitchen, so she started to make some tea. What are you curious about? Everything. First, how did you get here? Susuna understood what Woojin was curious about, so he nodded his head. He was puzzled as to why this lord didn't act overbearing and coercive. It seemed he was a new lord who had gained his domain not too long ago. How long have you had this domain? It's been a day. Susuna nodded his head as he started to speak. Before we came here, we stayed at a domain ruled by an orc chieftain named Ort. With the dimensional battle on the horizon, he levied a severe tax. This is why we were forced to become wanderers after becoming refugees. Basically, they had been residents of a different dimensional domain. Did you see the buffaloes outside? Did they come from a different dimension too? Yes. The boundaries of a domain can be moved to anywhere. In the future, it seemed monsters would be drifting into his domain too. How many dimensional domains are there? Susuna shook his head from side to side at Woojin's question. They are too numerous to count. All right. You talked about taxes before. Is it imposed on the residents of the domain? It seemed it was a sensitive topic. Susuna's expression darkened. He even spoke in a slightly guarded tone. His voice became a little bit more stiff as if this topic was very important to him. The residents living in a domain can be taxed. This man had given him a bloodstone, so he surmised the taxes were paid with bloodstones. So how did the residents of a domain acquire the bloodstones? Did they catch the monsters that naturally drifted into the dimensional domain? Or did they farm it somehow? Woojin thought up several methods that might answer the question. However, it was easier to just ask. How are the residents of the domain able to pay their taxes? We go out and hunt. We earn it that way. Ah. Is that so? It seemed hunting was the primary method. Still, wouldn't that mean a significantly more amount of monsters drifted into the domain compared to the number of residents? The numbers didn't add up. Does the number of monsters drifting in increase as the number of residents increase? What? The bigger the dimensional domain, the more beings would drift in, but they are all drifters. It seemed the size of the domain was important. As the size of the border increases, there was more contact with other dimensional domains. Still, this didn't answer his question. Then where do you hunt? If the Lord opens the gate, the residents will go hunting. They'll gather the bloodstones, and those bloodstone will be given as tax. Woojin's expression hardened when Susuna asked a question. If you became a lord yesterday, then you should have at least one gate. Which world are you connected to? Susuna spoke as if this was an important issue. It was rare for him to ask a question to Woojin. It is a place called Earth. Ah! I've heard rumors about that place. It is mainly occupied by humans. Humans are very easy prey. Susuna was expressing his happiness. It was very important as to where the dimensional domain's gate was connected to. It was directly linked to the safety of the residents of the domain. A large domain possessed several gates, and one could pick and choose which hunting ground one wanted to go to. However, the small domains only had 1 or 2 gates. So one had to be more prudent to which world the gate would connect to. He had heard about this place called Earth from the rumor mill. He heard it was difficult to hunt, but most of the planet was populated by humans. It was a relatively an easy place to hunt. If the resettlement fee is low, it makes me want to settle here. Susuna's words plunged Woojin deeper into his thoughts. The 30-day protection period. It was the time when one's dimensional domain and dungeon was protected from other dimensional domains. If he earned a new dungeon, he guessed another 30 days of protection would be given to him. No, it was almost a certainty. Dungeon break. Woojin closed his eyes. Why do monsters pour out? They came out to hunt humans. Conversely, humans hunted them down. There were a lot of ways for a dimensional domain to gain energy. One could absorb the energy after killing the adventurers, who come to hunt in the dungeon. One could also collect a toll from the residents of the domain to allow them to hunt. The resulting gain was collected through taxes. This was the general idea. One could also go to war with a different dimensional domain, but this method carried huge risks. I won't open the gate. What? If he wasn't going to open the gate, then how was he going to gather the taxes? When the domain's energy decreases, it meant the forces the Lord could dispatch also decreased. There would be a restriction on what the Lord could do, and in the end, another Lord would take away the domain. Earth is my home planet. Ego. This. I'm sorry. Susuna was so surprised that he got up from his chair, then put his head to the floor. Race held no significance in the dimensional domains. Humans hunted humans. Even elves and orcs, who were known to hate each other, made alliances. However, one's home planet always held a special significance to everyone. Susuna made a mistake with his words. Even he, who was an interdimensional refugee, missed his home planet. Well, it's all right. Go rest up. Yes. Then I'll see you next time. When Woojin stood up, the nervous Susuna spoke. There is something I have to say to you, Lord. What is it? There was no benefit in pissing off the Lord during his stay here. If he denied their sojourn, they'll have to leave for another location again. It would be a very dangerous journey. Not all dimensional domain had a rational lord like Woojin. If hunting outside the dungeon is not an option, there are other ways to replenish the dungeon. The profit wasn't significant, but there was another method. How do I do it? You can cultivate the blood flowers, or you can grow monsters. Woojin nodded his head, when he heard Susuna's story. Basically, I have become a manufacturing facility. He understood it now. He could focus his investment into his military facilities to increase his fighting power. Then he could either hunt or pillage for the bloodstones. Or he could invest in manufacturing facilities to produce the bloodstones. Depending on the inclination of the Lord, the direction of the domain's development changed. Of course, if he invested a lot into his military forces, he would be able to make quick profits, and he'll be able to progress quickly. The latter choice would just make a domain be ripe for the picking unless the domain had enough defensive forces. I'll have to conduct further research. He had to find the right balance between growth and stability. Furthermore, he had to decide what was important to him as the master of the domain. The Lord's tendency changed the direction of the growth. Woojin asked another question before he left the house. Since you carry around bloodstones, can you use it at the store? Susuna answered as if the answer was obvious. Of course. If you have a shop at the Lord's castle, we can buy the items with our bloodstones. MMM. You misunderstood me. I meant the dimensional store. Susuna became surprised, and he vehemently shook his head from side to side. It is only possible for the Lord to use it. Woojin nodded his head. He had wondered why it was possible for him to build a grocery store and butcher store. It existed for the residents and the travelers. These services would become the main source of income for the domain, especially if it was taxed. I have a lot of things to do. He had a tight schedule if he wanted to run the dimensional domain properly. The 30-day protection period that was given to him didn't feel like a long enough time. If he didn't prepare properly, he'll lose his domain to a different lord. Woojin exited Susuna's borrowed house and headed towards the castle where his throne was located at. Chapter 112, Hearing. Chapter 112 Hearing. Chapter 112, Hearing. Woojin sat on the throne surveying the buildings he was able to build. He would be able to build farms and mines as a means to gather bloodstones. There were also grocery stores, restaurants, and café for the residents of the domain. There were several dozen commercial shops one could build. There were also guard towers, observation posts, and even military facilities where one could train one's forces. There were a lot of variety of buildings. I thought one's forces had to be bought through energy. 1,000p. One can gather the troops one wants and train them. After building the barracks, he just had to assign a trainer to drill the soldiers. Then, he would have to send out a recruitment notice to all the dimension to gather members to train. The military facilities didn't only train soldiers. There were facilities intended to train monsters and other races. For example, there was the Wolf Training Center, an elf archery firing range. Moreover, they even have this. 3,000p. Wyvern lays eggs and rears the young. Growth, 90 days, number, 1. The price of purchasing a wyvern was 300, and this option was 10 times that price. However, it had an advantage of adding one wyvern every 90 days without expending any additional energy. Now that I think about it. Woojin opened the domain management window to check the buildings he currently possessed. The castle had several buildings that was built by BB, but one of the figures drew his eyes. Wyvern's Nest, 12. Hey! I earned those for free. The name of the dimensional domain was originally Wyvern's Nest. This place was their habitat and their roost. When this domain was transferred to Woojin, he had inherited 12 Wyvern's Nest. Since his synchronization probability excluded parts of the original domain, he probably lost a couple Wyvern's Nests in the process. He was quite fortunate to have 12. He had earned it without wasting any energy. So this is how I can maintain this place. If one considered the wars to be never-ending, then the energy would be consumed very quickly. In the end, the domain with insufficient energy would perish. So how could several thousand dimensional domain be in existence if that was that case? Basically, one only buys troops through energy during emergency. Woojin immediately understood the system. Energy couldn't be abused to buy your troops. The amount of energy one had was basically the amount of supplementary troop one could have. The less energy one had meant one's overall forces was weakened. It was like using internal energy that appears in the Muhaib novels. Let's buy a couple of these first. The makeup of the population depended on which military training facilities he would build. It's a little bit too risky to bring in humans. Woojin didn't care, but he was worried about Jimin who was curled up inside his house. He didn't have the confidence to face humans. It was the reason why he wasn't returning to Earth, so he couldn't let humans loose into his domain right now. After mulling it over, he decided to buy the barracks, which was a basic need. 1,000p. The space within the castle wasn't that large, so he had to plan out the city to accommodate for future projects. The castle was built on top of a mountain where the peak had been flattened. There were two pointy and knife-like mountains behind his castle, and the nests were located on these mountains. When the screen for the domain unfolded in front of his eyes, he decided to put the training facility at the base of the mountain with the Lord's castle. The sound effect of a building being built was heard, and since it was a basic building, the build time was quite short. Which one should I choose? He had built a training facility, but that didn't mean troops would suddenly pour out of the facility. Woojin looked at the list of trainers, who would be in charge of the training facility. He had no choice but to expend his energy to purchase a training instructor. If he thought about the troops that would be trained by the instructor, he decided the initial investment was well worth it. Woojin was familiar with Toroa's tribe name, so he picked it. 900p. Grey Lightwing Tribe's Orc Warrior. Trainable Specialty, Orc Soldier, 3 days, Orc Warrior, 30 days. Simultaneous Training Number, 10. A red portal formed in front of the throne, after which a big-bodied orc of grey coloring walked out of it. He had a thick ridge on top of his eyes and his canines were protruding out of his mouth. The imposing orc looked at the Lord. If you want to hire me, you will have to give me 70 points of bloodstones every week. Woojin grinned at Toroa's strong words. The Grey Lightwing tribe was none other than the great orc king Kaiba's tribe. He was glad to see their name, so he had picked Toroa. Do you know Kaiba? How does a new lord like you know his most honorable name? I was one of his henchmen. They hadn't formed an employment contract, so Toroa responded in a surly manner. Woojin called for Kaiba. Come here for a moment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. When Kaiba received Woojin's will, Kaiba's body dissolved into black smoke and formed in front of Woojin. You've called for me. I think he's your old underling. Do you know who he is? Guru Rogue. Kaiba took a step toward Toroa. Kaiba was dead, so he didn't have any flesh left. However, he was a head taller than Toroa. Kaiba's large body was letting out a dangerous energy, it was as potent as when he was alive. It actually might be more sharper and tyrannical than before because of the death energy. Do you know who I am? Are you really the Grand Chief Kaiba? Toroa swallowed his saliva, eyeing the Death Knight in front of him. This caused Kaiba to kick out with his leg. Putta, Kwajik! Kaiba's shin impacted behind Toroa's knee, then he roughly pushed Toroa's head against the floor. Kuu! Why are you being like this? As if he didn't have to hear Toroa's answer, Kaiba turned towards the throne and looked at Woojin. He's probably a green novice. How do you know? None of my underlings would dare look up at me. Kook! Woojin let out a laugh as if he was amused by Kaiba's words. It was just like Kaiba to act this way. Toroa was on the floor shaking when Woojin asked him a question. Do you want to make a contract with me? Oh, of course. You don't have to give me the monthly fee. A light shot out of the throne to surround Toroa's body, absorbing into him to make an emblem on his shoulder. It was a picture of a cat letting out a yawn. You've added trainable classes for the enlisted. Orc Soldier, Orc Warrior. I'll devote my loyalty to you. After receiving the emblem, Toroa respectfully bowed to Woojin. He treated Woojin like his lord. Then, he immediately went to the training facility to put out a notice to gather new recruits. If the orc vagabonds answered the recruitment notice, they'll be trained into soldiers soon. 10 recruits could be trained simultaneously, so he'll have 10 orc soldiers in 3 days' time. He'll be able to have a force of 100 at the end of the 30 days protection period. His initial investment was 1900 points, so there was no loss for him if he could get his hands on those troops. Unless the training facility is destroyed or Toroa is killed, the number of his troops would increase daily. What's this ridiculous emblem? Woojin used the domain info to find out the identity of the yawning cat. He thought he had caught a glimpse of the flag on top of the castle walls, and it had a picture that looked like a yawning cat. He had thought Bibi planned on only decorating the place, but she had made the domain emblem into that. Ewu! Woojin once again opened the dimensional store to look at the emblems when his eyes bugged out. Why is it so expensive? These were simple pictures, yet the cheapest one cost 5,000 points. The average price was over 10,000 points, and there were plenty that were much more expensive than that. Woo! She spent all the energy on this. He had been curious as to what she had spent all her energy on. He was sure she had used it all on choosing this emblem. He looked through the catalogue of all the listed items, and Woojin shook his head from side to side. It's full of luxury items. These were luxury items that could be used to decorate the Lord's castle. The price was unimaginably high considering the effect it possessed. It was inefficient to use the points on these items. However, if he was a lord with a lot of excess points, he could see lords decorating the castle to make it look grand. Afterwards, they would go to war to replenish the points they spent. They'll try to plunder other domains. Those lords probably bought the luxury items first, then think about the cost later. Should I make some manufacturing facilities first? Woojin looked at the buildings that were associated with manufacturing. There were various constructions capable of luring monsters in. There were baits, traps, and even trees of temptation, which gave off a pheromone. Depending on which monsters one wanted to lure, one had to build different buildings or constructs. Woojin planted several trees of temptation around the domain. These trees attracted the steel boars and the grey wolves. Then, he bought a pile of blood plants. 30p. Plant that grows bloodstone. It bears one fruit a day, and if one doesn't harvest the fruit continues to get bigger. If an animal eats this often, they'll form a bloodstone in their body. After a day plus 1p. If he harvested the fruit each day, he would earn 1p. Moreover, he had no idea how much the animals ate. He also wasn't sure about the price of 30p. He would be able to get his money's worth from a 30-day harvest, but he wasn't patient enough to farm blood plants. It wasn't in his nature. The announcement notified his purchase of the blood plants. These purchased plants would grow in the domain without his supervision. It grew in a random manner, so it was hard to harvest them. He could do the work himself or he could keep gatherers on staff. However, he was very short on residents in his domain right now. So this is why all of them chose to go to war. It was better to go to war than gather bloodstones through the manufacturing facilities. Also, there was a limit on how many blood plants one could buy. You do not have enough land to support any more blood plants. Woojin had planted 1,000 blood plants. He had consumed 30,000 points, but he considered it an investment for the future. He had no regrets spending it. After 30 days, he'll get his money's worth. Afterwards, he would basically be earning 1,000 points for free. Once I started spending it, I'm spending the energy at a really fast rate. He had only 70,000 points worth of energy for his dimensional domain. The total energy determined the ranking. He dropped from 1,317 to the rank of 3,212. A mere 30,000 points had dropped him so much in ranking. This meant a lot of dimensional domains were bunched up in ranking. Well, this is terrible in its own way. The 72 great lords weren't the only one aiming for Earth. There were lords of lower stations who possessed dungeons. Every one of them would try to drill a dungeon to Earth and use it as a hunting ground. Currently, Earth still had its army and civilization. They would be able to suppress simultaneous dungeon breaks, but one of the lords would inevitably break through. Once that hurdle was overcome, Earth wouldn't be able to stop the dungeon breaks anymore. It was a matter of time before humans became prey. I shouldn't have left Alphen alone. Wasn't Earth on the same path of ruin as Alphen? Woojin regretted not killing more of Tronet's monsters. If he could have delayed Alphen from being taken over, then the dungeons on Earth would have probably broke at a much slower rate. However, he couldn't regret the spilled milk. Woojin emptied his mind, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the various buildings listed inside the dimensional store. Well, let's see. Should I plan this out for real? Woojin pulled up the map to his dimensional domain and started to plan out his city's development plan. During that time, 1 to 2 immigrants trickled in at a time as they came looking for his domain. Asterisk. 20 days had passed. During that time, the dimensional domain Alendal had gone through a complete change. This should be enough. Woojin put away the domain's map he had been looking at, and he stood up. He had spent 20 days inside the dungeon, but only 5 days had passed in reality. Woojin had left to meet his family every 4th day or 1 day in real time. He also had to meet with Jiwon to give an explanation about Jimin. The Alendal Guild's move was going smoothly, and they were in the process of buying all the buildings near the Seoul station. Didn't they say Melody arrived? On the 5th day, he received news that Melody had arrived with the document in her possession. Woojin had been heading towards the dungeon, when he switched his course. Should I make a trip to the National Assembly? Woojin let out a bloody laugh when he thought about finalizing his revenge. He wished Melody would arrive at his office faster. Chapter 113 Hearing, 2. Chapter 113 Hearing, 2. Chapter 113, Hearing, 2. Woojin exited the Seoul station's first exit and was greeted by Sung-hoon. You are back. Yes. Where's Minchin? He went to the airport to greet her. I guess he'll be here soon. Let's head to our office. Yes, I will guide you there. He had spent a brief time meeting his family in Jiwon when he wasn't at his dimensional domain. However, the rest of his time was focused on building his domain. This was why Woojin had never seen the new office yet. Woojin stopped after following Sung-hoon for couple steps. What's going on over there? The people started to gather here and... Hey! Geez! Woojin smirked as he looked at the stalls lined up in front of the dungeon. There were fish-shaped buns and oden. A variety of street food stands were lining the street. Who purchases all these stuff? The reporters and the civilians who come to see the sights all purchase these foods. It sells since the weather is cold right now. So what's tasty here? We don't purchase food from such facilities. Stop lying. The fish bun bread over there tastes the best. Buy me a couple of them. Yes, sir. Sung-hoon was the chief secretary. He had brought 6 members to guard Woojin. It was standard to travel with these men now. One of the guards hurriedly ran to a stall and bought some fish-shaped buns. The reporters who had been on a long stakeout started pressing the shutters on their cameras when Woojin appeared. There were even paparazzis amongst them. The funny thing was half of the reporters were foreigners. Koreans weren't the only ones interested in Woojin's every movement. He was receiving attention from all around the world, as much attention as a Hollywood star. The level of interest made the people of Alendal a little bit uncomfortable, but Woojin didn't seem to mind it at all. It's quite tasty. Woojin took a big bite out of the fish-shaped bun, then nodded his head. It's over there. Hey! After a brief walk, Woojin stopped to look up. It's here. Yes. It's really close. We followed President's order, and we got the closest. You guys did well. They had carried out Woojin's instruction above all else. He was satisfied with how Minchin took care of business. The new office was only a 100-meter away from the first exit. The dungeon break had created a lot of vacant lots, and this 5-story building was standing by itself. It was a bit too wide to call it a high-rise building. The building was elongated to the side as if it had been a school building. Woojin also liked the sturdy wall that surrounded the site. What was it before? It used to house military personnel. After the dungeon shock, the ruins around the Seoul station had been left alone, and this building was located in a desolate location. The design was outdated, but it was built sturdy. It was the ideal building to fortify. It used to be a military base, so there were several additional facilities behind the walls. I saw the construction going on every time I came out. So it was our office. Yes. He was sure he had given Woojin a report on this very issue, but it seemed Woojin hadn't paid much attention to it. When is my mother moving? It'll be done by next week. All right. Let's head in. Yes, sir. Woojin went through the door that was placed within the walls, and he walked twice the distance he had to travel coming here to get to the building. There wasn't much inside the interior of the building. They had basically cleaned and painted the building. The furnitures and items were being stockpiled, since it had to be divided between the divisions depending on their use. This is the president's room. They walked past the secretary room and security office in front of the elevator, arriving at the spacious president's room. It wasn't much different from his previous room, since both rooms had a simple design. The only thing that changed was the fact that the conference table was a bit longer. Woojin sat on the sofa. A female secretary employee brought him a beverage, placing it on the table. He glanced at the employee, then he asked Sunghoon a question. How many employees do we have? We have almost 400 right now. This was the number of employees in the support division excluding the roused. Of course, Allendal only had 3 roused, Woojin, Sunggu, and Seoul. It's about time to conduct an interview with the roused. Set that up soon. Yes. Currently, there are an explosive number of applicants. Currently, the mana on Earth was constantly increasing. Of course, the number of roused would increase. Level 1 to 9 were civilians. When one reached level 10, one became aroused possessing the power of the first circle. Where's Sunggu at? He's currently clearing a dungeon. What star? It's a 6-star. Ho-oh. Sunggu had grown enough to be able to solo clear a 6-star dungeon. What about Seoul? She should be at the quarantine zone. Would you like to see it? Hey? From here. Sunghoon smiled as he opened the blinders to the window of President's office. Woojin approached the window, and he grinned when he looked below. You guys made a zoo. A quarantine zone wasn't something very grandiose. It was just a place set aside for the tamers, so the tamed monsters didn't cause trouble for the civilians. The open lot had been made into a safari. He could see the saber-toothed tiger Jackson, and the knife-beak crows. There were also several monsters he had never seen before. It'll be great if she could tame a wyvern. He had been right. She was someone who had a lot of growth potential, and her ability was developing at a rapid pace. He would more or less pick roused that was exactly like Seoul. Would you like to see the other rooms? It's all right. Just turn on the TV. It had been around 1 hour since Woojin started to watch the TV. The vice president is here. Tell him to come immediately. Yes, sir. After a brief wait, Young Minchin, Melody, and the Holy Knights showed up. When Melody saw Woojin, she immediately tried to get on floor, but he stopped her. To the immortal, Hey! Hey! That's enough. Just sit here. Yes. When she sat down, Woojin brought up the main topic. Did you bring what I had asked for? I have it ready here. The holy maiden pushed forward the document bag she had brought as if it was a great treasure. Woojin schemed through the thick file, when the holy knight James tried to slip in his 2 cents. This data was handed over to you as a gift of friendship by the US government, and it was to strengthen ties with the Titan Guild. Ah! I already know, dude. Yes. James replied sullenly. He was the bridge that tied the US and the Titan Guild together. They didn't consider Woojin to be the roused of the Korean government. They viewed Woojin as a military force that was on par with a nation. Minchin wondered what the documents contained were as he kept glancing at it from besides Woojin. He wondered what could elicit such a reaction from the Holy Maiden and the Holy Knight. President. What is that? It's a hit list. Oh, a hit list. What? Minchin's eyes became round. Why was President being like this again? Mind if I look at it? You can look at it. Minchin picked up the documents and started reading it. His eyes became round. This. These were the corporate executives who had enlisted the help of terrorists in the Middle East. Hey! There were information about politicians enlisting terrorist help to engineer dungeon breaks for redevelopment. The politicians used it to threaten the people's livelihood and wealth. Evidence and money trails were listed neatly in the document for each figure. The source of the data was from the various US intelligence agencies, so their credibility was second to none. No, it was information gathered by a foreign government instead of the Korean government, so it was probably more accurate. Minchin's face turned black as his face wilted. There were several dozen pages of documents. Almost half of them were politicians. Are you planning on killing them all? Of course. These bastards tried to kill me. This was connected to the terrorist attack on the US soil. This was why the US government had thoroughly investigated this matter. Were you perhaps waiting for this? Waiting for what? You kept delaying going in front of the National Assembly. The National Assembly had sent requests for a meet-up several dozen times a day. Woojin was immovable, so they had to turn down all the requests. This put the employees in tough spot. He had wondered why Woojin wasn't going, and now he found out he had been waiting for these documents. Of course. It'll be easier to get rid of them all when they are gathered in one place. Wow! It felt as if he was losing his mind. It felt as if Minchin's hair was standing on its end. How could this guy think so efficiently? He let out a false laugh. Woojin's thought revolved solely around himself. He did this while ignoring the public opinions. Aroused with Woojin's level of ability was needed for dungeon defense, but no one would tolerate him committing a crime. The world wanted a hero. They didn't want a villain. If the National Assembly was massacred, the aftermath would be horrible. Please reconsider. Why? What kind of answer would he need to give regarding Woojin's question? What did he have to say to change his mind? It'll become complicated. It is already complicated. I'm trying to simplify things before it gets more complicated. It seemed Woojin had already made up his mind. What would it take to change his mind? Minchin was thinking hard, when Holy Maiden shook her head as she looked at him. Are you perhaps thinking about immigrating to the US? Minchin ventured a guess. Unless Woojin was prepared to leave Korea, the plan he proposed wasn't feasible. No, it didn't make any sense at all. I'm not immigrating. Woojin looked at Melody as he asked her a question. What's Allendal? It's the monarch's land. Where are we right now? We are at Allendal. You heard her. Minchin couldn't come up with words to even respond to Woojin. Woojin smirked. They dared to take a shot at my life, so I need them to fuck off from my land. He had his dungeon here, and he had even moved to a new office, so why would he go to the US? He just had to drive those bastards out. Minchin's head started to spin. This was how the democracy in Korea would fall. Minchin felt frustrated, and he spoke as if he was pleading. The people around you won't be able to take it. You can survive it, but we can't. Hey! Please have a look around your surrounding. Woojin's gaze moved on from Minchin, who looked as if he wanted to cry. He looked at Seunghoon next, and to Woojin's surprise, Seunghoon's face had hardened. He looked to the side to observe the secretaries. They were looking at him with fear in their eyes. Woojin put the documents down on the table, and he leaned his body back into his chair. The king has to look over those that are still alive. Kaiba's words circled around inside his head. Maybe I've been living by myself for too long. He had always been surrounded only by dead beings. Woojin shook his head, then he put away the documents. Contact the National Assembly. I'll be going to them right now. Please reconsider. The National Assembly won't see any blood today. Don't worry about it. Call them. Minchin's face brightened. Woojin, who was like a bulldog general, had changed his mind. Even the holy maiden had a surprised expression on her face as she checked Woojin's face. Did the immortal really change his mind? Something unthinkable had just happened. Asterisk. Ago, Assemblyman Choi. You, Hyung Nim. Please don't call me Assemblyman. You can drop the formality. Ha ha ha. You've held public office for a very long time, so I should act accordingly. Ha. Assemblyman Park's words are correct. Not everyone can be elected as a member of the National Assembly for the fourth time. Lines decorated Choideo and Park Soguk's face as they laughed heartily. Afterwards, Park Soguk spoke in a serious manner. So Kang Woojin is finally coming here. Haha. Of course. Does he think he can do any better? Chet. He's a young man, so he owes his country. Of course, he has to serve his country. Of course. He isn't taking the sacred obligation of national defense too seriously. Since we are on that topic, is the offer we are going to give sweet enough? He even turned down the offer on making his organization be on equal standing with the Ministry of National Defense. Chaedeo and Park Sung-ho never served in the military for the purpose of national defense, since they received an exception, yet they spoke in a very serious manner. We have secure a collar around his neck this time. If he wants to continue to live in Korean, then does he have a choice? He's just using cheap tactics to raise the price of his body. Well, isn't Assemblyman Choi currently best at interrogating people coming at a hearing? Oh hey. You are too much, Assemblyman Park. I'll do my best to grind that bastard down. That bastard was basically a bubble. The price on him had gone up sharply. They just had to undercut the bastard's value to bring down the price of his service. They'll be able to decrease the burden placed on the country, and at the same time, that would strengthen the Korea's defense. Weren't they true patriots? Choideo and Park Soguk looked at each other as they laughed. They shared a gaze full of meaning. Chapter 114 Hearing, 3. Chapter 114 Hearing, 3. Chapter 114, Hearing, 3. Sung-hoon, who was grabbing onto the steering wheel, was feeling nervous. I might become part of history now. He really thought it would happen. If so, it would be great if he was remembered honorably. Sung-hoon glanced into his rear mirror and caught sight of Woojin looking out the window with his arms crossed. Are you really not going to shed any blood, President? If you ask me that one more time, I'm going to flip out. Heb. Understood. If he asked the wrong question, he would just be suffering a loss, so Sung-hoon closed his mouth. There was a saying, go home and kick the dog. For no apparent reason, Sung-hoon got mad at the traffic. You. If they are going to protest, they should do it in a more organized manner. They had been on the road from the Seoul station to the Cheonggwa-di for an hour already. We can go slowly. There's no need to be in a hurry. Yes. If he was really in a hurry, he would have flown over by riding Xing. As he was looking out the window, Woojin asked a question out of boredom. What are they protesting about? The dungeon breaks from couple days ago caused a lot of damage. The people are protesting for the government to come up with a countermeasure. A countermeasure? Yes. They are saying the uncertainty is killing them. They want a safety measure. Woojin couldn't help but laugh. What kind of safety measure do they want when they are living next to the dungeons? How could such a thing exist? It was akin to raising both hands in a battlefield, and asking for help. If one wanted to live, one had to either run away or pick up a spear and fight. Those were the only two choices. If they want to be safe, they should leave Seoul instead of protesting. It is easier said than done. The rich have already left. It is just a speculation, but I'm sure none of the members of Congress lives in Seoul. If they can't leave, then they have to fight. You. They aren't roused, so how could that be easy? Even if one had ability, it wasn't easy for a new roused to kill monsters. Aside from the abilities, the people of modern society were weak. The fact that one had a good ability didn't mean one was good at fighting. However, everyone had the will to live, so that was why they were making such a raucous noise right now. Woojin's car moved at a turtle's pace, and when the car passed by the vicinity of the protesters, he looked at them with a bored face. They yelled with hostility as they repeated their words of resentment. Woojin's eyes picked up what the picket signs said. Guarantee our rights to live. Be responsible for Seoul's safety. Woojin looked at the policemen blocking the protesters. When he saw the wall of men, he had a thought. If the large monster army invades Earth, who amongst them would go to the front line to fight? Were they being bold and brave, since they couldn't lose their lives here? The protesters were acting very tough and outspoken. How many of them would fight against the dungeon breaks to protect Earth? Take care of. Yes. Nothing. Sunghoon looked at the rear mirror, when Woojin mumbled some words. When Woojin turned away from the window, he met Sunghoon's eyes. Let's say I have to protect them. Do I have to protect those who doesn't have courage? What? Sunghoon didn't get what he was talking about, so Woojin reworded his question. If there are those running away from the battlefield, should I have to pick up the slack for those people? It would be a problem to leave the deserters alone. Right. If they don't have the courage, then they should fight in death. Sunghoon spoke after he secretly tried to read Woojin's face. Excuse me. What? Desertion is a serious problem, but I think it's a big problem if we put everyone on the battlefield. What? Well, isn't it? We can't send all the women and children out to the battlefield. There are some people we have to protect. Woojin's eyes widened. This reaction made Sunghoon stumble in his words. Did he perhaps make some kind of mistake? The president seemed to be in a bit of foul mood today. No. I know there are women in the army, so I'm not saying I disagree with women enlisting. I still don't have a girlfriend yet, but just the thought her going out to battle. It's a nightmare. I would rather fight instead of her. Woojin closed his eyes. His mother, Suo, and even Jiwon would have to go to war. Will he be able to put swords in their hands and ask them to fight with other people? Woojin's worry deepened, his brows furrowed. Sunghoon was getting restless. I'm sorry. About what? Woojin opened his eyes. Sunghoon stumbled over his words. My parents are also advanced in age now, so they won't be able to defend. It's all right. Woojin smirked. Everyone didn't have courage, but he couldn't use that as an excuse. He realized something huge. Allendal was also hell. In the end, he had killed everyone. Those countless number of people. Numerous number of people wanted to live, so he had pushed them onto the battlefield. Those without courage was revived as skeletons to fight. Those still alive had been afraid of becoming the undead. Maybe their real enemy had been the immortal, not Tronet. This road is too congested. It was a square. They were almost at their destination, but they couldn't move forward anymore. There were too many people here. It was evidence that the people were very anxious and worried. So what are they trying to accomplish by complaining to the Congress? Sunghoon wondered if he should say this or not. No, it was a truth that everyone seemed to know except the president. What? Why aren't you saying anything to me? Do you remember the negotiation with the government that fell apart couple days ago? It was about the Protection Guild. What about it? They want the government to restart the talks. Those people? Yes. So they basically want me to fight instead of them. In a way, that was true, but let's get off here. What? It's dangerous out there. For me. Of course, the president wasn't in danger. He was worried the people would be unnecessarily harmed. Dulka. President. Woojin opened the car door and got out. Sung-hoon quickly got out, following after Woojin. The two people walked forward as they pushed through the crowd. There were so many people gathered here that he had a hard time keeping track of where Woojin was. Woon waded through the group of people, arriving at the front of a wall of shields being held by the police. Kwah! Woojin went past the line of people, and a water cannon was shot towards him. The stream of water caused the magical barrier to form in front of him. The police chief immediately used his radio. It's aroused. Please send the roused response team. It was forbidden for the roused to join a protest. The fact that he was in this square was breaking the law. Before the roused response team could arrive, Woojin jumped atop the police bus. It surprised the police officer, who was giving orders with a loudspeaker. What the hell? You know this is a crime. Give me that. What? Woojin snatched the loudspeaker away from the police officer. The ear-piercing sound drew the attention of the people towards Woojin. Ah! Some unknown man wearing a tracksuit was on top of a bus, and he was speaking through the loudspeaker. The man's face was strangely familiar. It's Kang Woojin. It's Allendale's president. When a person, who recognized Woojin, yelled it out, the news spread like wildfire between the people. Woojin frowned as he saw the racket. Be quiet. Woojin's words spread, whereupon silence reigned over the square. The abrupt silence caused others, who were out of Woojin's speaking range, to also stop speaking. Soon the silence had spread across to every protester there. The man on top of the bus looked around several times, then the sound of the loudspeaker was heard. We can't stop the dungeon breaks. Woojin continued to speak as he watched the people stir. He hadn't stepped forward to give a speech. He just wanted to deliver them the truth, and he wanted to give them a choice. If you want to run, then get out of Seoul. The dungeon breaks will continue to happen. The number of dimensional domains that will start to link to Earth would increase, and Seoul wasn't an exception. We can't stop the break, but we can stop the monsters. The people started to stir once again, but after looking at Woojin, they waited for him to speak. Those who want to fight the monsters should stay in Seoul. No matter how many undeads he had in his army, he couldn't protect the entire city. Others would have to help out. I'll be staying behind in Seoul. Woojin returned the loudspeaker to the police officer. It is an honor. Woojin smirked at the police officer's stiff words. Honor? What did this have to do with honor? Take care. Why, yes sir. Woojin jumped off the bus. The square was packed with people, but behind the boss, there were only police moving around. President. Sung-hoon had barely kept up with Woojin. He smoothed out his rumpled suit. Woo! Your speech was awesome. So you finally decided to protect Seoul. I did. Woojin grinned as he walked towards the Cheonggwa-di. Didn't staying in Seoul imply he would protect the city? Sung-hoon tilted his head in puzzlement as he followed after Woojin. Cheonggwa-di's Oval Office. Kim Byung-mon's wrinkles were getting deeper by the day. Is the protest still going on? Yes. The people's anger is quite significant. At the chief officer's answer, Kim Byung-mon closed both his eyes and laid down on the sofa. He felt frustrated and guilt-ridden. It felt as if this was all his fault. He was too ashamed to show his face to the public. The appearance of monsters was an irresistible calamity. At the same time, a country not being able to protect its citizen was a disaster caused by human error. Who? Has Mr. Kang Woojin arrived there yet? Not yet. When Kang Woojin arrived at the National Assembly, he planned on heading over there on his helicopter. The protesters were occupying the square, and in a way, he was the cause of the protest. If the president left the Cheonggwa-di, he thought it would be disrespectful to those people. It tormented him, but he couldn't avoid it. If they wanted to curse him, he had to take it. Woo! Is he trying to contact us, because of the defense pact? I think so. It would be great if it works out. The previous deal's benefits was already mind-boggling, but Kang Woojin was in a position to ask for much more. This truth was clearly felt when Kang Woojin went to the Middle East. He was the Messiah. The fact that he was Korean was an enormous blessing. If another country stole him from Korea, it would be a huge threat to the safety of this country, and it might lead to the government not being able to protect the people. He wouldn't have any words to say even if he was stoned. He's probably almost there now. I'll go ready the helicopter. You do that. The chief officer had just stood up when a guard came running up to him to whisper into his ear. His eyes widened, and he spoke towards the president. Mr. Kang Woojin is here at the Cheonggwa-di. What? Both the president and chief officer was surprised, so they looked at each other. Allendal had told them Kang Woojin would be going to the National Assembly, so why? Where is he? We put him in the reception room. Well done. I'll see him immediately. Yes. Kim Byung-mon put on his coat and started walking. Korea's greatest roused. He was single man who possessed an army. He was the celebrated hero of the world who had eradicated terrorist organizations in the Middle East. Kim Byung-mon felt his heart beat faster as he walked towards the reception room. Asterisk. National Assembly. It was a rare sight to see all the Congress members present at this location. They were filled with annoyance and insult. That bastard said he was going to come, so why is he so late? It isn't as if he's screwing us over for just 1 or 2 days. His arrogance is boundless. What does he think the Congress is? Is he looking down on our country? He isn't even paying attention to the anger of the people. While everyone was letting out their complaint, Park Sogu and Choiteo whispered to each other. Did he back out? Kuhum. I have no idea. He's always treated the government's requests like shit. How many times had Allendal ignored the government's requests? He might have said he was going to come, but there was a chance he might have changed his mind. As he was thinking this, his aide approached and spoke to him. Kang Woojin is in a meeting with the president. Park Sogu's face crumpled. What? Why did he go there? Why would he go to the Cheonggwa-di after saying he was going to come to the National Assembly? How dare he look down on the country and its people? Arrogant bitch! Park Sogu didn't hide his foul mood. Chapter 115 Hearing, 4. Chapter 115 Hearing, 4. Chapter 115, Hearing, 4. Allendal's guild master Kang Woojin and the President of Korea, Kim Byung-mon, stood in front of each other. The President raised his hand. I'm President Kim Byung-mon. The comedian. Ha ha ha. We have the same name. Woojin was being rude but Byung-mon glossed over it with an affable laughter. Woojin smirked as he shook the President's hand. I thought all politicians were shady. You are okay. Hey? If you get to know me, you'll find out I'm a pretty shady guy. Woojin shook his head from side to side. His soul wasn't clear like Jiwon's soul, but it was still light in color. At the very least, it meant he was very determined like Seoul. Woojin wasn't concerned if this man was involved in scandals or not. It was more important to find out where his pure will was focused on. If he was like Seoul, who was adamant in serving her country, then it would be perfect. I won't tell you how bad you are. Let's sit. Haha. You are exactly as I've heard. You are very straightforward. The President and Woojin sat on the sofa. His attitude was more rude than straightforward. The chief officer's expression hardened, but he didn't move an inch. If he moved even a little bit, his fists shaking in anger might be seen. How much have you heard? What? I'm sure you've investigated me. Kim Byung-mon let out a laugh. His political career hadn't been short, but he had almost never held a conversation with an opponent who was so straightforward and in such a hurry. Most of these people had been ignorant young men or people who wore their emotions on their sleeves. They were self-righteous hacks who believed they were honest and telling the truth. Woojin was different. He had the power that gave his words much more weight. Which Kang Woojin are you talking about? Ho-oh! You are aware about my activities on Alphen. Kim Byung-mon didn't hesitate to nod his head. He sensed he would gain nothing by hiding information in this conversation. I know what most people know. South Korea had spent unimaginable efforts to find out more about Kang Woojin. He was aroused born in their country, yet there was no information on him. Moreover, it had reached a point where they couldn't control him easily. Woojin smiled as he dared the other man to speak. Kim Byung-mon opened his mouth. You were summoned away 5 years ago, and you've returned after living 20 years on Alphen. The force you possess was earned during that time. What about the other stuff? We haven't really found any. Woojin shrugged his shoulder, then he buried his body into the sofa. Kim Byung-mon straightened his back, and he swallowed his spit. Why do you think I'm here? We've persistently asked your guild to become this nation's guardian guild. Aren't you here to officially negotiate the terms of the deal? Woojin shook his head from side to side. I'm here for revenge. Moreover, I'm here to give you a warning and a proposal. Woojin put the documents on the table. Asterisk. They were almost at the National Assembly building. Woo Sung-hun's shrunken heart finally felt as if it was returning to normal. He took a peek at the rear mirror to look at Woojin. Excuse me, President. What? Are you really going to do it? What? I'm talking about the hit list. Woojin smirked. Do you want me to forgive them? Those bastards aimed for my life. Didn't you make a promise with the vice president? Woojin didn't know about anything else, but he always kept his word. He clearly said there would be no bloodshed at the National Assembly building. I just have to avoid shedding blood at the National Assembly. What? Doesn't it basically means he'll follow through at a later time? Sung-hoon put on a serious expression. Hey, Sung-hoon. Yes, President. Don't get scared. Wasn't the situation getting much worse? Sung-hoon's face hardened when Woojin started looking at his surrounding. The National Assembly building had received damage during the dungeon shock, but it had been fixed very quickly. Moreover, 20% of the army personnel protecting Seoul was protecting this place. We've arrived. A military unit was guarding the National Assembly building. After passing through a checkpoint, Woojin got out of the car. A man wearing a suit approached him, giving his greeting. I'm Lee Kongjin. I'm Kang Woojin. I suddenly received a call telling me to come here. What can I do for you? His face was filled with questions. Woojin had asked the president to send a sharp judge that was knowledgeable about the politicians. It seemed Lee Kongjin was that person. Well, you should walk with me. First, he followed after Woojin. He was well aware of the fact that there would be a hearing conducted by the Congress. So why was he needed here? I want some advice from you. About what? Woojin passed the documents to him. Lee Kongjin received the documents with confusion in his heart. As he looked over the documents, he clicked his tongue. Dirty bastards! Now they are playing at an international level. Seoul's judge Lee Kongjin. In the world of politics, he was rumored to be a crazy dog. There wasn't a politician he hadn't gone after. He was quite famous for his probes. His ability for investigating evidence was so outstanding that he sent a fourth-term member of the National Assembly to the Slammers 3 years ago. The document was filled with names he was well acquainted with. They were all on his target list of corrupt politicians. In the materials given to him by Kang Woojin, he read about how some people were intentionally causing dungeon breaks. Those vicious bastards had put the people of this country in danger. They were also indirectly responsible for the missile terrorist attack that happened in the US. He could see the rough outline now. It was his speciality to dig into the sordid deeds of the members of Congress. Why did the president specifically call for him, and why did he send him to Kang Woojin? What did Kang Woojin expect from him? What advice do you need? I'm going to kill these 5 bastards no matter what. Aside from those 5, I'm thinking about whether I want to kill any more. I need your advice. He would have never guessed such a topic would come up. Li Kongjin stopped walking, and he looked at Woojin with a dazed expression. What was this man about? Woojin appeared in front of the Congress, with Li Kongjin and Wu Songhun following behind as his aides. Those in their seats had faces full of discontent. This man was the cause of this gathering. They were busy working for this country, so how could he be late in coming here? Before the moderator could speak, Choidio stood up from his seat and started yelling. Do you view the Congress as some kind of a joke? Of course, they were a joke. Kang Woojin took a glance around and went to sit on the chair placed on top of a dais. He wasn't sitting there to be on the receiving end of a confirmation hearing. This location allowed him the full view of every one of the senators. While Woojin was in his seat, he started looking at every single one of their faces. It wasn't just the politicians. He even looked at the aides, and the reporters. Woojin decided which 5 people he wanted to attach to shadow. The 5 he chose had a direct connection with Li Songho, and they had engineered his assassination attempt. Choidio was included in this group. Hey! Can you not hear me? Please answer the question. Choidio never thought anyone would dare to ignore him. His neck veins bulged as he ranted and raved. However, his words didn't even register with Woojin. He just sat there with the document folder open. He kept turning the pages as he compared the pictures to the actual faces. There were those with an X next to their picture. Li Kongjin had placed marks next to the pictures. I don't need this bastard. There were a lot of trash here, but he didn't need to kill all of them. He was targeting a certain faction who was aiming for his life. Woojin had come here for revenge. He wasn't here to clean out Korea's Congress. He didn't care what trashy moves they performed, but he put more names on his hit list with the help of Li Kongjin. He was doing everyone a service. There's a lot of them. He checked the list, and it was almost half of the Congress. After looking at all their faces, Woojin stood up from his seat. He had now memorized the faces of the bastards he had to kill. Let's head out. What? You are done already? I just need to see the faces of the bastards I have to kill. Woojin was about to leave with Li Kongjin and Songhun. Choidio started to yell. Where do you think you are going? When Kang Woojin stood up, the Congress stirred. They had waited for him until now, yet he was already leaving? Hadn't he just arrived? The aides ran towards Woojin. Please get back into your seat. Why? What? Don't we have to start the confirmation hearing? The hearing. Were they trying to verify something with him? Maybe they were trying to get him to participate in the Guardian Guild that he had no thoughts of doing. Choidio's words were continuously ignored, so he sat back down into his seat as he wheezed. Wait and see what will happen once this starts. Choidio was going to air all of Woojin's dirty linens in public. There were over several dozen laws Woojin had broken in the past. Woojin pulled the microphone that was put on top of a table placed above the dais and spoke. He started speaking to the Congress. No. Actually, he was talking towards the cameras and the reporters. I'm not going to do that Guardian Guild or whatever, so we don't need to do a hearing. Instead, I'll let you know one thing. Woojin's words caused the Congress to stir, but he continued speaking as if he wasn't paying attention to them. Those who have connections to the missile terror attack that was aimed to kill me, those who purposefully caused dungeon breaks, and those who don't think we have to go to war with the monsters should all heed my warning. What bullshit are you spouting? How insolent! Several congressmen yelled out, but Woojin easily ignored them as he continued to speak. The relevant information has already been sent to the media. Bullshit! This all bullshit! We don't even need to hear him out. How dare you? Where do you think you are? Woojin frowned, since the commotion was loud enough to swallow his words. Well, he would stop them from talking. We are Ireek. Black smoke formed behind Woojin, and 53 Death Knights were summoned behind him. Eventually, Choidio started yelling. What do you think you are doing in the sacred confines of Congress? It was taboo to use one's roused ability in Congress. There was a strict law regarding it. Mr. Kang Woojin is in violation of the Special Roused Law Article 1 Paragraph 16. Those monsters should immediately. He couldn't continue his words. His mouth wouldn't open. It felt as if some unknown power was pressing down on him. It was the work of Shadow Gabi, who was attached to Choidio by Woojin. Woojin had used the low-level shadow skill called body domination. Woojin once again picked up the microphone. Finally, some silence. I've turned over the data to the media so people will know why many of you have to die. I'll wait outside now. Woojin let go of the microphone and exited the conference hall. No one blocked his path. The imposing Death Knights opened a path as if they were guarding Woojin. The Congress boiled over when they exited. How dare he? Did you see that? Did you see? How can we let such a brutal man be in charge of our nation's security? This cannot happen. The documents might be forged. We have to deport Kang Woojin. Everyone wanted their voices to be heard, so they started yelling over each other. It was a complete pandemonium. Woojin turned the corner and arrived at his parked car. Spit flew out as Woo Sung-hun spoke excitedly. You did really well in holding yourself back. Woo Sung-hun was aware of Woojin's personality, so he thought the current events was almost miraculous. However, Lee Kongjin was looking a little bit disappointed. He watched the news, so he was well aware of Woojin's deeds. In the Middle East, Kang Woojin had killed the terrorists without mercy. He had wanted him to do something big here. Too bad. The members of Congress wallowed in dirty politics. Lee Kongjin hated them so much that he wanted Woojin to do something rash. Well, should we begin? Woojin looked at the Death Knights standing in a line. Take the heads of the faces I've memorized. We will carry out your order. The Death Knights looked excited at Woojin's command. Woo Sung-hun was freaked out as he asked a question. I thought you said you weren't going to shed any blood in Congress. That's why I came out here. He didn't think the Vice President meant this with his words. He probably would have preferred it to happen within Congress instead of happening in a public setting. However, it seemed Woojin didn't care. Master. The obedient dual-blade Death Knight Al-Assad knelt in front of Woojin. Black cloth was wrapped around his body. He looked like someone cosplaying an assassin from ancient Persia. Gabi. Hoo. This will be another fun game. Gabi let out a wicked smile after he looked into Woojin's thoughts. Gabi was absorbed into Al-Assad's shadow, and their abilities were combined. Take care of them by tonight. I follow Master's orders. There were businessmen who were put on his hit list. Al-Assad's body blurred and he melted into the terrain. He won't be discovered as he performed his mission, since he would be using ghost steps and shadow cloak. Lee Kongjin wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked at Woojin. Is he really going to do it? This was basically carrying out justice for the nation, so there was no room for excuse. It's taking them a while to come out. As if the act of waiting was boring him, Woojin ignited his fire magic. Well, if they wanted to live, they'll have to come out. President. The worry inside Woo Sung-hun's heart was growing larger. Wasn't this getting out of hand? It's all right. The president will take care of the cleanup. Lee Kongjin tilted head in puzzlement at Woojin's words. What kind of secret deal did he make with the president? The fireball in Woojin's hand flew into the building. He was going to smoke out the Rabbi Thol. It was time to hunt now. Chapter 116, Allendale's State of Affair. Chapter 116 Allendale's State of Affair. Chapter 116, Allendale's State of Affair. The fire alarm went off and the people started to pour out of the building. A wall of soaked people was blocking the entrance. Hey, get out of my way! Why are you guys standing there like dumbasses? The greedy Choidio's will to live was extraordinary. He pushed as people fell and was finally able to exit outside. All right. I'm alive. He didn't know if it was a small or large fire. However, wasn't it prudent to move to safety first? He couldn't just stay behind. He didn't trust the National Assembly building's fire suppression system. Choidio's suspicion and his will to live was as bloated as his stomach. After barely getting past the group of people, the fresh air greeted him. The water from the sprinkler system had soaked his suit, so he wasn't feeling that great. There was the additional cost of dry cleaning he would have to pay. He decided he'd rather just buy a new one. He recovered his sense of dignity, which he had lost as he was escaping the building. What's with the sudden commotion? He started angrily scolding others. He wanted to know what had caused the fire alarm, but no one responded to him. Everyone was half frozen, and they were hesitatingly standing in place. Hey! The people gathered around the entrance, facing Choidio. The two sides were looking at each other awkwardly. Actually, the group of people were looking behind Choidio. He tilted his head in confusion, and he turned his body. There were people on the ground bleeding out. No, they were already corpses. His good friend Park Soguk was one of corpses. A mass murder had happened at the Korean Congress. When he was confronted with this preposterous situation, Choidio neither blustered nor called out for the police. He silently moved backwards, into the crowd. His eyes rolled around as he observed the situation. Kang Woojin's Death Knights, who he had seen in the convention room, were surrounding the Congress. Moreover, the Death Knights weren't the only ones there. It's those bastards I saw at Afghanistan. He had seen them through the news until he was sick and tired of them. It was Kang Woojin's skeleton army, which numbered around 10,000. It seemed Kang Woojin could summon them anywhere, so several thousand of them were besieging the Congress. The fire alarm had caused him to escape the building, but now he was frozen in shock as he witnessed the murders that had been committed by the skeleton monsters. The man standing next to Choidio asked a question in a small voice. He's crazy. How the hell does he think he'll deal with the aftermath? I know, right? This wasn't merely a case where a cornered stone met the chisel. He would become Korea's public enemy. No, he would be considered a super-grade criminal. This was totally different from the act of suppressing the Middle Eastern terrorists. He had killed the current members of Congress who had committed no sins. Fortunately, it wasn't an indiscriminate massacre. Are the skeletons able to pick and choose who they kill? I don't. The man who had been whispering his answers stopped speaking. He was frozen stiff. A Death Knight in black armor was leading a group of skeletons towards him, coming to a stop right in front of him. Target confirmed. The Death Knight was looking straight at Choidio. What the hell? Choidio was so taken aback, he started stumbling backwards. The crowd was packed together like matches in a box, so he had nowhere to go. Gee, get out of the way. I'm Choidio. Move. Even his desperate struggle was only able to get the people to move half-heartedly. The Death Knight's rough hand grabbed Choidio's arm. Weak. Qua dang. Choidio's body couldn't resist against its strength. He was thrown into the air and he crashed against the floor. Haul him to our monarch. Keek. The skeleton received the order from the Death Knight, who was their commander. They grabbed Choidio's limbs, and they started to move. Let me go. You dirty monsters. Choidio struggled, but the skeletons continued to move with him in tow as they let out a bizarre sound. They arrived at a place where Kang Woojin and a numerous number of corpses was waiting for him. Is he the 32nd one? The skeletons came to a stop in front of Woojin, and they tossed Choidio to the ground. Then a skeleton pulled back his head forcefully. Ooh! Let me go of me! He knew it was useless to yell, but he still struggled mightily. He had seen his future. He had seen the corpses scattering the ground. Woojin searched through his memory, and he recalled this face. It's Choidio. Take care of him. I will carry out your command. A death knight with a spear approached him. Choidio ranted and raved as he struggled. Why are you doing this? If you see the news, you'll find out. If you are going to kill me, how am I going to see it? Too bad. Choidio ranted and raved at Woojin's words. Do you think you are a god because you have power? At the very least, let me know the reason, you son of a bitch. How can he play with a person like this? Woojin smirked at Choidio's words. Didn't you have a connection with Li Songho? You've also made a decent profit using the Dungan breaks. Moreover, you played a role in the missile attack that was aimed to kill me. Those are the reasons. Choidio's eyes opened wide. He didn't care about the reasons. He just wanted to live. I had nothing to do with that. I'm innocent. How can you kill an innocent man? What does the law have to say about this? Those are enough reasons to kill you. Choidio felt like throwing up blood. How can such a crazy bastard exist? This was happening in the heart of Korea. Moreover, he was conducting his grotesque murder show in front of Congress. You crazy son of a bitch! This is South Korea. It's the Democratic Republic of Korea. It's the Republic of Korea. Do you think you'll be able to live after carrying out such acts? Woojin shrugged his shoulders at his desperate words. You should worry about yourself. You motherfucker! His words weren't registering with this guy. How could such a crazy bastard show up? Kang Woojin was a rank AA roused. Korea's guardian? Earth's hope? Role model for the roused? It was all bullshit. The crazy bastard in front of his eyes was a terrorist who used monsters. He dared to carry out such brutal acts in a liberal democratic country. You are being disrespectful to the monarch. The Death Knight's spear pierced Choidio's heart. See, crazy. His voice lost too much strength for it to be called his last will. Choidio's body slumped. Woojin ripped the document related to the man. There were still several more documents in his hands. They are damn late in coming out. Woo Sunghoon had already emptied his stomach. Sunghoon and Li Kongjin was quietly waiting behind Woojin. Woo Sunghoon thought about a lot of things during that time. Woo! I would have probably died instead of being hit on the cheeks if I sold him an Omnia instead of a Galaxy. He recalled the terrifying first meeting he had with Woojin as a phone salesman. He was relieved. Li Kongjin also had a lot of thought in his mind while all of this was going on. Is he crazy? He was someone who hated Korean politics more than anyone else. He knew no politicians were clean. There were some amongst them he considered to be trash. They didn't deserve to live amongst the people. However, the law of the land had protected these people. The only thing Li Kongjin could do was send them to prison for several months. It was basically sending them on a vacation to prison. The only thing it did was to damage the politician's image. However, Kang Woojin was. Is he some kind of a revolutionist? Did a revolutionist appear? Was he going to pull out Korea's rotten roots? Was he doing this knowing he might be labeled the worst murderer in Korean history? While Li Kongjin was thinking hard about Kang Woojin's actions, the execution had come to an end. No, this wasn't really revenge. This was closer to a warning. Let's go now. As if he was getting off from work to go to his home, Woojin lightly rose to his feet, then started walking. The haggard Woo Sunghoon and Li Kongjin followed after him, the former of which had no energy left to throw up again. Sunghoon carefully asked a question. Is this really okay, President? Woo Sunghoon was nervous, since the cameras were taking pictures of them from all angles. Will they really be able to live their lives and not get arrested? It'll be all right. Go over there and bring that camera over here. Yes. Woo Sunghoon ran to complete his errand. The Congress was surrounded by the Death Knights and skeletons. Moreover, there were alarmed soldiers surrounding the skeleton army. Amongst the soldiers, Sung-hoon caught sight of cameras and reporters. As he was approaching them, several dozen guns were raised towards him. His legs were shaking. "Don't come any closer. My president has something to say. Please bring a camera over to him." The commander of the unit, Colonel Park, had an incredulous expression on his face. This was too bizarre of a business to consider them to be crazy, and now they wanted a camera. Maybe they are really crazy? Shocking was the word that encapsulated Woojin's actions. "I'll go." The network executive thought this was an exclusive scoop, so he ran forward. He was willing to put his life on the line for the story. The reporter swallowed his spit and followed after the executive with the camera staff. Woojin asked a question to the network executive, who had approached him. "Is this live?" "What?" "Yes." Woojin looked at the camera and made his declaration. Asterisk. The president had the TV on as he watched it with the chief officer. He had cancelled his trip to the Congress. A warning and a proposal. The words spoken by Kang Woojin wouldn't leave his thoughts. "What do you think about this? He's committing high treason against our country." The chief officer watched the unprecedented breaking news that was all over each television channel. He had spoken in a firm manner. The president shook his head from side to side. "No, I'm talking about his proposal. It isn't something I can decide." This wasn't actually an unprecedented event, but at the very least, it was something he would have never thought would occur on the Korean peninsula. The division of North and South Korea was already a tragedy, and if another country was formed here. President Kim Byung-mon was deep within his thoughts when one of his secretaries ran quickly towards him. "It's a call from the Minister of National Defense." He didn't even need to pick up the phone to know what this was about. He had ordered the troops to surround Kang Woojin, and he gave them explicit orders to stay put. "Give it to me." Kim Byung-mon answered the phone, and a desperate voice was heard. Kang Woojin said, "If we don't break up our encirclement in 5 minutes he'll attack us. Please give us the engagement order. We have to send a preemptive strike." Does he really think a preemptive strike would successfully take down Kang Woojin? Even the terrorists in the Middle East had lost to him, because they had lacked enough firepower. What was truly best for Korea? After thinking hard on it, Kim Byung-mon gave his answer. "Break up the perimeter. We shouldn't do that. This is high treason against our country. We have to punish him sternly." "How many casualties?" "There are 57 casualties including Congressman Park So-guk." Kim Byung-mon made his decision within his heart. Kang Woojin had kept his exact promise. "Release them from the encirclement. This is an order." "Understood." Kim Byung-mon ended the call and spoke to his secretary. "Prepare my official press conference." "Yes, sir." Kim Byung-mon let out a very heavy sigh. Asterisk. The employees gathered inside the Allendale president's room was discreetly glancing at the vice president Young Min-chan. He was bonelessly lying on the sofa. His expression was of a person who had just lost his country. His headache was so severe that medicine wasn't working, so he had tied his necktie around his head. Kim Hee-min comforted Young Min-chan, who was lying down with a devastated expression on his face. "Just give up, Vice President. This isn't the first time our president caused trouble. Ha! This isn't in the same stratosphere as an accident." Hee-min agreed with those words. Kang Woojin's story was plastered all over the news. "Oh wow! Hyung-nim is the #1 searched topic again." Sung-gu let out a bright laugh as he pushed his smartphone forward. The dark circles under Min-chan's eyes became deeper. How come all the roused in their guild was like this? The keywords in the search ranking was full of words like Kang Woojin, Allendale, treason, rebellion, Congress attack, and etc. It was Young Min-chan's job to take care of the aftermath when Kang Woojin created an accident. He held the position of vice president, but the stress and pressure he felt from this job was quite significant. His president always seemed to cause global issues now. Try having one more pill. Ha! All right. He took a relaxing pill from Kim Hee-man. He put it in his mouth and took a gulp of water. This is breaking news. The president has started his official press conference not too long ago. The president has announced the Allendale Guild's declaration of independence. He acknowledged Allendale as its own country, and they will be given sovereignty. Poob. Minchin spat out the water on the desk and the relaxing pill rolled across the floor. Everyone's attention was focused on him after he recreated a fountain show. The president is finally trying to become a king. He mumbled as if his soul had left his body. The holy maiden, who was watching the TV, spoke. He's already is a king. He was Allendale's monarch. To her, nothing had changed. She thought about how many kingdoms had fallen to the immortal's hands. It was prudent for Korea to not antagonize him. The mere sacrifice of 57 people had saved the Republic of Korea. Chapter 117 Allendale and Number 39, S State of Affair, 2. Chapter 117 Allendale's State of Affair, 2. Chapter 117, Allendale's State of Affair, 2. This is a breaking news. 57 Korean politicians with ties to the missile terrorist attack in the US has been identified. The roused Kang Woojin has suppressed and eliminated these individuals. The fact that these politicians had intentionally caused the dungeon breaks, and the extent of damage caused by them was revealed. The anger of the people. Young Minchin let out a sigh as he looked at the news. When's the president arriving? He'll be here in 30 minutes. Seoul Station wasn't too far away from the National Assembly. The news was all about the killing. They were listing all the corruption charges and wrongdoings the politicians had committed. It was exactly the information brought by Melody. Through the press conference, the president thanked the Allendale's guild master Kang Woojin. As soon as the crippled Congress is reformed, they will convene to discuss whether Allendale Guild should be given independence as a separate country. It will be put up for national referendum. Minchin asked Hee-man a question. What's the chatter on the internet like, Director Kim? It's not as chaotic as I thought it would be. The stories are all about our president, but the actions of the politicians were too dirty. There is a growing sentiment that our president had done the right thing. This is despite how he acted on the news. Kang Woojin had seized the Congress and it was shown through the live broadcast. Still, public sentiment wasn't too bad right now. Yes. Well, the footage of him actually killing them wasn't released. It wasn't as if Kang Woojin had carried out some ghoulish show where he murdered people. He just pierced the heart of politicians who deserved death. The fact that such an act was carried out against Congress members at the National Assembly was shocking, but the causality of his actions was quite clear. It was as if this had been orchestrated by someone. Ha! The president is really... He was none other than the president. Favorable words were pouring out in the media regarding Kang Woojin that it made Minchin wonder how this could be. If one looked at the news, one would think Kang Woojin was a hero. They made it seem as if Woojin had known beforehand that South Korea was in enormous danger. He was being touted as a savior who had found and killed the 58 politicians with deep connections with terrorists. He had saved Korea. Isn't this quite fortunate for us? Yes. However, I don't know what this independence is about. Minchin shook his head from side to side. Allendale had gained its independence. How was such a thing possible? Isn't the Vatican a good example? Minchin let out a sigh at Kim Hee-man's words. The Vatican existed as a city-state, but the special status of the religion was the main reason why it was established as an independent state. No one had expected such an independent state to form in Korea. Who? I guess it's possible. He already negotiated it with the president. Hee-man's words didn't comfort Minchin at all. Unless Kang Woojin had negotiated all of this beforehand, the president wouldn't have mentioned it in his press conference. Geez. He thought Kang Woojin was peerless in terms of causing trouble that was beyond one's imagination. Everyone was taken aback and shocked as they waited for the president to arrive. After a brief moment, the car containing the president arrived at the office. Woo Sung-hoon had a haggard face, and Lee Kongjin's face was somewhat flushed. Kang Woojin got off the car, looking the same as ever. He just looked a little bit drowsy. "What? Why are you guys all doing out here?" Woojin spoke as he saw the people who had gathered in the parking lot. Minchun stepped forward and he spoke. "President. How can you cause such a big accident? The floor of the National Assembly building didn't see any blood. How can you say that? If you were going to go through with this, it would have been better to do it inside the National Assembly building. When the seizure of Congress was shown live on broadcast, do you realize how hard my heart was beating? Fortunately, the people killed has been very bad people. It was a weird situation where Woojin was being treated as a hero. When did you make a deal with the president? Let's speak inside." Minchun was about to pour out all the questions he had, but there were too many employees gathered in the surrounding. First, he guided Woojin to the president's room. As they were moving, Minchun saw someone he didn't recognize, so he asked a question. "Who are you?" I'm Lee Kongjin. I work at the Seoul District Public Prosecutor's Office." Judge Lee Kongjin. This young Judge Lee Kongjin was famous for being fearless. Anyone with a bit of interest in politics had heard of his name. Minchun shook his hand. "I'm Allendale's Vice President Young Minchun. I've heard a lot about you." Young Minchun was someone who received as much public attention as Kang Woojin. Allendale itself had rocketed into relevance in such a short amount of time, and Young Minchun was in charge of taking care of the daily operation. Of course, he would become famous and rated fairly well by the public eye. He wasn't aroused. He was a normal person and his personal stock was increasing right now. He was considered to be one of the best individuals at allocating resources to support the guild. Many companies coveted him. Woojin, Minchun, and the rest of the group gathered inside the president's room. Sunggu had returned from the dungeon, so all of Allendale's founding members were present. The Holy Maiden, Holy Knight James, and Lee Kongjin were also present in the room. "President. What is up with this Declaration of Independence?" How did you know about that?" The lines on Young Minchun's face deepened when he heard Kang Woojin's answer. "There isn't anyone who doesn't know about it. The President of Korea made the announcement." I guess he finally made his decision." Woojin nodded his head as he thought about President Kim Byung-won, who had heeded his warning and advice. "Recently, I've been a little bit unfair to you guys. Since I have a lot of business at the dungeon, I couldn't manage you guys properly. You, Minchun, probably had the hardest time. I'm thankful, since you acknowledged that fact. Still, why would you declare independence? If he already knew Minchun was having a hard time, didn't he have to stop himself from causing such big accidents? If I don't, won't the government continue to bother us? I decided to make a country where we won't be disturbed. This will make things a bit easier for you." Young Minchun was struck dumb. He was building a nation based on such a simple reason? He was taken aback. However, he was more surprised at Woojin's ability to implement and drive a plan forward. "What the heck did you talk with the president?" "I just gave him a proposal. I told him I'll kill him if he blocked me from raising my country. If he left me alone, I told him I'll form an alliance with him." Should this be how a 21st century intellect should think? Minchun's face became haggard, but the Holy Maiden praised Woojin. "I am impressed by your benevolence. Isn't it? I could have killed everyone." Minchun was barely able to gather his thoughts, and he asked a question. "It isn't as if you can just make a country just by wishing it. So what did you agree to in this negotiation?" Woojin thought about the conversation he had with the president. "He wants to form a treaty with me. So what's the content of that treaty?" You'll have to make one up. Let's see. What do we need to do if we want to make a country, Mr. Kangjin? On Alphen, he just had to declare he was the king, and that was it. However, the modern society didn't work like that. Well, it was possible to do that, but if they were really going to do it, it would be better to do it properly. You have to at least have a judicial, administrative, and legislative branch. Woojin had been summoned during his third year of high school. Alphen was basically divided into rulers and subjects. He had been the only one to survive living as a ruler for 20 years on Alphen. However, the only subjects he had under him were the Death Knights and Lich. Minchin. Yes. You are the Prime Minister now. Ha! President. I don't want such a fast promotion. Dear God, how can you put me in such a position? I think you overestimated my ambitions. You can come up with the rest as you consult with Mr. Li Kangjin. Li Kangjin had a confused expression on his face. Why am I? He had come at the request of the president. He was told to find Kang Woojin and give him counsel, but he never expected. Not everyone inside the president's room was shocked. Sungu had a wide smile on his face. Ha, Hyung Nim. So what am I going to be doing? What do you want to do? If Hyung Nim is the king, then should I be part of the royal guards? Okay. Sungu can be the commander of the royal guards. I gotta go boast on the SNS. Did the rise in roused rank inversely lower Sungu's social intellect? Sungu spoke with such a bright voice that the atmosphere within the president's room improved. Excuse me, President. What role do you want? Sunghun's eyes twinkled at Woojin's reply. This was it. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will never come again. Anything he said here will be granted. Doesn't a country need an ambassador? I think. You know I'm quite eloquent with my words. All right. The Secretary of Foreign Affairs? The Minister? Do whatever you want. I will move heaven and earth to do my job. Sunghun's face became heroic. I did it, Mother. The Wu family name can be proud of me now. Young Minchin shook his head from side to side. If they were playing house, then Minchin would have been happy. Woojin followed up on whatever he said. His words became reality. This was what scared him. This conversation itself was the cornerstone in building a nation. At least give me a direction I can work towards. Minchin decided to stop resisting. He requested more information. Since the president had already given his pledge, it would be hard to go back on this. Moreover, if one thought about the Vatican City, it wasn't impossible to think that a small city-state could form within South Korea. The size and the structure of the state was basically the guild itself. They were just getting acknowledged as being an independent nation. As Woojin intended, he would own his own country where he didn't have to be ruled over by anyone. What kind of direction? Yes, what is the purpose of our existence? What will the Allendal kingdom work toward to? Woojin answered without hesitation. World peace. Was he joking or was he being serious? At the very least, the Holy Maiden decided to accept it as truth. I don't know what to say at the monarch's choice. The immortal had just considered world peace as a worthy cause. He was the champion of the god of destruction. Wherever he went, death and despair had followed. However, he now was choosing to protect. This was a drastic change. Moreover, this was a blessing for the planet Alphen. Kang Woojin will be working towards world peace. Wooji glanced at the Holy Maiden, who was overwhelmed by her emotions, then he spoke to Minchin. You take care of the rest. Don't think in too large of a scale. Understood. No matter how one thought about it, it would be impossible not to think in large scales. However, Minchin obediently gave his answer. He probably can't get into a bigger accident now. He was already a king now, so how could there be anything bigger? Minchen really thought there wouldn't be any big accidents in the future. I just have to get through this business. He had to establish the foundation of a nation. It was a very hard task, but it wasn't as if they were stirring up a revolution inside Korea. A small entity called a guild was being given independence, and the guild would be transformed into another form called a country. The problem was the peace treaty they would be entering into with Korea. It was up to Minchen to come up with it. Well, you'll have to work hard, Prime Minister Jung. Prime Minister Jung. He repeated back Woojin's words, and Jung Minchen's face became flushed as his cheeks slightly reddened. His heart was beating faster, and it wasn't caused by his worries. It caused his heart to flutter. The building of a nation and the treaty would be taken care by Minchen and the guild employees. If Minchen did a poor job, he would just have to go get someone who would do a good job. Woojin had the other Allendal to deal with. His plate was full from merely ruling his dimensional domain. I want to see you for a brief moment. Woojin looked at the Holy Maiden. Melody had a confused expression on her face. Yes. My king. Woojin and Melody got up from the sofa. He was very curious. The Holy Maiden had been the first person to be found inside a dungeon. So how did she use a dungeon to arrive on Earth? Woojin had always been curious about that point after he became a dimensional lord. Woojin opened a return portal in an empty location inside his office. Seeing. Follow me. Yes. Woojin disappeared into the portal, and the Holy Maiden followed after him. Every single one of the Holy Knights of the Arya Church was originally from the Titan Guild. The protection of the Holy Maiden was important to them, but they were also given the task of keeping track of roused Kang Woojin. Shit! Notify the Titan immediately. At the Holy Knight James' words, a member quickly formed a message and it was sent to Titan's Guild Master Deacon. Kang Woojin has established the country of Allendal. Chapter 118, Mock Battle. Chapter 118 Mock Battle. Chapter 118, Mock Battle. Zung. Woojin grabbed the back of Melody's neck after she passed through the return portal. Ooh! She felt her neck being choked. The sudden change in her situation made Melody look back at Woojin with trembling eyes. He was glaring at her with indifferent eyes. Whose vassal are you? Please immortal. Melody looked at Woojin with frightened eyes. His indifferent and emotionless eyes was the gaze of the immortal, whom she knew well. She couldn't read a single iota of emotion from his eyes. She couldn't look into his eyes. Speak. Melody's neck was being squeezed, so it was hard for her to even breathe. It isn't like that. I'm also a dimensional lord. Woojin let go of her neck. Okay. Hey. Melody was breathing hard. The immortal has shown his killing intent for a brief, but the mental pressure she felt left her exhausted. So you aren't a vassal of some other dimensional lord? Yes. Then how did you come through the dungeon? Melody was from the planet Alphen. She had used a dungeon that acted as a tunnel connecting the planet to the dimensional domain. She had been inside a dungeon, yet she hadn't been harmed by the monsters. This was why Woojin guessed that she was a vassal of the dungeon's owner. I used to have a dimensional domain. Used to? How about now? It was taken away from me. Woojin's forehead furrowed. It seemed this story will be long. Woojin sat on his throne. Tell me everything. I came to Earth. The alliance forces of planet Alphen was able to acquire three-dimensional fragments after numerous warriors' sacrifices. After the dimensional fragments combined to form the dimensional proof, Melody received divine word from her goddess and she had headed towards a dungeon. It was an ownerless dungeon, and the synchronization rate was a match with her. She became a dimensional lord. At that point, she needed one more dimensional fragment to gain access to a dungeon on Earth. However, during the 30-day protection period, she wasn't able to prepare her domain properly. She was overwhelmed by the continuous dimensional battles that followed. The cost of defeat was huge. The dungeon entrance into Alphen was snatched away from her. Melody was trapped in her dimensional domain. She could either continue the dimensional battle to take back her dungeon, or she needed to gain another dimensional fragment. Those were the only two choices. However, she wasn't talented at managing her domain. Her dimensional domain started to deteriorate and her ranking plummeted. If events continued as it had, she wouldn't be able to return to her homeland of Alphen. She was in danger of becoming a dimensional refugee, so she once again asked for divine guidance. There is a savior on earth. Melody put her full trust in the divine guidance, so she broke apart the dimensional proof. She voluntarily gave up her role as the dimensional lord. It took 3 to create the dimensional proof, but only 2 were returned when dismantled. Melody used 1 fragment to buy a dungeon in the dimensional store. She wasn't a dimensional lord anymore, but she joined the ranks of the dungeon owners. She had thrown away her dimensional domain to be able to come to Earth, which was in a different dimension. Her purchase of the dungeon had reset the subway station in the US, and the first one to find her was the Titan Guild. After listening to her words, Woojin nudged his dimensional proof. Melody had kept her head down respectfully after she had concluded her words. He looked at her. At the very least, the story meant she wasn't a vassal of a different dimensional lord. All right. I'll withdraw my suspicion. I'm thankful that you inquired about the truth. Woojin found out something new. It was about the first boss monster that showed up when the dungeon reset happened. So they are the dungeon owners. If they were able to defend the dungeon for 30 days, they were allowed to come out to the qualified dimension. This was what the people of Earth had called dungeon break. The scary thing about the dimensional lords was that they could ignore the 30-day wait period. They could send out the monsters at any time. To be more precise, the dimensional lord could allow the beings living in the domain to hunt. It wasn't always monsters being sent out. With all due respect, the domain's defense has to be strong, my king. Kaiba is here, and I have the undead army. It should be enough. Woojin had the confidence that he could repel any invading force. However, Melody shook her head with a worried expression on her face. After the protection period passes, you will be bombarded with requests for dimensional battle. When that happens, you won't be able to use your undead army. Woojin looked at her with a face full of questions. Melody continued to speak. The current defense you have is only for the visitors. When fighting against other lords, the battle happened in a different domain. The normal defense of the domain couldn't be used. When fighting enemies who passed through the dungeon, the lord could use every single force available to him. Moreover, the lord's personal abilities could be used. However, the rules were a little bit different in a dimensional battle. It is like chess. In the beginning, Melody also didn't realize what was going on. In her confusion, she had lost her domain and domain energy bit by bit. Melody was worried Woojin would experience the same fate as her. A new lord had a protection period of 30 days, and one had to do one's best to build up the defense as much as possible. You have to gather all of your chess pieces. Tell me everything you know. For the lords, the dimensional battle is a game and a predatory war. Only the lords could participate in the dimensional battle. It was like a chess tournament, where the lords could use the resources of the domain to play at war. Would you like to participate in a mock battle? A mock battle. When Woojin thought about the mock battle, a menu popped up. All right. Let's try it once. Please select how much energy you will bet. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. He was able to bet at an increment of 10,000 dungeon energy. When Woojin chose 10,000, a screen popped up. We are searching for a potential enemy. You were matched with Count Litten of the human race. A noble with a striking white beard appeared inside the window in front of him. A brief summary of information about the man was shown, and Woojin's vision started to zoom out. It was similar to the time when he was constructing the buildings. His vision encompassed his entire domain as if he was looking down from the sky. Searching for a battlefield. The plains of Letria was chosen. A wasteland about the size of Woojin's domain was chosen. It was spacious, but the terrain had numerous sinkholes in various locations. 10,000 energy was taken each from Woojin and Count Lishan. A total of 20,000 energy transformed into blood plants and blood stones. They were assigned to various locations. Woojin cleared the gem-packed messages that kept popping up and surveyed the battlefield. He was only able to look down at the entire field for a brief moment. He felt a falling sensation, and his vision narrowed to be fixed a single being. "Please give us our orders, Lord." In front of Woojin, Susuna and 4 other Hoenn were in a line. Woojin raised both his hands, and he saw yellow furs. It was the arms of a being from the Hoenn race. Possession. Woojin tilted his head in confusion as he looked at the 4 Hoenn in front of him. When he thought about possessing one of the other Hoenn, his point of view changed. Who? Woojin looked at the being he had been only a moment ago. "Please give us our orders, Lord." Woojin's brows furrowed at their words. "I think I know what's going on." There were 5 Hoenn including the one Woojin was possessing. With his will, he could take over and control any one of the Hoenn. Fortunately, he was used to changing souls with Gabi, so he quickly adjusted to this situation. Woojin looked around his surrounding and spotted a shabby building nearby. It was hard to call it a castle, but it had a single 3-story tower. The small castle was about the size of a villa. When Woojin stared at the building, he felt another sensation of dizziness as his soul moved. He was inside the castle, sitting on top of the throne. He was inside the building but he could see what was going on in his surrounding at a glance. He looked at the 5 from the Hoenn race standing ready in front of the castle. Familiar yet unfamiliar numbers was fixed at the corner of his vision. Bloodstone 100 population 5/10. Woojin vaguely understood the situation. Chaos. Wasn't this like the game he used to enjoy during his high school days? No, it was a different genre. Isn't this like a strategy simulation? There were buildings that was considered to be bases. One had to use the workers to gather the ingredients, so one could construct more buildings. Then one had to fight the enemy and win. Go gather the blood plants. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We will carry out your order. Woojin's sight remained at the castle, but he could hear the Hoenn workers outside as if they were speaking right next to him. As he sat on the throne, he found out that it was possible for him to construct other types of buildings. Hut, farm, tree of temptation, orc training facility, wyvern's nest. Woojin nodded his head as he looked at the buildings he could build. He now understood why she had called this a chess game. The units and buildings one could use in the dimensional battle was all the things he possessed in his dimensional domain. One couldn't use the dimensional store during a battle, so one needed to possess the buildings beforehand. The energy was spread all across the plains, but Woojin wasn't able to build a bloodstone mine. Moreover, the military buildings he could build was only the orc training facility and wyvern's nest. The orc training facility didn't require a lot of bloodstones to build, but the wyvern's nest required an enormous amount of bloodstones. It won't be efficient to build the nest. While he was saving up enough bloodstones to build a wyvern's nest, he might be attacked, and he might lose the dimensional battle. Woojin decided to produce workers, 50, that could be created by the castle. It didn't take long before 2 workers filed out from the castle, and they stood ready outside. Woojin added 2 more to the group to make a group of 7 members. He ordered them to gather the blood plants. They diligently gathered the blood plants in the surrounding, and he was able to reach 500 bloodstones. He instructed the workers to create the orc training facility. 2 from the Hoenn race was deployed to build an orc training facility near the castle. During all of this, the 5 workers were still busily gathering the blood plants. As the training facility was being built, he created 3 more workers. You've exceeded the population limit. Please build a hut. Geez. It's been a while since I've done this, but this is quite frustrating. Woojin felt frustration wash over him. He had tens of thousand undead troops and death knights, but he wasn't able to use them. What the hell are they doing? Why were the Dimensional Lords playing these games? Why were they betting energy to increase their rankings? While Woojin cooled the anger that was rising within him, the additional hut was built. The limit to his population increased by 20, and the construction of the orc training facility was finished. The forces he could train was the same as the one in Woojin's dimensional domain. He ordered the production of 2 soldiers. An orc opened the door to the newly built hut and headed inside the training facility. The waiting period was 5 times longer as creating a worker. Around 10 minutes had passed. Woojin frowned as he waited for the orc soldier to come out. It'll be hard to prepare everything during the protection period. In the real dimensional battle, he wouldn't be able to go to war with just the orc training facility and the wyvern's nest. Moreover, the bloodstone mines were a must. There were a lot of basic buildings a domain needed. One had to have acquire a lot of ingredients in the dimensional domain to use it in the dimensional battle. His troop's skill tree or combination wasn't available in the dimensional battle, since it didn't exist in his dimensional domain. He would also have to research into the defensive buildings he couldn't build right now. He only had 6 days left. He wasn't sure if he would be able to have the basic war capabilities by then. After 10 minutes, the orc sauntered out of the training facility. The orc was equipped with a spear, and he came out as a burly soldier. When he had 3 orc soldiers, he could see 7-foot soldiers of Count Lytton approaching from the distance. They were equipped with sword, shield, and leather armor. They looked quite formidable. This is really frustrating. It felt as if his hands and legs had been tied. He had only 3 orc soldiers he could use. Chapter 119, Battle. Chapter 119 Battle. Chapter 119, Battle. Quah! The orc soldiers let out a roar to boost their courage. Since it was a battle between 7 vs 3, the result seemed already set in stone. Woojin possessed one of the orc soldiers to direct the 3 orcs. He had lost 3 orc soldiers, yet he was able to eliminate 4 infantrymen. However, there were still 3 enemies left. Everyone gather here. Woojin gathered all the workers, and a single orc soldier exited the training facility just in time. He once again possessed the orc soldier and was able to eliminate all 4 infantrymen. However, Woojin could see 10 more infantrymen approaching from the distance. I lost. How frustrating. This was like playing with dolls. Woojin ended the mock battle without any regrets. Hui! The vision in front of him crumbled and the world broke apart. He blinked as his vision brightened once again, and Woojin was able to see his dimensional domain. The Holy Maiden hadn't moved an inch as she waited for him. How was it? It was very frustrating. It was understandable. One's own abilities were restricted. The immortal had never experienced such an event before, so his frustration would be felt that much more. All the dimensional lords are doing this. The other lords were growing their own dimensional domain through these frivolous matches? Woojin tasted bitterness in his mouth. The ingredient that fueled all of this was the energy. When he thought about the methods used by the lords to gather those energies, he couldn't help but be in a bad temper. The dimensional battle is important to them. They bet small, but it is a safe and prudent way to increase their rankings. Even if one lost 10% of the dungeon energy, it wasn't a large amount. The danger from participating in it was low. If one was in danger, one could be like the Holy Maiden, who was able to break the dimensional proof to discard the position of being a lord. This is so stupid. This was the reason why they invaded other dimensions to gather bloodstones. What's this duel supposed to be? Dimensional battle is a battle between dimensional domain. Duel is a fight between the lords. So I just have to do the duels from the start. Duel cannot proceed unless both party agrees to it. The only time you can forcefully start a duel is as a revenge for losing the dimensional battle. Woojin grinned. He had been frustrated by the dimensional battle, but he liked how the duel worked. All right. If that doesn't work, then I can just raid their dungeons. If he didn't like the Lord vs Lord battles, he could challenge their domain as an adventurer. Woojin had cleared Rosmode's laboratory and Juliel's field after he challenged them. Since they didn't have the rank of Lord, he had no choice but to choose the clear option. Well, all right. It seems it will be important for me to earn another dimensional fragment. If he wanted to purchase a dungeon, he needed a dimensional fragment. It didn't matter if he was opening a gate into Alphen. He also had to be ready for the unforeseen circumstances where he might need a spare dungeon that could connected to Earth. He needed to gather as many dimensional fragments as he could. Who care about losing 10% of the energy? He was going to try to maximize his remaining protection period by getting ready, but it couldn't be helped if it was too late to do so. Nothing would change by worrying about it. If nothing could change the outcome, it was better for him to give up cleanly. It was better to focus on what would come afterwards in the future. Woojin stood up from his throne. I'm sorry for my misunderstanding. Not at all. The immortal gave an apology. Melody was too taken aback, so she didn't know what to do with herself. Woojin grinned, and he opened a portal to the Seoul station's first exit. You can go now. I still have to make preparations. Yes. Melody gave her farewell. She passed through the portal and exited the large hall of Woojin's throne room. Master! Bibi ran towards Woojin and hugged him. Her cheeks were puffed out as she glanced around the interior of the castle. The Holy Maiden is gone. She's gone. You! I was so surprised. All of Woojin's familiars hated the Holy Maiden. They were all undead, so they didn't mix well with the Holy Maiden. It was inevitable for them to dislike her. Bibi, who was a devil, seemed to be in the same boat. She felt an instinctual repulsion. Ha. Jimin is doing better now. Oh, is that so? This was the best news he had heard today. What is he doing right now? He hunted in the morning. Now he is at his house. Woojin opened his achievement store, and he bought a manual about the dimensional battle. He looked through it, and there wasn't anything new in it. It was basically what he had learned in the mock battle. It explained the basics, and the system. Try reading this. You'll be going out to the dimensional battle in my stead. All right. Bibi took the book and skipped away. She went into a cute hut placed in front of the castle. It seemed Bibi had bought herself a house. I can give the authority to my vassal to act as my proxy. If he couldn't avoid the upcoming dimensional battles, then he would just have to participate in it. It would be great if he could win. However, if his preparations were inadequate, he couldn't do anything about it. It was unfortunate. Instead, he must get his revenge through the duel. The great lords of the 72 thrones were very high in their rankings, yet Woojin was confident that he would be able to hold his own against them in a duel. If he was going to lose the dimensional battle, he didn't need to participate in it. He'll just let Bibi have some fun as a form of entertainment. If he lost energy or items, he'll just take it back through the duel. Woojin sloughed off the frustration he had felt from the mock battle and headed towards Jimin's house. Are you here, Jimin? Yes, Hyung. Woojin opened the door and he entered. Jimin was sitting on the table reading a book. Hey! Where did you get a book? I bought it from a general store right in front of here. 1 week had passed in reality, but about 20 days had passed inside the dimensional domain. Woojin had developed his domain as he focused on the living situation of the people inside his domain. There used to be only an empty lot present, but he had erected a lot of buildings. He created a lot of shops like the general store, a butcher's shop, pub, restaurants, and even a cafe. He was taking in refugees at a steady rate, so he had the Hoenn race, orcs, dwarves, and even a couple humans present here. They had all become residents of the domain. Woojin had only one policy. He didn't allow the residents to hunt in the only dungeon he had. There was no merit system, since the Seoul station's first exit was off limits. Since he wasn't charging any fees for refugees staying only for a brief period, there was no harm to his policy. What kind of book is it? It's just a travel book. Woojin glanced at the book cover, and it was Traveler's Journal of the author visiting the most famous dimensional domains. Woojin sat on the table. I heard you hunted earlier. Yes. How was it? It was. Well. Jimin scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression on his face. His thirst for blood had worsened, so he asked Kaiba to hunt with him. If he didn't, there was a chance he would have jumped a resident after losing his mind. There wasn't much difference between the monsters and refugees. If they followed the domain's rule for resettlement, they were refugees. If they didn't, they were treated as monsters. It didn't matter what race they were from. Humans hunted humans. Orcs and elves worked with each other. Jimin had been shocked at his own change, and he had been shocked by the existence of other dimensional domains. However, it seemed he was getting a bit used to the situation. How about we go see your sister now? Can my sister come here? It'll be hard for your Nuna. Only the roused could enter the dungeons. To be precise, only the roused could pass through the portal. Jiwon was a normal person with no abilities. Moreover, when he thought about her clear soul, there was a very slim chance she would be able to become aroused. I'll head out. However, please tell her to wait a little bit more. Well, you take your time. Jiwon was very worried about him, but in the end, Jimin had to sort through all of this by himself. Also, Hyung. What? Jimin looked at Woojin with a serious expression. Is Hyung a god? A god? Jimin was truly curious about this point. Within his dimensional domain, it wasn't an exaggeration to think of a lord as a god. If one had the energy, one could make anything come true. Was he a god? Woojin shook his head from side to side. I'm human. He had met gods before, but they were different from him. No, he wanted to stay different from them. Woo. Oh yeah. The people here are worried. Who? The domain residents are worried. They said the lord here is a push, over. They were worried about your domain being seized by someone else. It was easy to see why he would look like a pushover to them. Normally, the lords required an incredible amount tax when a refugee wanted to settle in their domain. Currently, Woojin didn't even ask for a resettlement fee. He gathered tax through the businesses he ran. Since he owned a farm gathering blood plants, there were a lot of refugees staying and wanting to work for him. Since Woojin didn't hunt in his dungeon, the amount of bloodstones he gathered was low. If one didn't have a strong defense, there was a good chance this domain would become prey to the other lords. If this domain was attacked, their situation would worsen and they would have to travel again to other domains as refugees. Woojin replied with a question of his own. Do I look like a pushover? No way. Woojin didn't feel the need to squeeze everything out of his domain's residents. His goal was the 72 thrones that was way ahead of him. He had no plan on mucking around with the low-ranking lords. Don't stay inside the house too much. You should hunt like today. In a way, aren't you aroused now? Aroused? Yes. From a normal person's perspective, all roused are monsters. Aroused. Jimin quietly chewed on that word. He had a blood-drinking ability and a transformation ability. Should he view himself as aroused, who was a bit special? You should rest. Yes, Hyung. Woojin left Jimin's house. Woojin watched the beings of various races walking on the roads constructed between the buildings. They took a peek at Woojin and gave their greetings. When the train of greetings stopped, they started to carefully move away from him. Woojin smirked as he looked at them. A pushover. If he thought about how frustratingly the dimensional battle proceeded, they might have a valid point. If he didn't have a talent for coming up with strategies, he might lose every time. The dimensional battle itself was basically a noble's game. The lords could fight each other without putting themselves out there. They preserved their own lives while using their underlings to bring in the energy. This methodology was incompatible with Woojin. I don't care which loser comes after me. They better be ready for me. Who cares about losing 10,000 or 20,000 energy points? He'll take his revenge through the duel and he'll just take it all back. Woojin was looking forward to it. He waited to see who would be the first one to request a dimensional battle. The dimensional domain, Komodo's Swamp, was ranked 3213. Chief Komodo was the owner of this domain. He was long in body, and he had long canines. He was of the troll race. Goo hoo hoo. Here's a good prey. Komodo looked at the new domain Alendal, which was a single rank ahead of his. He smiled with his eyes. Why were the beginner lords given the protection period? It was given so they could make preparations and fortifications. However, it was rare to find a new lord, who had made the proper preparations. His name is Kang Woojin. He is a beginner amongst beginners. He was the first dimensional lord to be registered from a dimension called Earth. This dimensional lord had no prior experience of ruling over a dimensional domain, so there was no way he would be ready. Even if he was prepared, he would be bad at the dimensional battle. I'll have to target him before everyone else does. Goo hoo hoo. This kind of domains were first come, first serve. It was best to bet the maximum amount, while the new lord had no idea what was going on. He had to rip him off in a single battle. If he did this right, he would have the chance to go up 300 ranking spots at once. Komodo waited for the new domain Alendal's protection period to end. He sat on the domain's throne an hour before the protection period ended, and he got ready to send the dimensional battle request. He had to be faster than his other competitors. When the time finally came, Komodo requested a dimensional battle. He was buoyed with expectation. As his heart beat faster from the anticipation, his eyes suddenly widened. Goo ha ha ha! Komodo let out a yell of delight. Shall I go rip him off? Komodo was sitting in his throne, and he headed towards the field where the dimensional domain would take place. You received a request for dimensional battle from Komodo. Will you like to refuse? You can refuse up to 3 times. Afterwards, it will proceed forcefully. If you win, you will gain 4 days of protection period. If you lose, you will be given 12 days of protection period. It's finally here. Woojin grinned as he sat on his throne. There was a small chair in front of him. Bibi, who was going to carry out the dimensional battle in his stead, was sitting there. She had a determined expression on her face. Go gamble away to your heart's content. I'll win, so you don't have to worry about it. You promised. If I win, you'll let me use half of the energy. Woojin smirked at Bibi's determined answer. Of course. He didn't care if she won or lost. He'll get his revenge after the battle. Chapter 120 Battle, 2. Chapter 120 Battle, 2. Chapter 120, Battle, 2. He wanted to bet only 10%, but the minimum he could bet was 10,000. The opponent has bet his dungeon. Would you like to include Seoul Station's first exit to the bet? No. He couldn't put his dungeon on the line in an uncertain battle. When Woojin refused that bet, his opponent tried to make several more bets. The opponent tried to bet for other items, equipments, even main buildings in his domain. However, he rejected them all. In the end, the battle started with the most basic 10,000 points on the line. Woojin sat on his throne. He was laid back as he viewed the dimensional battle. He only had a brief amount of time, but he was able to build military facilities and supply depots inside his domain. Thus, it was possible to use those building inside the dimensional battle. Bibi had studied as best as she could with the book. She substantially increased the size of her camp and expanded the troops under her. However, the control she had over the battle was where she was lacking compared to her opponent. She was holding on for now, but defeat seemed inevitable. He felt sorry for Bibi, but he had seen enough. Woojin pulled up the information regarding the opposing lord. He's a troll. One could watch the opposing lord's stratagem to get a general feel for his tendencies. However, one couldn't get any information regarding the lord's personal power or combat power. The dimensional battle wasn't about the lord's strength. It was about the power of one's domain, and the domain was competing against each other. The only information known was the opponent's race, name, and ranking. Woojin knew this lord was one ranking below him. However, the difference of several points could change one's ranking by several dozen spots, therefore the lower ranking didn't mean much in actuality. Woojin's personal powers were on par with the 72 thrones. Still, powerful lords might exist below the top 3000 ranking. He wouldn't know it until he faced them. Commode will start the victor's claim. The domain storage room is being looted. You've lost a reinforcement stone. You've lost Rannoch's leather. Hey! Would you look at this son of a bitch? This was the victor's claim that occurred when one won the dimensional battle. Commode didn't know what he was looting, but he continued to loot the domain storage room. The domain storage room was like Woojin's inventory. He lost several ingredients, and several worthless items was included in the loot as well. It seemed the loot was chosen at random. If he was unlucky, he might have lost a rare item. I'll have to take it out beforehand. If he lost something like the dragon's heart, how much regret would he have felt? Woojin had stolen it from Rashmode, of course, but he would still have felt the loss. I'll loot 2 times what I lost. While he was checking the looted items, Bibi regained her senses. She had been sitting on the commander's seat and her unfocused eyes came into focus. Then her eyes started to moisten, followed by tears. Master! Bibi suddenly stood up and hugged Woojin. It wasn't as bad as experiencing death where she felt futility among other terrible things. Still, it didn't feel good to lose. Woojin didn't want to feel the dirty feeling of losing, so Bibi had substituted for Woojin in the dimensional battle. It's all right. Huang. Bibi really wanted to win, yet she had lost. Her tears kept falling from the indignation. Woojin mussed up her hair. Stop crying. Hook. Bibi sniffed as she stopped her tears. She then spoke quietly. I'm sorry. I wanted to win. It's all right if you lose. Hing. Still. Anyways, I plan on getting my revenge. At Woojin's word, Bibi wiped her tears with her sleeve and pouted. Please beat that bastard for me. I will. Woojin pinched Bibi's cheek and sat down on his throne. Woojin's body disappeared as he was summoned to the battlefield. Goo ha ha. Commode broke out into an uproarious laughter. At least, he has some knowledge about this. Arundel's Lord Kang Woojin had put forth a poor strategist to substitute for him. He probably thought he was using someone proficient at the dimensional battle, but the strategist wasn't a match for Commode. Those who were great at dimensional battles were expensive to hire. The high-rank lords all kept a strategist, but they were low-ranking lords in the 4 digits. Of course, low-ranking lords didn't have good strategists. Either the strategist was a swindler or the being probably had a mediocre winning rate. Since Kang Woojin had sent forth a useless strategist, he won the dimensional battle easily. Goo hoo hoo. This is why I like beginners. The chance of winning against beginners was always good. It was too bad that Kang Woojin was a lord with a timid personality. He had bet the lowest amount of points possible. The 10,000 points was less than the reward for the victory. On top of it all, the items he looted weren't that rare. It was unfortunate, but he didn't particularly care right now. It had been a while since he had won, so he was in a good mood. Moreover, one happy event happened after another. Hey? Goo ha ha ha. This is why I love beginners. Since he had lost, he should have just accepted the loss. He should have pulled himself together inside his domain for the next 12 days. This human was attacking him out of pure ignorance. Commode was thankful. You dare to go up against Commode Nim? Ku. Every lord's personality was different. There were those who had weak personal powers but were great at stratagem. This allowed them to occupy the high ranks through the dimensional battle. However, there were also those who were the opposite of the former. Commode was more confident in his own power than his skill in the dimensional battle. He was a great chief who had been in competition to become the Troll King. His combat power was naturally not low. If he was able to acquire a decent strategist, Commode was confident he would be able to reach the 3-digit number in ranking. Normally, lords didn't like to duel. There were too many variables. The benefit was large, but at the same time, the risk was large too. If the dimensional battle was a chess match, the duel was basically a wrestling match. There were some lords who liked duels more than the dimensional battle, but they were few in number. Goo-hoo-hoo. This time I'll take him for all he is worth. It seemed Kang Woojin wanted his revenge. He probably requested the duel through sheer ignorance. Of course, this was a mistake. Commode's body suddenly disappeared and he was summoned to the battlefield. Woojin was summoned to a land covered with ice. If you lose, you will experience death. You will be revived after 12 days. If one listened to the announcement, one could understand why dimensional lords preferred dimensional battles over duels. This is why they don't like doing this. If one loses a duel, one experiences death. If one was revived after 12 days, one would lose the time needed to prepare one's domain for the next dimensional battle. After revival, one would have to immediately accept another dimensional battle. One's life was on the line, so it was easy to see why they were hesitant to do this. This was why they insisted on using their underlings through the dimensional battle. This is laughable. Woojin had killed Rashmode and Juliel, but they were revived. Did those bastards also lose sleep trying to decide if they should put their life on the dimensional battles? They probably did. If they were all on the same side, Alphen would have been taken over in an instant. The planet was merely being used as a hunting ground to gather energy. Now that he was a dimensional lord, he was able to feel it. He realized how frustrating these rules were. There must be something at the end of the rank. He didn't know what it was, but it was something all the lords wanted. If he diligently progressed in his dimensional battle, would he then raise his rank? The board was very poorly made. He had fought desperately for his survival, but now he felt as if he was a fish in a bowl. He was angry. This was an elaborate and frustrating league set up only for them. Moreover, it felt as if he was on the starting line. It didn't feel great for him. I'll fuck it up. His personality didn't allow him to meekly follow the rule. He'll break it all into pieces. He was the god of destruction's champion. Woojin stepped onto a land surrounded by glaciers, after which the troll chief Commode appeared in front of him. Goo-hoo-hoo. I'll make an offer, new lord. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement when he saw the unusually happy troll. It would suck if treasure wasn't included in a bloody fight. Since this is a fight between males, how about we bet a dungeon on this? What the hell? What was up with this pushover? When Woojin didn't answer him, Commode started intentionally provoking him. Whoa! Are you perhaps worried about losing? You can't reach the high ranks with that kind of mentality. Woojin smirked as he opened his mouth. All right. I'll bet my dungeon. In fact, let's increase the stakes. Hey? Really? Goo ha ha ha. You are quite open-minded. How about we bet an additional 20,000 points? All right. When Woojin easily accepted the deal, Commode let out a wicked laugh inside. This idiot's brave spirit would cause him to lose his domain soon. It was obvious he would become a refugee soon. Goo-hoo-hoo. I've come across the right pushover. Commode was filled with anticipation as he bet his dungeon. It would have been great if the dungeon was located on planet Alphen. Woojin soothed his frustration inside. It wouldn't be an easy task to meet a lord with a dungeon on planet Alphen. It might be faster to earn a dimensional fragment and purchase an empty dungeon on Alphen. Goo ha ha. You rookie bastard! Shall we start the duel? Commode mocked Kang Woojin, who had fallen for Commode's provocations and bet his dungeon. He grabbed the empty air, bringing out a club with long thorns attached to it. Bong! Bong! He was a weak being from the human race. He was an evolved troll. The noob lord's height only reached his waist and he probably didn't have much experience in fighting. Stupid noob bastard! It is too late to regret this. Goo ha ha! Kung! Kung! The frozen land let out a cry each time Commode's foot landed, and fragments of ice was thrown into the surrounding. Woojin let out a bloody smile as he watched Commode brainlessly run straight at him. I'm guessing there aren't many pushovers like him. If all lords was like Commode, he would easily reach the upper ranks. Woojin took out his steel staff. As soon as it was summoned, he changed it into a hammer. Then he swung it towards Commode's club. Quah! Goo! The human's height reached Commode's waist, but he was surprisingly strong. This human from Earth has great combat powers. However, Commode used to be a chief who had led a tribe. His strength couldn't be compared to a normal human. Boong! Quang! Unfortunately, it was an overreach to call Woojin a normal human. Gua! Woojin dodged the club and swung his hammer at Commode's knee. The large being swayed. As Commode fell to the floor, the shape of the weapon immediately morphed into an axe, with which Woojin brought down. Kwajik! Guhang! Even through his pain, Commode swung his club towards Woojin, but the spirit armor formed near his head. The club bounced off. Tuang! The club was sent flying by the recoil and Woojin's axe came down on Commode's shoulder. Guahak! Wait a moment! Commode's eyes were rolled back as if he was already losing consciousness. He yelled out, but Woojin's axe strike didn't slow at all as it struck Commode's neck. Kwaya! Trolls are a bit tenacious. When fighting a troll, one shouldn't even think about a protracted battle. They had monstrous amount of stamina and regeneration ability. Trolls could recover from critical wounds in moments. It was best to kill it as fast as possible. Commode's corpse disappeared as it changed into grey light. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. I'm really happy with the amount of EXP. Was it because he was a dimensional lord? The troll's level was pathetic, but it gave him a lot of EXP. Shall I loot now? It had been a long while since Woojin had reverted to being the immortal. Chapter 121, Visitors from Planet Jakku. Chapter 121 Visitors from Planet Jakku. Chapter 121, Visitors from Planet Jakku. Woojin smiled at the consecutive announcements that popped up. Duel and dimensional battle both had a minimum bet of 10,000 points. The difference is whether one wanted to fight with the domain's power or one wanted to fight for himself. He had earned an additional 20,000 points he had bet, and when the revenge succeeded, he recovered the 10,000 points he had lost initially. There were different types of looting. One could choose either the domain's asset or the domain lord's personal wealth. Woojin decided to loot the domain. The looted items were stored into the inventory, and the looted items could be accessed using the looted item management window. Soon, the end to the duel was announced. Woojin felt his body becoming weightless and his vision fuzzy. Woo! When Woojin's vision came into focus once again, he was back on his domain's throne. Oang, Master! You suddenly disappeared and reappeared. It wasn't like the dimensional battle where only one's consciousness was summoned. Woojin's body itself had been summoned. Yes. Wait a moment. The looted item management window wouldn't disappear from Woojin's vision, so he started taking out each of the looted items. He looked at a full map of Allendale, and a swamp had formed in the western part of the land. His land had gotten bigger. When he picked a building, it was as if he was building a store. He could choose where to build the building by choosing a location on the map. He put the wolf training facility near the military facilities, while the slightly peculiar hut were added to where all the houses of the domain residents were located at. When he took out the bloodstones, it was added to the dungeon's energy points. Then the prisoners were summoned in front of him. Woojin thought about what he should do with the 17 trolls which had appeared in front of him. They looked at their surrounding with fearful and uneasy eyes. However, they didn't look surprised. It was common for domain residents to be looted. One of the prisoners respectfully got on his knees, then he spoke. "O Lord! We will return to our homeland after we pay for our body's worth." Not all domain residents were loyal to the Lord. Whether they worked as prisoners or were taken in as domain residents, they would someday cause trouble down the line. Some also left as a group, as the refugees formed a mercenary group. At times, the domain residents and the travelers aimed for the domain lord's life. This was why the domain needed an army. It was to prevent attacks from visitors, intruders, and rebelling domain residents. He only had 100 domain residents, so he couldn't keep 17 prisoners. He also didn't feel like taking them in as domain residents. Woojin didn't think about it any further. He willingly accepted the offer. "All right. Give me everything you got." They handed over 300 to 400 bloodstones and left his domain. "How was he, Master?" "Who?" "The lord that challenged you to the dimensional battle." "Pathetic." She had completely lost to a pathetic bastard. Bibi's shoulders slumped and she had a sad expression on her face. "You did a good job, Bibi. I lost. It's all right. You did well. I'll allow you to use around 2,000 points." "Really? Master is the best." Woojin grinned as he allocated 2,000 points under the authority of the butler. Bibi hopped around in joy. Bibi put on a shrewd expression and balled up her fists. "I'll win next time. Shall we try another one tomorrow?" "No. We'll leave it be when we have the time to spare." There was a 12-day protection period. That was 3 days in real time. If he requested a dimensional battle, his protection period would disappear. It was possible to wage an unending war, but he didn't feel like doing that. The domain ranking depended on how much energy one possessed, so he decided it wouldn't be too hard to raise his ranking. The more urgent business for Woojin was to raise his level. When he confronted the 72 thrones, he wanted to have at least his previous level of power. Earth wasn't completely synchronized yet, so their powers were limited. However, if he met them on the dimensional battlefield, they would be able to use 100% of their power. Woojin needed to regain his power for that eventuality. From Lich Janus to Bone Dragon Yang Yang, he needed all of them. On top of all of that, he had to level up his Death Knights and create more skeletons. Let's see. Woojin looked at his newly acquired dungeon. Nisha's pillar of the planet Jakku. On Earth, Woojin was able to use his power of influence to deter anyone from entering his dungeon, but he couldn't do that on the planet Jakku. There would be an endless number of roused entering his dungeon to clear it. He needed to make some preparations. Woojin quickly put more energy into the dungeon, then changed the reset monsters to skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians. He dispatched enough skeletons to defeat the rebels. He had to keep the monster respawn cost down in his dungeon. Let's see what kind of bastards will come in. He had always cleared a dungeon as an adventurer and challenger. This would be the first time receiving challengers as an owner of a dungeon. After a brief amount of time, the roused of the planet Jakku stepped into the dungeon called Nisha's Pillar. Planet Jakku and the dimensional domain is starting to synchronize. You have 30 days left. There was a purple-colored dimensional proof placed on top of an altar behind the throne. A green return stone formed besides it. They had a long body, and wide ears. They were a bipedal race with blue skin. Moreover, they wore animal leather that barely covered their nether regions. 7 of the Radok race entered the dungeon through the Nisha's Pillar. It's a corpse puppet. Just crush its skull. Group leader Relic was an exceptional warrior from the Radok race. He had joined the battlefields once he was able to walk on his own 2 feet. He was a very experienced warrior. He knew exactly how to take down the skeletons. His underlings were all experienced warriors of the Radak race. Nisha's pillar was shaped like a round cave, so it took only 30 minutes to clear out the dungeon. Zzz. Relic mumbled as he saw the newly formed red portal. It's a celestial dungeon. Let's thoroughly prepare ourselves before we head in. The 7 from the Radak race was fully ready when they passed through the red portal. After a brief bout of dizziness, they appeared in a wasteland. There were no monsters in the surrounding. Be on guard against your surrounding. It was hard to predict what would pop out in a celestial dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon had reset, so they were short on info. If they were able to clear it, this place would become a precious resource needed for the tribe's survival. The already devastated planet Jakku had no other energy source that was as valuable as the bloodstones. There are armored rhinoceros. Relic saw a herd of large rhinoceroses in the distance. He signaled the warriors of the Radak tribe. This particular beast also appeared on planet Jakku. The warriors of the Relic tribe was heading towards the armored rhinoceroses when, all of a sudden, they stopped. Gyahuk! Accompanying the bone-chilling sound were wyverns that appeared from the sky. They were the terror of the sky. It's a dragon! They quickly searched for a shelter. This was a wasteland, but there were still some trees and boulders present. They hid behind these obstacles. Raksha! When Relic let out a shout, Sorceress Raksha was already done with her preparation. She plucked her fingers in the air as if she was playing an instrument. A spear of lightning appeared, striking one of the wyverns. Pajijik! Gyahuk! The lightning exploded after striking the wyvern. The wyvern's eyes flipped over and fell out of the sky. However, there were still 8 of them left. The flock of wyvern would surely attack her while she readied her next spell. It's a rider! Get ready to counter him! There was a saddle strapped onto a wyvern and a person who was on top of it. Wild dragons were dangerous, but it was much more dangerous when a rider controlled them. If the rider was a magician, there was nothing more frustrating than being hit by magic from above. However, the person riding the wyvern fell from the sky. Kung! Clouds of dust went up as the ground reverberated. The person who fell from the sky was the owner of the domain, Kang Woojin. So you guys are from planet Jakku? Kang Woojin had searched his store and purchased planet Jakku's language pills. He had eaten 7 consecutive pills and the language of the adventurers from the Radak tribe was included. Welcome to Alendal. After eating the strange pills in mid-air, the being started speaking flawlessly in the language of the Radak tribe. Relic stepped out from behind boulder. What's your identity? Human. It wasn't as if he didn't have his suspicions. The celestial dungeons were owned by humans, trolls, ogres, etc. The race and species varied wildly. I'm the boss here. Woojin unfurled both his arms and pointed towards the ground. Relic took advantage of this opportunity as his opponent made a leisurely gesture with his hands. If he could kill the boss, the dungeon would be cleared. By nature, when the connection between the dungeon and its owner was severed, the dungeon turned into a bloodstone mine. I have a lot of things I want to know about the planet Jakku. At Woojin's word, Relic gripped his sword. It was akin to a kukri, and the blade was curved like a crescent moon. I guess you aren't willing to talk to me without making a fuss. Woojin smirked. When did I say I would talk to you? We are Ireek. As black smoke coalesced around Woojin, the Death Knights were summoned all at the same time. He's a summoner. These summoned beings were letting out a thick evil energy. Each of these undead monsters were giving off an aura of a great warrior. The appearance of the Death Knights shook the warriors of the Radak tribe. There are only 7 of them. This dungeon's level of difficulty was too high for them to clear it. There were over 50 Death Knights. Retreat. Relic quickly came to a decision and the beings from the Radak tribe quickly ran away. They had to widen the distance and use the return crystal. Just bring me one of them at any cost. It's a hunt. The Death Knights quickly summoned their phantom steeds at Woojin's order. You want to make a bet with me, Kaiba? Ramzan spoke with force. Kaiba, who was on his phantom wolf, let out a growl. Childish. The beings from the Radak tribe quickly ran away, but they were soon surrounded by the Death Knights. Relic quickly swung the curved weapon with both his hands, but it wasn't enough. The Death Knights pressed them as if they were hunting deers. This can't be. Relic was a great warrior from the Relic tribe, having spent his whole life on the battlefield. He had cleared countless number of dungeons, but this was the first time he experienced something like this. This was insane. Occupied dungeons existed on planet Jakku. The owners occasionally appeared on the planet, and their combat power was very strong. However, it wasn't at a level where they couldn't face off against these owners. However, this was. They couldn't even be considered opponents. Poou. Reitai's soul. He grabbed the spear and pierced his heart, yelling out his last spell. It was a secret spell that allowed him to gather his entire life energy and self-detonate. Sku. Al-Assad's sword quickly separated Relic's head from his body. Woojin put Relic's soul into a seal stone, laughing as he looked at Al-Assad. Get ready to greet the new recruit. Al-Assad shuddered when he thought about the severe hazing he endured. Pain had seeped into his bones. Of course, the only thing he had left were bones. Why is there only 6 of them? Woojin counted the corpses and looked around his surrounding. A portal opened at the location where a wyvern had landed. Woojin frowned when he saw this. Chet. One of them was hiding. Radak tribe's Raksha had hidden her body with a spell and she disappeared across the return portal. He lost one of them, but it wasn't a big loss. He had earned an ingredient for a Death Knight, and he would be a great guide to the planet Jakku. Chapter 122 Visitors from Planet Jakku, 2. Chapter 122 Visitors from Planet Jakku, 2. Chapter 122 Visitors from Planet Jakku, 2. After Relic's party visited his dungeon, Woojin didn't expect to have much visitors. The number of times he could use the return portal was 3, so he decided to focus on clearing the high-rank dungeons. After Nisha's pillar was reset, Woojin's domain of Alendal was linked to the planet Jakku. He had worried about the residents of the planet Jakku swarming his dungeon to clear it. Instead, an unexpected guest came looking for him. This is... Woojin shook his head from side to side. So there's this method. Residents of the planet Jakku weren't the only one to seek out Woojin's dungeon. It was accurate to say that the planet Jakku had already been taken over by the influence of Tranet. There were probably several dozen to several hundred dimensional lords who possessed dungeons on planet Jakku. Nisha's pillar was registered under Alendal and a nearby dimensional lord sought out Woojin's domain. He's here again. In a match between lords, there were a lot of options one could choose for battle. When his most recent visitor entered Woojin's dungeon, he finally comprehended the message that had popped up when he entered Jolil's wilderness. At the time, he had no idea what it was about. You are in an unassigned state. It is impossible to choose the battle and intelligence mode. You have to choose one of these modes. Visit, infiltration, and clear. At the time, Woojin hadn't acquired the rank of Lord, so he wasn't able to pick duel or dimensional battle. These were the possible choices that was given to the lords. If it was a visitor like those from the Radak tribe, it was only possible to clear the dungeon. If one was a lord, there were 2 additional choices. Woojin had decided to clear Jolil's wilderness. This uninvited guest had chosen visit. If one had no intention of fighting, it was possible to enter in peace. However, if the lord denied a visit, then the visit option itself was impossible to carry out. The visiting lord would have to choose infiltration instead. However, Woojin's domain had too few residents. Even if one was able to infiltrate his domain, he would be found out immediately. Master! The disgusting octopus has returned again. I know. The enormous octopus named Dread had appeared in front of the domain's gateway. BB made a great fuss about it. Bring him here. After a brief moment, the orc soldiers brought Dread to him. Dread's body was as large as an ox, and it had a single head. Long tentacles supported his body, the tentacles squirming constantly. BB turned her gaze away at the sight. Why did you come here again? Kururu. Why would a neighbor come for a visit? Isn't it with the intention of building a friendly relationship? If you come back again after this, I'll demolish your dungeon once the gate opens. Dread's body churned at Woojin's declaration for war. Kururu. Don't be so angry. I almost forgot about the present I brought you. I came to give you this. This was Dread's third visit. Every time he came here he had brought a present to enter into a friendly relationship. Of course, Dread brought it as pretext so he would not being turned away from his visit. The presents he brought were quite useful, so Woojin didn't have any reasons to stop him. The fact that he could interact with the other dimensional lords without fighting was fascinating. One of Dread's coiled tentacle unfurled and he brought out something that looked like a club. It was a long wooden doll that looked like a statue of the Easter Island. What is it? Kuruk, Kururu. It's a totem. It hastens the growth of the domain's energy. Thank you. Woojin willingly took the totem and initiated the identification magic. When displayed at the Lord's castle, the domain's total production of blood plants will increase in rate. Blood plant regeneration plus 1%. The effect left much to be desired, but he was satisfied knowing that these kinds of items existed. Kururu. Dread looked at Woojin strangely, since he didn't know how to say no. This was the third time. Dread kept expressing his good intentions, yet this shameless human lord kept taking his presents with a straight face. What? Since you gave it to me, you should go now. At Woojin's reply, Dread stood awkwardly for couple seconds, then couldn't hold himself back from speaking. Kuru. Shouldn't you be reciprocating by now? Woojin stroked his chin. Well, he knew this being had ulterior motives for giving these gifts, but he decided he could at least hear him out. Well, I guess we can have some dinner. Dread danced in delight. When his big body sloshed around, BB was appalled and hid behind Woojin. Good. That'll be great. Wait a moment. Woojin bought several things from the dimensional store. A large table appeared inside the Lord's castle. What do you want to eat? Kururu. You invited me, so it is up to you. Woojin had never invited him, but as the master of the domain, Woojin chose the menu. Should he go with Korean food? It had everything from various dimensions. As expected of the dimensional store, he was able to purchase every Korean dish he wanted. He felt like eating something spicy. Woojin was looking at the familiar Korean menu, when he unconsciously spoke his thoughts out loud. Nakji bukyum, stir-fried octopus. What is that? Kururu. At Woojin's query, Dread asked with great expectation on his face. Would Dread consider octopus as being part of his own race? Woojin hardened his expression as he shook his head. He would be offended if he was in Dread's place. Ah. Nothing. Ignore what I said. Amongst the menu, Woojin purchased dishes that were labeled as party foods. Kwarara. Woojin shrugged his shoulder as he saw the several dozen dishes appear on the table. This unrealistic convenience was something that would only exist in a fairy tale. There were foods he had eaten before on Earth. There were also fruits from Alphen and random dishes created from food belonging to unknown dimensions. There were tangerines within Woojin's reach. He peeled one and ate it. Kururu. You are very hospitable towards your guest. Dread's body sloshed as he busily moved his tentacles. Using them like hands, he brought the food towards his mouth. Woojin just looked at Dread as he swallowed his tangerine. Dread kept glancing at Woojin as he ate the food. He finally had to say something. My suckers are facing upwards in embarrassment. Kururu. Stop stalling. Just tell me what you want. Dread picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. It was funny seeing a tentacle make those gestures with his big body. As if Bibi was frightened by him, she quickly turned her head away. Kuru. Do you know about the powers on planet Jakku? I know. MMMM? Kururu. There is the indigenous Radak tribe. Then there is the Black Hat Alliance, Red Hammer Alliance, and the Yellow Lizard Alliance. How did you find out about that? Kururu. Dread was genuinely surprised. This was a new lord who hadn't even connected his gate to the planet Jakku. Woojin smirked. I have a pretty useful informant. Kururu. Dear, dear. It seems someone was faster than me in getting here. Dread tilted his big head down. There was a small tattoo of a yellow lizard on his head. I don't know who else visited you, but I'm with the Yellow Lizard Alliance. I follow the great Lord Raja Koi. So. How about you join us? Kururu. Why? How will you be able to protect your domain by yourself? Kururu. We have to pool our powers together. I can defend by myself, so why should I join powers with you guys? Also, isn't there 4 powers in play? Kukuru. The Radak tribe are praise. Did all dimensional lords think about the indigenous people that way? From what he observed from Tronet's lords on Alphen, the surviving alliances on Alphen were probably considered to be mere praise. The dimensional lords on planet Jakku seemed to be divided into 3 alliances, and they were in a heated power struggle. The indigenous people were hunted whenever they wanted, and they were treated like wild game. They probably weren't exterminating everyone just to maintain the population of their praise. I don't like it. Woojin identified more as a human from Earth instead of being a dimensional lord. There was a fundamental repulsion at Dread's words. Kuru. Our alliance is the strongest. I came to give you this offer, since your dungeon is next to mine. Woojin shook his head from side to side. How many dungeons are there on the planet Jakku? There are 172 of them. Hey! Woojin was surprised. Why are there so few of them? Hey? What do you mean by that? Most normal planets only has around that many dungeons. Woojin frowned as he pressed firmly on his temple. How many dungeons were on Earth? Each subway station had 2 entrances. How many subway stations did Earth have? The problem was that the number of dungeons on Earth was abnormally high. He thought about these numerous dungeons which were all crawling with dimensional lords, and it made him feel appalled. Now that he thought about it, Alphen didn't have that many dungeons either. Kururu. How about it? Would you like to join the Yellow Lizard? If you see Raja Koinim, you'll definitely want to join us. No. There is no way I'll join you guys. Dread's body shook at Woojin's flat refusal. Kururu. It seems you already have some thoughts about joining a different faction. Don't worry. I don't plan on joining any side. Dread's body rippled. Kururu. Ku. Your words are amusing. Do you really think you'll be able to protect your domain on your own? Why not? He'll just smash everyone who invades. Woojin had placed plenty of forces in the dungeon using his domain energy, and he also had powerful familiars under him. Kururu. You think like a noob lord. If you have 2 gates, you can defend only one of them. What if you have 3? 4. Woojin's brow furrowed at Dread's words. His dungeon on Earth was basically not being used. No one on Earth had the balls to go into his dungeon to clear it. However, what if he gained another dungeon on a different dimension like Nisha's pillar? It seems I can prevent only one. He understood it now. Woojin asked Dread a question. What do you do when visitors simultaneously enter 2 dungeons? Kururu. Geez. You really are a newbie lord. You know nothing. Dread's body sloshed as his 2 large black eyes glared at Woojin. Kuru. You should consider this as my last favor. I'll answer your question. There are as many domains formed as the number of dungeons. Each of the dungeons needs a strong dungeon manager. The duty has to be delegated to them. If they die, you will lose the dungeon. The rank below the Dimensional Lord was the dungeon owner. They were considered to be the Lord's vassals, and they resisted against the intruders who flowed into the dimensional domain. The boss monsters Woojin had faced up until now were all dungeon managers. They were the dungeon owners. Kururu. Since you are a new lord without any knowledge, I can see why you have such ideas. Kururu. Your thoughts will change once you die couple times. If he dies in duels and lose in dimensional battles, his energy would be continuously lost. In the end, he'll become anxious. When that time arrives, he would feel the need for an alliance. Kururu. Think hard on it. Dread thought Woojin's confident attitude wouldn't last long. In the end, he'll come to Dread's domain to ask for an introduction to the great Lord Raja Koi. Dread busily moved his tentacle to return to his own domain. Hung! What a creepy octopus! Bibi couldn't speak a word when Dread was present. However, she yelled out in anger when he exited. Woojin's heart was leery and complicated as the dirty slime left behind on the floor. The Dimensional Lords. The Dimensional Lords were carrying out an endless war. What was Tronet's aim? Why did he put this board down? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. I hope he doesn't come for a while. Bibi expressed her disgust. It seemed she found Dread's presence to be very offensive. Since he had delivered his message to Woojin, Dread would probably never visit Woojin's domain again. Turn down all the visit requests from the lords. What if they infiltrate? Would the Dimensional Lords infiltrate his domain in disguise? Kill them. Understood. Once Woojin's dimensional domain synchronizes with the planet Jakku through Nisha's pillar, the dungeon would act as a gate. He had 30 days left. Woojin got ready to face the numerous lords on the planet Jakku. I'll have to level up a bit. Planet Alphen's Archmage Lich Janus. He was the strongest magical power Woojin possessed. He was also Woojin's first teacher. The time of their meeting was getting close. Chapter 123, Lich Janus. Chapter 123 Lich Janus. Chapter 123, Lich Janus. Nisha's pillar was still being synchronized, so adventurers could still attempt to clear it. Unless they were moths drawn to a flame, they wouldn't rashly attack him. Even if the adventurers did show up, he had to worry only about one entrance. He didn't have to divide his domain's forces. He was confident in his 53 Death Knights. Even if they received a group consisting of adventurers of relics level, he would be able to defend against them. Since no one will enter his dungeon on Earth, he didn't have to worry about his dimensional domain. So where should I go hunt? He had a lot of options, but what would be the most efficient method? If he gave up on his protection period, he could request domain battles to the other lords. Then he could ask for a rematch through duel, and he could acquire the EXP by catching the Dimensional Lords. Or he could use the 12-day protection period. It was 3 days in Earth's time, and he could hunt by clearing the subway stations. I'm sure there are several links formed by now. The more difficult dungeons will start to link to Earth. There were probably several uncleared dungeons that couldn't be resolved by the roused of the world. If it only contained the dungeon owner, one would just have to dispose all the monsters. However, if it was a dungeon with a dimensional lord, the link will finalize and the gate would open. It wouldn't be a one-time dungeon break. The dungeon will act as a spawning station, and it will continuously spit out monsters. Moreover, monsters weren't the only ones that will exit the dungeon. If being from another race like the elves came out, and if they hunted the people of Earth. No, what if humans exited? How will humans of Earth react to hunting down fellow humans? I'll have to organize everything at least once. Protect the domain well, BB. If something happens, contact me. I'll do that. How about an additional 1000 points? Woojin smirked as he increased the maximum amount of points he could assign to the butler. You do whatever with the 1000 points. I'm leaving the rest to you just in case you need it. Use it if you are in danger. Heh. I understand. With this much preparation, she should be able to sufficiently defend against all the adventurers attacking the Nisha's pillar. If the worst-case scenario of not being able to protect the synchronized return stone happened, he would just lose a dungeon, and some energy. It wasn't that big of a loss for him. He'll just lose a link to making the planet Jakku a bigger hunting ground for him. Woojin opened a portal to the Seoul station's first exit, and he passed through it. Allendale Guild's vice president room. Who? Minchin got off the phone, and he let out a long sigh. Heeman looked on with a worried expression on his face, and he asked for the long-awaited news. What happened? Not yet. They said to wait. Isn't this a big deal? We have to resolve this before the president gets here. Who? I don't know what they are thinking. Minchin and Heeman's face darkened. They couldn't come up with any ideas. Ha! Shit! How can the government change their word after one day? Let's stop talking about it. Yes. They were well aware of the reason why this had happened. It happened several hours after Woojin went into the dungeon. A Death Knight suddenly appeared from inside the dark, and he left a present inside the Allendale's office. It was the head of 7 people. 8 employees had fainted, and 15 employees threw up on the spot. Minchin, who had been expecting the other shoe to drop, also felt a considerable amount of shock. Mission complete. The Death Knight dropped the single phrase, and he disappeared as he turned into black smoke. Everyone fell into a state of panic. Allendale's office wasn't the only place in turmoil. There was unrest across the entire country of South Korea. The news about the congressman that had been responsible for the terrorist attack, and the news about Kang Woojin was ongoing. This was when 7 headless corpses were found. The cream of the crop of the financial circles were assassinated. This impacted everyone a bit differently from the congressman, who had been killed after causing a huge disturbance at Congress. The main suspect behind the assassination was surmised to be Kang Woojin. The police raided the guild headquarters, and they had taken the heads. Soon, the news announced that these financial magnates were involved in the terrorist attack was reported, but the public opinion had soured. Kang Woojin had occupied Congress and he had selectively killed the congressman. At the time, everyone thought it was an urgent situation where this deed had to be done to stop the terrorists. They were willing to overlook his actions. However, the latest assassinations were viewed differently. Private citizens might be killed at the whim of Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin wielded absolute power, and the fear felt towards him caused ill feelings against him. There were clear laws in this land, yet he had easily taken the lives of people. It felt as if he was acting like a god. The public sentiment was smoldering, and it wasn't an atmosphere where the government could bring up the topic of amending the constitution. This act would have to be voted by the citizens. South Korea didn't recognize North Korea as a country, so how could they recognize Allendale as an independent country? It would only be possible if they made significant changes to the law. Votes from the citizens were needed to make the changes possible. The status of their independence was unclear right now. What should we do? Should we continue to make preparations? We'll continue. Before they could even get past the preparation station, everything was coming apart, but they couldn't stop now. We won't be able to do anything without the government's cooperation. We still have to do it. Recently, I'm afraid to go outside, since I might be hit by a rock. Heeman sympathized with those words 100 times over. The opinions amongst the journalists wasn't that great right now. The problem was the fact that journalists could sneakily sway the public opinions. Moreover, the companies related to the assassinated business magnates were also putting pressure on the government. Since they didn't know when they might be taken out, the implicit fear they felt made everyone unite. Kang Woojin displayed power and ability that was beyond the realm of humans, and he made the fearful citizens uneasy. If the situation worsened even by a little bit, Allendale itself might be ousted from South Korea. Still, the rough framework is done thanks to Mr. Lee Kongjin. Since we don't have the cooperation from the government, the current Allendale territory was composed of the Seoul station and the lands nearby. It was land purchased under the Allendale Guild's name. The citizens consisted of the guild personnel. When one joined the guild, one was given citizenship to the country of Allendale. The two nations shared both currency and communications. From 1 to 10, they need the cooperation of the Korean government. Every detail of the agreement was put in the treaty, but it was a mystery as to whether the treaty would be finalized. It made them wonder if this treaty was possible in the first place. The Constitution of South Korea considered the North Korean government to be an organization, who illegally seized a part of the country. Let's prepare thoroughly first. Yes, Vice President. Minchin and Heeman exchanged complicated gazes. How could this blow up so big? They had just wanted jobs after leaving the Hammer Guild. They had started out as a small guild with 5 members. In just a couple months. At least, we were able to bring our family. That's true. The family of Woojin, Seunggu, and Seoul was moved to Allendale. Any employee, who wanted to move their family, were allowed to do so. Including the employees, there were almost 500 people in total. Will he be out before the Guild General Assembly? I think so. The Korea's Guild General Assembly was being hosted by Hammer Guild. It was being sponsored by the Hammer Guild, but Woojin was the one, who wanted this General Assembly. What would we be doing, if we stayed behind at the Hammer Guild? Jung Minchin frowned as he thought about Heeman's question. Then he smirked. What do you think we would be doing? We'll probably be cursing Kang Woojin, and we would be getting ready for the General Assembly. I would be the team leader, and you would still be my deputy. Kukuk. Now that I think about it, aren't we incredible? Aren't we on a level where we could lead Korea? No, the world by its nose. Yes. We have done well for ourselves. We have been so successful that it is starting to scare me. This couldn't be called a fast track. This was like a lightning promotion. At that moment, Minchin's hand phone rang. He answered the phone when he saw Woo Seung-hun's number. Director Woo. The president just came out right now. We are heading towards the office. He wants a list of the uncleared dungeons. All right. You bring him here with care. Don't worry about it. The number of reporters waiting nearby was enormous. There were even several religious organizations that had come to protest. He knew Woojin's personality, and if Woojin had a head-on collision with the protesters, it might irrevocably damage the public opinion. The public opinion would worsen to that extent. President is coming here. Hurry up, and ready the report. Yes. The basic framework was set, so they hurriedly got ready. After a brief amount of time, Minchin and Heeman went to greet Woojin at the parking lot. You didn't have to come out. Did anything significant happen? Of course, something significant had happened. The public opinion isn't great right now. Moreover, the government is also expressing their disapproval. Why? They were not comfortable with the assassinations. I killed the bastards that deserved death. What's wrong with that? It was a matter of degrees. He had gone past the line. One needed to follow the procedure of the law. One needed a trial, and the punishment had to be decided. Of course, capital punishment would never be given, but Woojin's action was basically murder. It's nothing more and nothing less. Woojin frowned as he spoke. Well, let's not make a treaty. What? Wasn't all of this done in preparation for raising a nation? He had never seen Woojin go back on his words, so Minchin asked in confusion. Then are you cancelling the Declaration of Independence? We'll just forego the treaty with Korea. They'll feel the loss, not me. So what did he want to do? What did he want to do after setting up an independent country in the middle of Seoul? I don't need approval from those arrogant pricks. If you don't sign the treaty with South Korea, there is no deal. The countless dungeons within Korea will be off limits. The modern amenities like electricity and water would be cut off. They would basically be refugees stuck in a small parcel of land within Seoul. Maybe I should just take over Korea. Ah, you can't do that. Minchin was taken aback, and he pushed back on Woojin's matter-of-fact words. Did extreme situations awaken the sleeping potential of a person? Minchin desperately worked to come up with a solution to this situation. How about using the US government? US? I told you I'm not moving. He had to protect the Seoul station's first exit. It was the dungeon that was connected to his dimensional domain. We can ask the US government to put pressure on the Korean government. Woojin tilted his head in puzzlement. Will that really work? It will work. Minchin had a bitter expression on his face. It sounded ridiculous, but that was the reality. Woojin could use the power of influence held by the US. There was a person in Korea that could act as an intermediary. Where's Melody? She is with your sister. Guide me there. Also, immediately print out a list of the dungeons that hasn't been cleared yet. Yes. Woojin was guided by Sung-hoon, who was the chief of secretary. He led Woojin to the rooms being used as residence. The entire first floor was decorated like the inside of a house. Several families of the Allendale Guild members lived here. Woojin's family was one of them. They entered a door labeled Room 101, and they entered a living space that looked like a clean hotel room. Woojin's mother was sitting on the sofa with a restless expression on her face. When she saw Woojin, she stood up abruptly. Woojin! Hey? What's going on? Lee Sujiang started to cry when she saw her son. Suo is? What's wrong with Suo? Woojin was surprised. Suo had another seizure. Who? He tightly hugged his crying mother. Where's Suo? She's in the other room. The Holy Maiden is looking over her. It'll be fine. She'll be okay. Woojin comforted his mother for a while as he waited for Melody to come out. After a brief amount of time, the door opened, and Melody stepped out. She flinched when she saw Woojin. She bowed, and gave her greetings. You sister's symptom has stabilized by a little bit. Thank you. Ago. Thank you. Lee Sujiang grabbed the Holy Maiden's hands, and she kept thanking her. Woojin looked at Melody as he spoke. I have to talk to you for a moment, Melody. Yes, immortal. Come to the president's room. He felt uncomfortable talking in front of his mother, so Woojin decided to leave first. After exiting the room, the light within his eyes was filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 124 Lichginus, 2. Chapter 124 Lichginus, 2. Chapter 124, Lichginus, 2. The two sat across the table, and they sat there for a long time without speaking. Coffee had been brought in by a secretary, and enough time had passed that the steam stopped rising from the cooled beverage. The Holy Maiden was the first to speak. Did you know about Kang Suonim's condition? I had my suspicions. There was a silence for a while as Melody searched for words she wanted to say. Still, wasn't she a member of his family? What do you plan on doing? What can I do? She was his Dongseng. If it was possible, he would have already made her better. However, this wasn't a matter of healing her or not. The only thing Woojin could do for Suo was to pray for her. I'm not sure who will come. It is difficult even for me to even guess. I'm all right. Suo is the one who is suffering. Woojin just felt bitter. He couldn't definitely say his heart was hurting or not. He just felt a sense of regret. His mother was probably having a hard time. Suo was also having a hard time. I'm sorry for not being of any help. You don't have to be sorry. Melody knew better than anyone else what kind of pain Seoul was going through. Melody also knew what choice lay in front of Seoul. She had gone through it when she was young. Seoul was a god's seed. He didn't know whose seed it was, but when Seoul hears the god's voice, she would awaken into being a holy maiden. Woojin had mixed feelings, but there wasn't any unrest in his heart. This surprised him. Was he drifting farther away from humanity? What did you want to talk about? Woojin's expression was so serious that the holy maiden asked her next question with care. Ah! I want you to call those in the US to put some pressure on the Korean government. What? I raised Alendal, and these people are refusing to acknowledge it. How do you think that makes me feel? Melody had the eyes of a bunny. She got on her knees. Oh immortal! Please have patience. As life is my witness. Didn't I tell you to stop bowing so easily? I'm sorry. Woojin frowned. He was already having confusion about his own sense of identity, and it didn't help that the holy maiden was treating him like a god. I'm not saying our two countries can't bother each other. I just need more freedom. However, Korea keeps trying to tie me up to a post. She understood what Woojin was trying to say. So they are being like the Empire of Uraha. It's a similar situation. The Empire of Uraha tried to give the title of Duke to the undying King Immortal. They even blathered on about marrying the princess to him. However, the hapless empire was destroyed eventually. I'll make it so that they'll never bother you again. The holy maiden bit her firmed lips. All right. I'll see you in 3 days. He had a protection period of 12 days. He had to return to his dimensional domain in 3 days in Earth's time. Alendal Guild was already busy, and the holy maiden would also be busy now. Woojin's thought was racing with the thought of clearing as many dungeons as possible. 3 days. Melody quietly repeated those words. She had 3 days to make Alendal a nation recognized by the world. If she couldn't, she had no idea what the immortal would do. Both Melody and Woojin felt a countdown of 3 days starting, and the weight of the 3 days differed for each of them. Woojin was reunited with a welcoming person at the airport. Little brother Kang. Baek Hyung. Baek Jong-do had a big smile on his face when he saw Kang Woojin also raise his hand in greeting. It felt as if an international celebrity had just acknowledged him. Ooh ha ha! I get to see you again like this. This is great. I'll be in your debt for a little bit. Hey? This won't incur any debt. Of course, I'll help you. When Baek Jong-do heard that Alendal requested the use of his private plane, he immediately came over here. His eyes twinkled as he looked at Hong Sunggu, who was standing next to Woojin. So this person is Mr. Flame Sunggu. What is up with that cheesy name? It is quite popular on the SNS. Ooh ha ha. Let's take a picture before we head out. Baek Jong-do put his arms around Hong Sunggu, and he took a selfie. In the background, the picture of Kang Woojin with an expression of dismay was captured. Hoo! This is a jackpot. I think I'll have no problem getting 1 million views. Heh. I'll help as best as I can, President Baek. Ooh ha ha. With the help of Mr. Flame Sunggu, I think 10 million views might be possible. Ooh ha. I am a bit famous around the world. They immediately got along well, and it seemed they had found a kindred spirit. Woojin shook his head as he looked at the two of them, then he got on the plane. Baek Jong-do and his personal secretary, Director Yung Shan Sung, got on the plane. On Alendal's side, Kang Woojin, Hong Sunggu and the chief secretary Woo Sung-hoon got on. Where are we heading first? We have to go to Japan. Sung-hoon placed a tablet PC in front of Woojin. There was a world map on the screen, and there were red dots all over it. How many in total? There is 32. We've received 12 requests to clear them. Woojin frowned. Why is there so few? There is still some time left, so they want to take care of it with their own forces. The 12 requests were sent from places where the dungeon breaks were imminent. The schedule was made depending on which dungeon was closest to breaking. So the blue dots mean they haven't sent out a request yet. Woojin expanded the map of Japan. There were 2 red dots and 4 blue dots. Since there were so many subway stations there were 6 uncleared reset dungeons. Amongst them, 2 were about to break. One was in Osaka, and the other was in Tokyo. They saw the mess in Seoul, yet they want to take care of it on their own? Even if the top roused of the world were gathered to make a special team, it might not be enough. What could Woo Sung-hun say in regards to Woojin's bitter words? Baek Jung-do and Hong Sung-gu had been involved in a rowdy conversation, but they quieted down as they looked at Woojin. Baek Jung-do lowered his voice. What's wrong, Lil Bro Kong? No. I just find this situation to be funny. What is? They are basically grabbing onto a reversed sword, yet they still want to be greedy. I find that to be funny. There had been couple dungeon breaks, but they eventually defended against the breaks. They've made a lot of investment to minimize the damage. Well, it isn't as if I hadn't expected it, but I still find it silly. He already knew what would happen. Eventually Woojin wouldn't be able to handle everything by himself, and a dimensional lord with a successful link would appear. Ignorance was bliss. This phrase didn't exist for nothing. When he earned the dimensional domain, he started to learn a little bit about Tronet's dirty little organization. As he learned more, the frustration inside him mounted. He couldn't stop what was coming. Earth was falling into the pit of hell, yet the countries of Earth was still squabbling. Woojin was probably the only one here, who had seen the pit of hell. This was why he wanted to alert everyone's attention to the coming end. This was why he asked the Hammer Guild to prepare a roused General Assembly, so why wasn't he hearing any feedback from them? Baek Hyung. When did they say they are holding the roused assembly? Hey? Don't we still have 10 days left? Also, why did you leave that to the Hammer Guild? Well, they said they'll take care of it. You should have put me in charge of it. Hammer Guild is one of the 3 great guilds, but how could they hold a candle to our KH Guild? Ah! Of course, I'm saying this since Lil Bros Allendal isn't one of Korea's guild now. Ha ha ha. Woojin also laughed at Baek Jung-do's words. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't killed any financial magnates related to the KH Guild. At the very least, his guild wasn't related to the dungeon business nor the backing of the terrorist organizations. Do you want to go into the dungeon with me? Baek Jung-do's eyes uncharacteristically got round. You really will let me to tag along? Kang Woojin was famous for not teaming up with other roused. Hong Sung-gu and Chae Hesal were the only teammates he took into the dungeons when clearing them. This was why Hong Sung-gu was known as being Kang Woojin's man, and there was a terrifying amount of interest in him. The picture he put up on the SNS already had 20,000 views. Well, I'm going on 3-day world tour, so let's travel together. Ooh ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to this. Woojin grinned when he heard the man's easy laugh. He was a decent man. He wouldn't have put his interests aside to bring his private plane if he wasn't a decent man. Hoo. I'll have to let all my friends in the world know about this. Let's take a selfie, little brother. Baek Jung-do stretched out his arm with a camera. Woojin sighed when he saw this. Why are we doing this? What do you mean why? This is the information age. It's great to announcing everything. Hey! This isn't that important, so why do we have to live update everything? Are you going to tell everyone when you shit too? Hey? How did you know? Woojin was dismayed, but Baek Jung-do had a serious expression on his face. It seemed he really was someone who would do that. Geez. Woojin smirked as he playfully made a V sign with his fingers towards the camera. Even though Earth had several dozen times the amount of dungeons than any other planets, they were able to deal with the situation organically. The main reason was the high-speed communication capability. There weren't that many planets where a dungeon break happening on the other side of the world could be identified within 10 minutes. KH Guild's private plane was getting ready to land in the Kansai airport. Kansai airport's waiting area. Sensei Guild's rank A roused Taguchi frowned as he looked at the crowded airport. He was here to greet an important person, but there were too many people here. He worried there would be an accident. Why are there so many people gathered here? The news that Mr. Kang Woojin is visiting Osaka was posted on the SNS. Taguchi took the handphone from the employee from the support division. There was a selfie of Kang Woojin and the president of the KH Guild, Baek Jung-do. Kang Woojin had playful smile on his face. Moreover, there were words written below. I'm on a dungeon closing tour with my close Dongseng Kang Woojin. The first destination is Osaka. Mr. Kang Woojin is coming to the Kansai airport. He didn't have to translate the Korean words with childish emoticons interspersed within the text. The owner of the account, who had spread the photo of President Baek Jung-do, had helpfully translated the words into Japanese. Whose account is it? It's the account of Sakura AI. It took only several minutes for a famous idol in Japan to spread news on the SNS. In a short amount of time, several hundred people had gathered here. There were a good portion of the crowd that were holding up large cameras. This is a pain in the ass. This was a request to close the very first dungeon found by the Sensei Guild. They had come to greet him like a VIP, yet the information had already been leaked. Taguchi started thinking of ways he could extract Kang Woojin from the Kansai airport. He's coming out. Taguchi was at a loss for words when he looked at the place his employee was pointing at. It wouldn't have mattered even if they wanted to escort him away like a VIP. Keek. There were 30 skeleton warriors. Their bony collarbones were exposed, and they appeared with their bone swords raised. Everyone backed away from them. Kang Woojin was parting the crowd with his monsters escorting him, and he spoke to Woo Sung-hun. I thought they were supposed to be here to greet us. Yes. They said they'll be here, but my Japanese is ego. I thought you wanted to be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sung-hun had nothing to say. He pouted as his shoulders slumped. Come here. Yes. Drink this. Yes, please give it to me. I'll feed it to you. Why was the president being this way? Sung-hun had several dozen thoughts pass through his head as he struggled to come to a decision. Woojin grabbed his chin, and he forced Sung-hun's mouth open. President? Goruru. Woojin poured the language drug into Sung-hun's mouth, then he put the empty bottle away into his inventory. Kolo, ka. Now go look for them. Sung-hun coughed for a long time, then his eyes turned round as he surveyed his surrounding. This is... It was a miracle. A miracle had happened. The words in front of his eyes were in Japanese, but he could understand it now. Ooh! Why did a skeleton troop suddenly show up? Does this mean Mr. Kang Woojin doesn't want to talk at all? Is he trying to look down on Japan? The conversation from his surrounding was heard through his ears. He could understand everything. Holy shit! While Sung-hun was in awe, Yung-shan Sung pointed towards a direction. As befitting a director of a major company, he was able to speak Japanese. Those people are from the Sensei Guild. He pointed to a group holding up a sign. Sung-hun was still mumbling to himself. Ewu. How about Director Jung come to work for Allendale? Haha. I'm thankful for your kind words, but I have to follow President Baek. Woojin said those words for fun, so he just grinned. Then he walked towards the people from the Sensei Guild. Chapter 125 Lichjanus, 3. Chapter 125 Lichjanus, 3. Chapter 125, Lichjanus, 3. The station that needed clearing was the Namba station. Woo Sung-hun put on a mean mug as he pressured the people from the Sensei Guild with his fluent Japanese. How does that make any sense? We are here to help you, yet you want a joint raid. Please calm down. Isn't this also part of the business deal? We have to know how you cleared the dungeon. If not, how are we going to gather the bloodstones? The Sensei Guild's request made sense. However, they planned on traveling the globe, so they had to clear the dungeon as fast as possible. Why would they spend enough time in the dungeon to be able to make a dungeon guide? Geez. This is like saving a drowning person and the person tries to take your luggage. What? Their expression hardened when they heard Sung-hoon talking to himself. In the end, they couldn't solve this problem by themselves, so they asked Woojin. So what should we do? What do you think? Woojin questioned the person from the Sensei Guild. I know dungeon business is great, but let's save Earth first. Are you getting a reward for the dungeon closing from the Japanese government? We are talking about the business deal. The first one to suggest this was Allendal. Hey! Woojin asked Sun-hoon a question. Who's in charge of public relations and making the schedules? Director Kim Hee-min took care of it. Woojin spoke to the representative of the Sensei Guild. Please give me a more detailed explanation on the deal. It was agreed that one member of our guild will be able to observe you clearing the dungeon. All the items and bloodstones from the first clear will be allocated to Allendal. Afterwards, it'll be a 7:3 split. Woojin slightly turned his head to look at Sung-hoon, Sung-gu, and Baekjong-do. It was a decent contract. After the initial clear, the Sensei Guild would be in charge of repeatedly excavating the bloodstones. He would have a share in the profit. All right. I guess I'll be okay with 30%. Allendal is getting 70%. Woojin had a confused expression, so the employee from the Sensei Guild brought out a document. There were several clauses listed there. A roused from the Japanese side must accompany the party as it cleared the dungeon, and the rights to run the dungeon would be passed on to the Sensei Guild. 70% of the profit would be given to Allendal. That bastard is pretty evil. Maybe it was because Minchin had languished at the bottom for a long time, so he was very vicious in coming up with the contents he had put into the contract. From the Sensei Guild's perspective, they didn't lose anything if they couldn't clear the dungeon. If Woojin was successful, they would basically be gaining a 6-star dungeon for free. Even if they got 30% of the profit, it wasn't a loss. I like it. Woojin praised Kim Hee-min inside his heart. Then hurry up and tell everyone to get ready. We are already ready. Taguchi stepped forward from behind the guild official with a determined expression on his face. There was a reason why Taguchi had come to greet Woojin's party in the first place. He was a rank A roused, so at the very least, he wouldn't be a burden. So it's only the 4 of us. The group consisted of Woojin, Sung-gu, Baekjong-do, and Taguchi. Let's go. Woojin didn't show any hesitation as he descended the stairs. Sung-gu was already familiar with all of this, so he quickly followed after him. Baekjong-do couldn't hide the anticipation he felt from his face as he entered the dungeon. Finally, Taguchi was the last one to enter with a worried expression. He really wants to close the dungeon with this group of people. Taguchi knew Woojin had closed dungeons by himself before, but he wasn't sure if he should trust those reports. If Woojin failed, he would also die. This isn't a normal 6-star dungeon. If he went by the energy measurement number, this dungeon was higher than 6 stars. If the difficulty was on a normal level, the dungeon could have been cleared by Japan's roused teams. The best roused of Japan were gathered to form a team, yet they failed to clear it 3 times. After failing, everyone was just waiting for the dungeon break. Taguchi had been part of 2 raid teams, so he was well aware of this dungeon's extreme difficulty. Now that they won't be able to use the return portal, so they would die if they failed to clear the dungeon. Taguchi felt a sense of anticipation, but he also felt a weird sense of nervousness. The barrier formed when he entered the dungeon. In the beginning, the werewolves. Taguchi had entered this dungeon twice before, so he was trying to tell the others about the dungeon guide for the initial portion of the dungeon. He just barely started his briefing on the dungeon, when his eyes turned round. Waruru! There were soot and fire left over in various places inside the subway station. The objects that were burning into a char were none other than the corpses of the werewolves. Where did he go? I don't know Japanese. Baekjung-do was the only one left behind with Taguchi. Baekjung-do handed a sharp short sword to him, and Taguchi took it in a moment of bewilderment. He tilted his head in confusion. He said to follow while excavating the bloodstones. A werewolf attacked as soon as they entered the dungeon. It took 1 second to dispatch the monster, and Baekjung-do was very surprised by this. Flame Hong Sungu wasn't an empty name. Kang Woojin was a large mountain, and Hong Sungu received a lot of attention for being next to Woojin. He was usually considered to be one of Kang Woojin's partners. However, Hong Sungu had incredible firepower and could be considered a powerhouse by himself. He ran with flames trailing him, and Woojin summoned 20 Death Knights. They swept across the dungeon. They weren't careful in their advance. This wasn't a hunt. It was like a race to reach the end at top speed. Baekhyung. Just follow me slowly as you excavate the bloodstones. Kang Woojin had spoken those words seconds ago, yet there was no trace of him. Woojin had already descended to the lower floor. What the hell? Taguchi was also taken aback. Fortunately, although he was clumsy at speaking Korean, Taguchi was still able to comprehend it. He followed Baekjung-do's example, and they parted the werewolf's chest to extract the bloodstones. However, they had to abandon that task after a brief amount of time. There were the sounds of busy steps. Woojin, Sungu and several dozen undead soldiers were coming back up. Let's head back. At these words, Taguchi straightened his back, and retraced his steps. He couldn't help, but let out words of admiration as he headed back. This is impossible. It's been 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It had been 5 minutes since they had entered the dungeon. The basic monsters within the subway station were all killed. The evidence of this fact was the red portal that had formed in front of them. Be careful. You have to defend your own life as you follow me. Woojin alerted the other group members, and he was the first one through the red portal. Taguchi immediately followed after him. This time he would brief Woojin about the real dungeon. Zahung. After the party went through the portal, the first thing that greeted them were the waves of heat. The air mixed in with acrid smoke stabbed into their lungs, causing pain. It's a volcano. Lava was flowing, and it let out gases as it splashed. There were over several dozen ravines of red-hot fire. There were several hundred boulders akin to islands. The party was standing on a rock island that was about 10 meters above the ground. The lava boiled below, and the green light of the return stone was very far away. As one defeats the lava-flying fishes, the island moves towards another island until they meet. This is how we are supposed to escape the lava region. Woojin shook his head at Taguchi's words. That'll take forever. Let's just fly. Woojin summoned Xing Xing. 2 Death Knights were summoned, and they summoned their phantom steeds. However, we can't travel through the sky. Why? If one escapes certain part of the island, it is set to explode. Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked through the empty sky when he heard Taguchi's explanation. Sungu. Yes, Hyung. There are mine mosquitoes in the air. They can't approach the lava of the volcano. Aha! Shall I throw some lava at them? No, that'll be too troublesome. When Woojin summoned Dulcie, Dulcie fell into the lava. Soon a burning giant appeared. Ooh! Every time it moved, flame erupted. It was a fire golem. Kung, kung. Every time Dulcie's massive body moved, the mine mosquitoes quickly got out of the way. Get on. Let's follow after him. Woojin got on Xing Xing, and Sungu sat behind him. Baekjung-do and Taguchi had the weird experience of riding behind the Death Knights. The phantom steed climbed the empty air, and it followed right behind the fire golem. Hey! This is so easy. Taguchi let out a dejected sound. There were lava flying fishes and lava dolphins usually jumped out of the lava to attack. They were flame attribute monsters, and they would inflict damage through their body temperature. They had to get close to a target to inflict damage, so the party was unharmed. Moreover, the mine mosquitoes were staying put in the air. He became aware that the mosquitoes were explosive in nature right now through Woojin's words. Before that, he had thought there was some automatic mechanism that made one explode. He's an incredible person. He was more impressed by the knowledge and solutions he came up with, more so than the several thousand undead under him or his personal power. He knew things that were still unknown to this world. Woojin was explaining something as he gesticulated with his hands to Sungu, who was sitting behind him. Taguchi knew a little bit of Korean. He couldn't understand every single word, but he realized Woojin was talking about some invaluable information about the dungeon. Woojin-sama, where did you learn about all of this? Hey? You know how to speak Korean? Very little bit. Woojin grinned as he spoke. Who do you think? I learned it from my teacher. Ah! Who was the teacher, who had groomed Kang Woojin? Taguchi could only look on in admiration. Sungu asked a question with a gleam in his eyes. Hyung Nim. You had a teacher? Of course. Uwa. When you were summoned to Alphen, you learned magic from your teacher. Woojin grinned as he shook his head from side to side. No, I studied that on my own. Woojin's magical abilities were all based on his game knowledge. He didn't know how everything worked, but he learned everything he could learn. Then he started using magic and eventually, he was able to command the undead. Hey! If you didn't learn magic from him, then did you learn some kind of martial arts from him? Woojin's body movement and his use of weapons were very skilled. His physical abilities were so high that one could mistake him for a physical roused. Nope. The martial arts were something he earned when he returned to Earth. He had been initialized, and he had earned those skills through the dual class. Hey! Then what did you learn from him? Survival. Ah! Sungu nodded his head. Woojin wasn't done speaking. He continued to speak with a serious expression on his face. Madness and carnage. Why would he have to learn such a thing? Unfaltering decisiveness. Overwhelming fear. Who? Woojin unconsciously let out his killing intent, and it terrified Sungu. Woojin belatedly realized what he had done, and he withdrew it. Ah, I learned those kinds of things. Ooh! He sounds like an incredible person. He's incredible. So your teacher is still on planet Alphen? No, he's dead. Sungu realized his mistake, so he quickly tried to retrieve his words. Ah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said. No, it's nothing. He was already dead when I met him. What? What kind of preposterous nonsense was he talking about? Woojin smirked as he looked at the confused Sungu. You'll see him soon. He had been a scholar and an archmage on the planet Alphen. He made himself a lich through his own volition, and he had fought against Tronet for 200 years. Amongst Woojin's familiars, he was someone with an overwhelming presence. Woojin would be able to meet him again soon. His specialty is flame magic. You should learn from him once you meet him. Should I? Sungu already felt like peeing right now. He thought he had gotten used to Woojin's teaching style. Now Woojin was talking about a monstrous teacher. I can guarantee you one thing. What is it? There are two possible outcomes. Woojin slightly turned around to look at Sungu. Woojin laughed as he looked at Sungu, who had shrunk into himself. Teacher hates cowards like him the most. Still, he specializes in rebuilding personalities. You'll either become Earth's greatest flame magician or you will die. Weren't the results too extreme? Sungu couldn't help but swallow his spit. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.